Good morning and happy Friday, Mega.
Woo woo.
Good morning.
Looks like we still have a few people who are making their way into our Mega class. How did your Mega Minis go yesterday? All right.
Well, I think it went well.
It
I
was
don't know. I'm
great.
so shy.
So Latanya, share with us. Thank you for speaking up.
I was just saying it was great. I mean, Lisa went over, just reminded everyone what we need to be doing. She was telling us she's going to be following up with us in regards to our points, where we stand, making sure those who want to graduate are in line to, graduate. It was definitely really good. It put some fire under my behind, and I got a lot done yesterday, so I feel really good about it.
Good. That is excellent. Who did the homework? Did anyone take our listing script and have a listing appointment at the kitchen table? Did we get that done? Uh-oh, Kamei didn't do it.
Yep, I did.
She's got the look of shame on her face. Who did it?
I have all the material put together, and Andrew and I are getting together on Monday, and we're gonna record each other.
Monday. Monday. Why not Saturday? Saturday is a perfect day for a listing appointment.
Oh, I would love to do it, but I know Andrew's busy over the weekend. He's going to San Antonio.
I'm showing houses. I'm sorry.
Oh, there's nothing Andrew would rather do than help you with your listing appointments.
That is true. That is true.
I love
Yeah,
it.
besides, I had a showing yesterday, so I couldn't do it yesterday evening.
Well, this is all about time management. Part of Mega is to put some pressure on you guys to see what it feels like to be the busy real estate agent in the field who is making space for education, making space for clients, making space for calls, making space for the administrative tasks, and making sure that nothing falls off your plate because you're going to have to juggle it all. And the busy agent in the field, you gotta be knowing your scripts, being able to convert more people, have the impromptu conversation about getting your buyer representation agreement signed. This is Real Estate 101. This is what it's all about. So time management is absolutely everything. So thank you everyone for packing everything in. And you're not gonna be able to finish it all. So then sometimes you have to stay up late, gotta get up early. We gotta uh, make prioritizations and do the stuff that is the most important. How many are you? Jessica mentioned to me yesterday that she has finally got her UVP to the point where she is sold on her value proposition.
Yes, sir.
All right, good job with that. How about you guys? Anyone following in her footsteps and you've nailed it? You got it down. Gavin says yes. Latanya says yes. Who else? Phyllis, good job. Akila, good job. So you guys are all ready to get up in front of the class and get us excited about why we should hire you.
We've
All
been
right,
practicing in Mega Minis as well.
nice. I heard a rumor. I heard our biggest sunflower yellow personality type has learned his code of ethics forwards and backwards, aka Kin.
He did.
Well, if Kin can do it, so can everyone else, right? If I can do it, you can do it.
Right.
It's just a matter of when can we find time to do it? I know Andrew has uh, been spending time with his mom and going through his contract paragraphs and code of ethics with his mom. And she's been helping him with that. So I can tell you that your village wants to help you with this too. And it's kind of fun for them to vicariously live through Mega with you, going through all of this stuff. And so we have Realty Texas agents, kids who has learned the 23 contract paragraphs because they nailed it before their parents did because they were doing the flashcards. And so kind of a cool and amazing thing. So anybody want to share some of the stuff that you guys have worked on this week, week 3 in Mega, that really stuck out on you, really impacted you?
I would say
Um,
this.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry, you can go ahead,
Yeah, go ahead.
Phyllis.
No, I was just gonna say, the structure of the listing appointment, like I said, I think in one of our last megas, time is blending in together, but I think I said, I thought I was good. I mean, I at listing, when I go and visit with a client, but this puts a whole new perspective on it. And it also takes a lot of pressure off of us because the work is done when you walk in the door. There's no second thought to what's happening. So yeah, that was pretty profound. I like that part of it.
Nice. Thank you for sharing, Phyllis. We had reputation management on Monday, on and buyer and seller presentation Wednesday, and then today is all about the grand open. Uh, Candy, no, who was it that was also speaking? Who's going to share? Candy says no.
It was
It was me.
Latanya.
Latanya,
It was
okay.
me. And I was just gonna say, I think like after having a sick kid and then her getting me sick last week, I really couldn't get in a groove. So I feel like this week was really good. I mean, I got behind, but I was able to catch up on a lot. I think going over the CMA, which I really want to perfect. I think that was really good. What Phyllis was just saying, as far as like the scripts, being able to get that done. I mean, yesterday I feel like was probably my most productive day, and seeing like just how busy it will be. So then last night, after a crazy busy day, last night I was able to get some yoga in, which was really, really good. So yeah, I feel like, yes, it's week 3, but last week I feel like was just a complete wash and I was just a walking zombie. But I mean, I felt like this week was just an overall really good, solid week. So
Nice. It always feels good to start getting some of that under your belt and accomplished. Um, it's Look at where we are with our calendar, guys. We have hit the mindset. We did the relentless conversion. We went through the referral-based business, maximize your income, reputation management, master the CMA, buyer and seller presentation. We're going to round out the week today, getting you all excited about everything that we learned in the listing presentation, but then putting the nuts and bolts of it into practice so that we know exactly what steps to take to follow up and make good on the promises that we made during the listing appointment, which is saturate the market with information regarding your listing and how to actually do it. And so today is all about that. And then scripts at the actual open house event. And so open house is a really big deal. I want you guys to be able to convert more people at the open house. And I've even got a video that we're going to spend 15 minutes. It's a long video, but it is a video from the beginning of your open house day to knocking on the neighbors' doors, to putting up your signs, to setting the temperature, to baking the cookies, what kind of cookies you should select and why. And then after you got all your signage up, an actual script for you to have open house dialogue. Because for some of you, I, I know I've seen it. I've walked in as a real estate agent to an open house and walked in and walked out, and the open house guests not say anything at all. Sometimes people are just building up that confidence. They don't know what to say. So, like, okay, all right, no, I'm not gonna say anything. Should I say something? No, they don't know the fourth script. They're not geared with scripts. They're completely winging it. And I know in their inside voice, they're thinking, okay, I'm gonna do better on the next one. And that's how they are operating their open houses from a place of terrification. They're terrified. So we're going to help you guys not be terrified at the open house. We're gonna shatter that glass window so that you guys will be very confident in talking with people. We don't want to put their shields up, so we want them to come in. Every portion of our open house is designed to make sure that their shields don't go up, that they feel confident with us, they feel comfortable coming in, because once their shield goes up, we're done. Okay, so that's what today is. Today's going to put a bow on the whole listing thing. Then on Monday next week, we're going to take an entire class called Working with Builders. That is a designation class. You have two options. You can take the Realty Text Working with Builders, and you can take it for free. You can pay the $20 and have the designation Working with Builders or you can pay for the National Association of Realtors NHC class, working with builders, and have that NHC designation. As you know, that some of our modules have built into it as a separate designation, and so we're teaching the materials from NHC. So that is a very important day. How to work with builders, especially when you look at how many new agents are a little bit intimidated by builders, because that process isn't the same. How they set the appointments, how they find the properties, how they communicate with the on-site, all that's just so different than working with a traditional agent on the other side of a property that's listed for sale. Then bulletproof contracts. One of my favorite classes. We are going to nerd out all day long over our 1 to 4 family from paragraph 1 to paragraph 23. I'm going to read every single word of the purchase contract, and I'm going to explain to you every single word, every single paragraph, and there is not a comma that I don't understand, and we're going to walk away from it, and there's not going to be a phrase or a contingency or a sentence that you don't fully understand from your purchase contract, especially as it pertains to paragraph 60 objections, which is a paragraph that a lot of agents struggle with. And paragraph 6, title policy and survey, there's a lot in there about title policy that agents struggle with as well, and we're going to myth bust that and also explain it. So you'll walk away from that feeling pretty good, I think. And then we're going to get into Friday's class next week, financing and negotiation. I'm going to take you through your third-party financing addendum. They just recently changed it again, and they keep changing it for the better. So I'm very excited about the newest rendition of the third-party financing. I'm also going to take you through a multiple offer situation from beginning to end so that you know how to expertly and with an amazing amount of transparency help people go through a multiple offer situation. Multiple offer situations is what we're trying to create. We spent an entire Wednesday talking about how to manufacture a multiple offer situation for your client in any market. And that's by properly preparing the home for market, properly pricing it, and then saturating the market with information about that listing and giving it plenty of time to seed and getting it in front of the people at the right time so they can see it when they're looking. All of those things we are being neurotic about to make sure that we get them all right. And then we're going to really spend a lot of time today making sure that we handle the open house exactly right. And then boom, you do manufacture a multiple offer situation. There's a lot of buyers who say things like, I'm not going to get in a bidding war over a house. Or they say things like, how do I know we're in a multiple offer situation? How do we know that this agent is just flat out lying to us and making us bid over and making us a fool? And if people have reservations or fears that they're truly in a multiple offer situation, they're not going to meaningfully bid. They're going to pause and they're going to think, something about this doesn't feel right. The property's been on the market for 21 days, and all of a sudden we're in a multiple offer situation. At the time we submit our offer, something is suspect about this. I'm going to show you some tips and tricks that I've learned, because on the buyer side, I watched as my clients had reservations. Well, how do we know we're in a multiple offer situation? And I saw that so many times that I took that experience onto the listing side in a multiple offer situation and watching the other sides. And I said, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I'll bet you the buyers don't believe or concerned or has reservations, or at least in the recesses of their brain somewhere, they suspect that maybe they're not, or they question it. So every time I'm in a multiple offer situation, I send an email to the entire group, all of the agents, and I let them know who they're up against. You're up against Tom and Fred and Mary with Coldwell Banker and with different brokerages. And I have their full name. And if they want to pick up the phone and find each other and call and say, "Do you have an offer out on this property?" They can do that. I don't care. They want to email each other, that's fine. They can do that. I'll show you how to make sure that you send an email to all of them so no one can hit reply all and have a conversation in that thread, because I don't want that happening either. But I am going to BCC them all and email it to myself, so they all get a single email. They don't get and that's it. But they do get to see each other. So then the agents are like, "Oh, I am in a multiple offer situation. And hey, look, I'm up against Lisa over at Realty Texas. That's cool. Lisa, are you got an offer out on this property?" "Yes, I do." "Oh, looks like we're competing." Well, let the best agent win. That's a fine conversation for them to have. But the reality is, now both of those agents are going to be able to communicate to their buyers that they truly are in a multiple offer situation. And now those buyers are not going to have that objection, because objections in the way cause people to pause and not behave as if they normally would behave in a situation if those objections didn't exist. So objections are a really big deal. And so we as agents and salespeople, we need to be anticipating what our clients' objections are going to be, because this entire profession is about handling objections. Objections, whether we believe those objections exist or whether or not they've shared them with us, we should be paving a way to circumvent the objections that we know that are out there and trying to mitigate them. And so today we're going to be talking about the mitigation of objections through your open house, to make sure that when people come in the open house, that you don't inadvertently put up their shields. And we're going to share the one big secret about an open house. And I want everyone to say this as a group with me. They're not there to see me. They're not there to see me. I'm not going to make it about me. And if you put that front and center in your prefrontal cortex when they walk in, then you can start realizing, wait a minute, I'm not going to do anything that's going to put these people's shields up. I'm not going to do that. So when they walk in the door, I'm just going to acknowledge them, greet them, thank them for coming, and give them permission to see the house, because that's what they're coming there to see. And I'm not going to do what a lot of agents do. Oh, thanks for coming out and seeing me today. No, they're not there to see you. They're there to see the house. And so make it about the house. And then the more you make it about their home search and this house, and whether or not this house matches their home search, the more they're willing to share with you. The more they're willing to share with you, the more information that you have to be able to start providing them value with a home search, and actually being able to do a home search right there on the spot and putting them in a portal gateway. I have tips and tricks. If I always have my laptop tethered to my phone on a hotspot with the MLS Plus open and doing a home search for them live on the spot. Whether you're using the MLS, whether you're using MLS Plus, I don't care. It's the agent's choice in that regard, but it's already logged in. And now the two questions when they walk in the door for me, I'm thinking, I really care if they tell me that they came from Zillow or Realtor.com or Homes.com. If they showed up at the front door from those sites versus just walking by, what story does that tell you?
They're in the 70%, 30%. One of
That
They
very
don't,
well,
they
well,
don't have a realtor.
that's very possible. So maybe they're part of the 70% that doesn't have a real estate agent. I agree with that 1,000,000%. But that something even more profound than that.
They're coming off the garbage heap because that's the last of the stuff. It's on Zillow, it's the heap, the leftover heap.
So let's back up a step, a couple, even more profound than that though. So think of the difference between someone just, walking their dog down the street. Oh, that's a pretty house, and walks in.
they're actively
Versus
looking.
willing
someone
to
who
enable.
got in their car and drove all the way out to the property. Lewis.
They're willing to enable buyers.
Even more profound than that. I mean, I need a light bulb to go on and be like, oh, wow, okay, that is really important. You're right, Jack.
I mean, they're
It,
looking for a house. They're actively looking for a house.
that's right. They're actively looking for a house. And then
And
what did they do?
they love that one
And what does
particularly.
that mean, Phyllis?
That you have an advantage because they're in there and you're the one trying to sell it. I don't know.
They're ready to buy.
It means that price is okay. It means that square footage is okay. It means that neighborhood's
Okay.
okay. It means that
Gotcha.
bed and bath's okay. It means that most of the demographics about that home is going to fit in their home search.
Gotcha.
So you now have a flood of information because, oh, where'd you find the house, Zillow? Boom. The price is okay, the bed's okay, the square footage is okay. So now I got to find out what their objections are, but now I have a whole dossier on them. The amount of information that I just learned from that one word, Zillow, Realtor.com, or Homes.com, is massive, because that person who's walking down the street, they don't know the price, they don't know the square footage, they don't know anything about this house. They're walking in completely blind. So then, it could be a $500,000 house and they're in a $200,000 price range. But someone coming off the street on Zillow, we know that $500,000 is their price range, or they wouldn't be standing in front of me, most likely. So I can make more assumptions and I have more information. Everything else you guys said was true. But the reason I asked them the question is because now I have information that I didn't have before, simply by asking one question. Because I am trying to figure out what they're looking for, and I'm going to roundabout way get there. When they show up at the door, hi guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. I give them permission to walk around, and I'm there with my suit on and my tie, and I've got my Mr. Blue Cookie Monster apron on, so I look super friendly. And I've got my Nestle Toll House cookies that are coming out, the pre-baked, the batter ones that are already segregated, so I can just break them off and put them in my pan and put them in for 13 minutes. No mess, no fuss. But the house smells like cookies, and we're gonna talk about that. I pull it out and they go look at the garage and primary bedroom and looking around the house, and they make it back to the kitchen, and I've got a little plate and I plated one for them, and I look at them and say, what do you think? I don't ask them if they like it. I don't ask them if they don't like it. I don't ask them anything but an open-ended question. And from that point forward, I'm going to continue asking them open-ended questions. People like open-ended questions because people like to share what they think. If you want to really get someone talking, ask them what they think. That's humanity's favorite question. But when you ask them, zip it and let them tell you everything. Because they're going to word vomit all over you, and everything they're telling you right now is super important. And then I'm going to show you how to deconstruct everything that they say, and you're going to actively listen, because you really do want to know what their max price is, what area they're looking. Do they want a single story or a two-story? And is the square footage going to matter, and does bedrooms matter? You're looking for the information required to do a home search, because your laptop is sitting to your right. They don't know this right now, but you're trying to get enough information to do a home search so that when you do a home search, you don't end up with 200 properties. You end up with 50 or less properties based on their home search. So, as we get more inventory, we really can't stop that. But you're looking to do a home search. That home search will be very, very, very valuable to you, because you're going to click save and they're going to type in their email address, and you've created a portal. And then on the way out the door, you're simply going to say, and by the way, when you get these listings, you can mark them favorite or possibility. And the ones you want to see, I'd love to show you. And I'm going to put you in groups on the last 2 hours, and you're going to watch a 15-minute video. And you're going to go through the script, and I want you guys to hear it, dissect it. Those of you who have done a lot of open houses, talk about your scripts and your dialogue, because I want everyone to walk away from this class today being able to do your next open house completely different, and be cognizant of anything that's going to raise the red flags of your clients, that's going to make them feel guarded, that's going to make them not want to share with you. And we're going to remove all those elements, and you'll find more people gravitating towards you and more people wanting to share with you, because we're out asking. First, we're greeting them, acknowledging them, and giving them permission to walk around. I actually had a client, kind of a weird client. He actually was a scuba diver, and I sold him a condo at the 360 building downtown Austin after selling his house with a pool in Pflugerville. And his one big question to HOA is, can he swim in the pool with a scuba gear? It's a whole different story. But anyway, this guy, he says, Jack, because I met them at an open house and I sold their house with a pool on Sunflower in Pflugerville, and then sold them a $500,000 condo downtown, and then sold that condo, and they moved to Houston for her job. Met him in an open house. Walked inside. Hi guys, thanks for coming in. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. And later, he shared with me. He said, Jack, I want to share something with you. My wife and I came to your open house, and it was like a sigh of relief, because You didn't ask us a million questions. And the thing is he loves to talk and so does she. And all they did was talk the entire time. And I just listened. And so I've even had people come to me later and thank me for that because they recognized it. Now, think about this for a moment. How many of you have gone to a car dealer lot and said, please God, let this salesperson not be a creep and not just super glue themselves to me? And then you find a salesperson that comes up to you, hi guys, how are you today? So yeah, I'm sure we can take this test drive and not just like dive deep and ask your DNA, but be a completely different fresh breath of fresh air. We feel that when we go to a car dealership. I think buyers feel that when they go into an open house. And so we have to work differently so that we don't raise the shields, because when those salespeople do it, we want to clam up. We want to push back. We want to not share with them. We want to put our walls up. We want to put as much distance as we can from them because we know what their motives are. We can feel it because they've exposed their motives to us. We're going to do something a little different, and you're going to feel it in the communication and the buyers willing to share. One of my favorite things is, how do you catch a cat? Do you chase it? No. That's going to get you exactly nowhere. You have broken the trust with the cat. Now you got to ignore it and let it come to you. But we're not going to really ignore it. We're just going to be calculating about it. All right. So that's our open. I saw a couple of hands pop up. Andrew, you had a hand up. What you wanted to share?
Well, Jack, you had asked a question earlier about what did we get out of this week's, and I've done a lot of listing appointments in my career. I've learned a lot of good tricks and tools to actually use. And the thing about it is to bring everything. Is what I've been hearing a lot of. But I like your script about the 70-30. And so I'm gonna add that into my meetings, and I think that I'll be more successful. And then on the second note, I still have to memorize another 8 more of my code of ethics, but it's funny because you're right, it does take a village. My mom really enjoys learning about the code of ethics, and she's also told me that it's similar to what she taught us as kids of how to treat other people. And I found a lot of value in that, because that is so true. It's the way and how we treat other realtors, and the community. So when I heard that from my mom, it really hit home. So thanks.
Very, very nice. Thank you for sharing, Andrew. I hope that these 3 words find their way to your goal board so that you can have it there as a constant reminder, as a memory, that every year in your business planning, we need to figure out, how can I up my ability, how can I prove these 3 things to my clients? How can I become experts at sharing this stuff and following through, ability, your commitment, and your ethics? When clients feel safe with you, they are going to relinquish control in your transaction. It's going to be a heck of a lot easier because you're going to hold their hand through the transaction and guide them. They're looking for someone who can guide them, but also not someone who's going to make decisions for them, because that's not our job. And even in Mega, I've had agents message me and say to me, I'm not going to let that happen to my client. And in the message, they have made a decision for their client. And I need the light bulbs to go on, you guys. We don't make decisions for our clients. And sometimes we think that we're being a really good agent because we're going to be mama bear and we're going to make decisions for them and protect them. And that is not representation. That is not that at all. That's decision making. And that is a very, very dangerous place for a real estate agent to find themselves. So we need to do better than that. And we need to remember, we advise, explain, provide opinions, and then the client gets to make the decision. And then we follow their instructions. If we're not doing that, if we are having conversations with people to try to figure something out for them and then come back and explain to them what we've done for them, that is not what having a real estate license affords you. It would literally be the unlawful practice of law. Prospect, convert, close, and follow up, those 4 hats, we're juggling them right now. aren't we? We are juggling the 4 quadrants of our business, pulling business in, taking lease transactions and buyer leads and converting them and getting them under contract and helping them, and being out in the field and being sellable and also being upbeat and help them with the stress that they have of the most largest purchase of a lifetime, and have our game face on, make it fun for them and explain things to them and try to lower the temperature in the room. And when things go bad, give them hope, let them know it'll be okay. Between me and our management team, there's nothing we can't handle. We've got this, and give them that faith that everything's going to be okay. Get them to the closing table and be calling all of your spheres and following up with them to try to get more business into your pipelines for 2025. 2025 is going to be a good year. And if you're working really hard and we're not getting our pipelines filled, then it tells me that either we haven't figured out our scripts, or B, we're focusing on administrative tasks instead of income producing tasks. And I have a guest speaker who's going to come and visit us, who's going to share some really cool stuff with us. I'm inviting her to come. And she's going to talk to you guys about opportunity. And she's going to share a couple of success stories of one of your fellow mega students who've been doing some pretty incredible things on the phones. And she knows who she is, I'm guessing already. And we're going to hopefully get you guys excited about what she's doing. Amy McAllister, welcome to Mega 15.
Hello.
So, I hear that you've got some incredible opportunity in your department that you'd like to share with our mega group.
Absolutely. So right now we have over 35,000 opportunities that are not assigned to agents. We are a little behind on our tasks. So out of those, we have about 7,500 we've already been speaking to that do need phone calls. And we are having even blasts that are unanswered. So lots and lots of opportunity to go around. I'm excited to see all of you come out of Mega and participate in the referrals program.
So, can we dig a little deeper in one of the things that you just said?
Yep.
Okay. Explain to them what a blast is.
So when you're enrolled, there's several ways that you can get leads from the sales department. A blast is one of the most significant ones. That is while we are on the phone with someone, converting them, find out that they are ready, usually to lease within 2 months or buy within 3 months. We are sending out a text message to everyone that's enrolled in that metro, asking them if they're available. The first person to respond joins us live on that phone call. So it's not trying to get a hold of them, leaving messages and trying to reconnect with them. It's really important that we get that connection right then and there. And we will give you the synopsis of what they're looking for, kind of introduce you, and then we actually hang up and let you all continue that conversation to set the appointments.
So imagine for a moment, Realty Texas has this program where agents come in and they take a month worth of ISA training, and they make thousands of calls. They become ISA 2s. They come sit in Amy's department and they start blowing up the phones, and they make hundreds of calls every day. And then they get someone on the phone that says, yes, I am looking to buy. And that person says, awesome, let me get you with one of our agents. And they say, I would love to talk with one of your Realty Texas agents about buying a home in the $500,000 price range in Round Rock. So they say, great, give me 1 second. I'm going to send out my bat signal to our agents, and I'm going to pull on one of our agents. And they click a button on our text stack that sends out an automated text to every single agent who's active in that metro that says, we have someone on the phone live right now that wants to talk an agent. And all the agents have to do is respond with the letter Y or type yes and hit the enter key. And the first agent to do that, their phone's going to ring. And they're going to be brought onto a conversation live with our ISA caller and the client. And They're going to say something like, "Hello, this is Jack Stapleton." And the ISA caller is going to say, "Hi, Jack. I have on the phone with me Mary Beth. Mary Beth is looking to buy a home in the Round Rock area, and I thought you'd be the perfect agent to help her." And then the agent says, "Thank you so much." And then the ISA caller drops off, and now you have a buyer that you're talking with on the phone. Imagine for a moment we send out that blast and none of our agents respond to it. And we're left sitting with this buyer on the phone looking like freaking idiots because no one cared enough to click why. And is that happening, Amy?
We had 3 yesterday and 3 the day before that had happened where different metros we were having unanswered blasts.
And what can you imagine what happens in my brain when I find out that that happens 3 times? All right, so I want to thank you and your team for doing amazing things. I think that the reason that you wanted to come talk to our mega group was to share with them that there's this opportunity, and had they been enrolled yesterday, they could have had access to 3 buyers. Who wants 3?
Absolutely.
Who wants 3 buyers? Yeah, and how many leads do we have come in last month? 380. No, 596. 596 leads came out in last month. And so that's we have a database of 100,000 clients, and we have 7,000 phone calls that we're behind on, which means that we have a database of 100,000 people, and we're calling them on a recurring basis: 30 days, 60 days, 30 days, 60 days, 45 days, 90 days, 30 days. And we're doing this kind of cool, not structured, so we're not calling them the first Tuesday of every month and they start realizing, oh, these people have me an auto dialer. We break it up a little bit. But there comes a time in which we have so many calls to make because we have so many clients in our database that we physically don't have enough people to call them, and the calls start becoming behind because we can't call them on a 45-day rotation anymore because they're stacking up. How many calls are we behind right now?
For incubate, the people that we've already spoken to, it's 5,900.
So we are 5,900 calls behind. So that means that we're 5,900 people behind.
Yes.
That's right. And we have a 24-to-1 ratio and having a conversation to be able to convert those people. So we have, sounds like there is an incredibly huge, massive opportunity that our agents are, all they got to do is show up for, right? So next, I'm going to have Michael Potter come in. Is there anything else you want to share with them, Amy?
Well, especially with those, I know a couple people have brought to my attention that they're a little scared of the incubates because they're jumping into this conversation. We've been talking to some of these people for years. Have you shown them the new AI things that the tech team added?
I have not yet shown them the new AI things that the tech team added, but I bet you they'd be excited to see it.
So it's very awesome. Not only does AI help transcribe our phone calls so that there are more thorough notes, AI also looks at all of those notes, can summarize those past communications with you, and then will also give you a recommendation of what that next call or voicemail should sound like. So if it's something like credit repair that you're checking in on how that's going, it doesn't kind of leave you like you're jumping in the middle of the conversation. It really does help us all sound like we're the same team checking in with the same people. It's amazing.
Yep. So every time we have a call, our system takes that call, digitizes it in text, and makes a note, and it summarizes the voice call. So we read the voice recording and convert it to text, and then take that text and then we summarize it and put it in a note. And the next time you call them, we summarize all the notes so that the user can, within 5 sentences, understand the last 20 calls that we've made to them over the last 5 years. And now we have a summary, and then it gives you its recommendation on how to approach that call. So when you click the dial button, you can read 5 sentences, and before they even answer, you've been able to have a perfect idea of what's going on with them, and the Cliff Notes version to have a good, strong conversation with them. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely.
Awesome. So I hear that there's an agent here in our group that has been hitting the opportunity vault and hitting some home runs with that. So would you explain to the group what the opportunity vault is, who has been doing it and what their success has been.
The Opportunity Vault is open to all of our agents. It is a huge database that anyone can call. Once you do convert that person, it does go into your own leads so that only
Hold on.
the
What is the opportunity group? Like why is that group different?
those are the ones that at some point they've either been put there or they didn't answer when we were first trying to reach them. So that is 35,000 alone in the Opportunity Vault.
35,000 people who we've paid and come into our system and they ask us for help, but we haven't been able to contact them yet, right?
Right, for the
Okay,
most part.
keep going.
So those are ones that anyone can call. We have filters where you can select if you want to make English or Spanish calls. You can select your metro and filter that down so you're only calling those people that registered for your metro. You can see any of the original notes. A lot of times, you know, that was realtor.com and here's the address that they had inquired about. So none of them are cold calls. And we had one agent in particular pull 3 different buyers out of the Opportunity Vault yesterday. And she's not the only one that's been getting them. So there are still lots of good opportunities in there. We are seeing a lot of success. Mega is one of those things. As you're being asked to make more phone calls, a lot of people do go into the Opportunity Vault, and I always love seeing that success that they're finding in it. It's one of our most underutilized sections because you can do it from anywhere. You don't have to come into the office and do a 3-hour shift. You can call 5 or 10 at a time, or you can be in there for 5 hours and convert as many as you can.
Yep. So we have a database of over 35,000 people that is open to the entire company that you can use to fill your power hours, making outbound calls, trying to convert buyers who already reached out to us with an interest to buy or sell a home. And some of these people have been in our database for 4 or 5 years, and we're still converting them after all this time. And remember, people buy homes once every 5 years. And so there are people who are on their second cycle with us. All right, who is this agent?
Cindy Bell.
So congratulations, Cindy Bell, for hitting the Opportunity Vault, making those phone calls and converting 3 buyers out of it. That's really
No,
cool.
I don't know if I was just super lucky. I was like, I called 5 and converted 2. I did speak with one, but she wasn't ready. But 2 actually wanted to set buyer appointments.
That is super awesome.
It's not. I mean, I was like, man, I'm hot today, but so it does work. I do think agents kind of they think that they haven't been called yet, that they don't want to be contacted, and it's not the case. Both people that I talked to said, "I just been really super busy," and I'm like, "I get it. That's why we keep calling, because we don't want you to fall through the cracks." And they're like, "We appreciate that." So again, people put this little false narrative in their head, and they build a story of why. And like, I feel like as agents, we're really good at building objections for ourselves. Like, we're super, super good at it. We shouldn't do that. We can't do that. It's not going to work. So, are we any better than our clients?
I think that we are also coming into 2025 with people not so intimidated by the interest rates. And I think that a lot of people are coming into 2025 with the idea that I'm going to buy a house. This is going to be the year that I'm going to do this. And so we're having a lot more leads come in. We're having a lot more positive conversations with people about purchasing a home. We're converting more tenants. Typically, if you looked at last year and the year before, we got a lot of lease leads because a lot of people were just saying, I'm not going to buy, I'm just going to lease. And now we're getting more buyer leads and less lease leads. So we're feeling it in the market. We're feeling it in the conversations. So my God, people, this is the time to get on the phone and call the 35,000 people and convert the heck out of them because they're ready. All we have to do is make ourselves available and have the Vanessa Van Edwards attitude that we're going to start the conversation correctly. We're going to look to try to figure out, are they ready, willing, and able? Myth bust the objections that they have and get rid of their fears. Give them the optimism and the excitement. Remind them, are you guys excited about buying home? Because we're excited for you. And get them off the fence and set an appointment to meet them. Get them with the lender, get them pre-qualified, and go sell them a house. That is, I mean, you got a pool of 35,000 people. All you got to do is show up. Thank you, Cindy, for making the calls. There is a gift card for you for your amazingness. And thank you, Amy, for spending the time. And Amy is going on vacation after today for a week. She deserves it like no one else in the world. She's been working like crazy, and so we all want to wish you a amazing vacation.
Thank you.
You deserve it, Amy.
Bon voyage.
I'm excited for you.
Miss
Take
my
lots of pics
neighbor.
and don't answer the phone.
I've already checked in. There are some places I'm already planning on going, like the rainforest, that will not have any phone signal. So even if I wanted to, I'm just not going to be able to.
Yeah,
So
I'm gonna
Janine
call
is
you,
gonna
ask you
be
questions on your vacation though.
Janine is going to be taking Amy's role for the next week. So if you guys have questions over the next week, anything to do with Amy's department, please reach out to Janine because she's going to be in the chair, or Michael or Andrew, because we want to leave Amy alone so she can enjoy herself and take
And
lots of photos.
I will. As far as Janine, she is going to be logged into me on my staff teams, my staff email. So things like request updates, any of those messages and things like that, she will still be able to assist any of our agents with. So she will completely be impersonating me.
Thank you, Amy.
Absolutely. And if y'all have any questions about the Opportunity Vault, reach out to us and we can let you know how it works. We do want to make sure you're using that task form because it's auto rotating. So lots of cool stuff I can show you.
Thank you. How many of you have gone through our Ready, Set, Sell series with Michael Potter and Amy? All right, thank you. So we ask that our agents go through that process. Some of you have not yet. We have a fast track for Mega graduates who have gone through the Mega program, because you've heard enough from me in the scripts and understand the process and how much emphasis and money and time and energy that we put into this department. So you're not just coming off the street and think, well, I can just cut my teeth on this. I'm an agent. I can figure it out. I think one of the things that a lot of agents come to interview with us say that they want leads, but then we hold them accountable to making the calls. And it's a whole different story. So people need training on how to approach the phone calls. That's why we created the ISA program, the Inside Sales Agent Program, which is a training program to help you understand the best tips and tricks to have conversations with people on the phone to convert them. It's objection handling. And then we have our weekly sales meeting where we can really hear the objection handling. Again, if you're gone through Mega and you've not yet gone through the ISA training, there is a fast track. You just have to reach out to Michael Potter, and there's one video that you have to watch, and then you have to do your pilot. And your pilot means that you come into our ISA department and you sit down and you do a 1 hour appointment, and you have Michael in the room with you, so he shows you how to approach the calls, and you do your test pilot, making the first 5 or 6 calls with someone there with you until you're done with that pilot. And then once you're done with the pilot, now you're ready to come in for your normal 3 hour shifts. So for those of you who are wanting to get into the department, please reach out to Michael Potter so we can fast track you and get you in making calls. As you know, we have thousands of calls that we need to make up. So we have space for all of you to come in and pound the phones and call people. And if you're not making the 3 hour appointments to the people who are in our pipelines, again, you always have access to our opportunity vault with the 35,000 people that's in there. And all you got to do is make those phone calls. And as Cindy Bell has found, and Cindy Bell's called the opportunities vault before, we have agents continually calling the vault. And what's cool about the vault is that we have it auto sorted. And so when you get into the vault, you're going to see a stack of people that is the oldest in terms of how long we've called them. And we've got some cool technology now that if multiple agents open the same record, it will pop up a name and say, someone else is already working on this record right now. So we don't have 2 agents calling the same person in the pond. So it's now set up for multi-users. So all of you can jump in the pond and pound the phones and start converting buyers. And again, they reach out to us. So this is not something like a situation where we're calling the phone book and people have no idea. These are not cold calls. These are warm calls. Okay, so thank you for reaching out to Potter and getting into our program. Filling your pipelines and focusing on income producing tasks is the reason I created Mega for our agents. They were struggling on making income, and I'm going to PT 50 as an agent, winning PT 50 as an agent, and I'm closing 60, 100 transactions a year. And I see agents coming to me saying, Jack, show me how to do this. And I tell them, I can show you, but it means that you have to be willing to show up with the grit and actually do it every day. Oh, yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'll do it. And 3 days later, they're no longer doing it. So there has to be some accountability, but you have to bring the fire. Remember when I asked you that very profound question? Who wants to make $1 million in 2025? Do you remember that question? Who still wants to make $1 million this year? Okay. How many of you have made more than 100 phone calls so far, mega time to date? You want the million, but you haven't made the calls. The path to the million is the calls. One doesn't happen without the other. So you got to say, I want the million so bad that I'm willing to make the calls, and nothing's going to get in the way of the calls. The calls come first. We wake up in the morning, we put ourselves in a grateful, thankful mindset. We look for all the things that we're grateful for, and we find 10 of them. We make our bed, we get ourselves mentally prepared for the day. We show up to our morning huddle. We listen to Andrew and Lisa and Lindsay, and we get some ideas about some things that I can do today that's income producing, whether it's knock on doors, whether it's call the opportunity vault, whether it's come in for a 3-hour appointment. You come in for a 3-hour appointment 5 days a week, you're likely to walk away with a buyer a day. That's 20 buyers that month. None of you can close 20 buyers. That's crazy talk. How many buyers do you need to close to make $1 million? Do you guys remember? 5. So you can come in, make 3-hour appointment for a week, and you do that for 5 days, and you get 1 buyer, and you do that every week. That's going to be your 52 homes. That's your $1 million. It is not hard. All you got to do is force yourself to show up. That's the thing. So you're looking for 3 leads a day or 6 leads a day. You're looking for 500,000 or $1 million. But again, the $1 million, the money comes from making the calls. And that is what I need you guys to be focusing on now is how can I retool my mission, vision statement, my goal board, my business plan? How can I hard code on my calendar the time every day to make the calls? Because that's where the money's going to come from. It's not going to come from anywhere else. We can get all through Megan. We can show you how to have a great listing appointment, show you how to have a great, successful open house, show you how to get video out there and start pushing a narrative where people get excited about you. But all your viral videos is not going to be where all the money's going to come from. It's where people are going to start researching you. They reach out to you, you're going to have to call them. You're not going to get a lead from Instagram and then sell them a house over the internet. A phone call has to be made, which means we have to be sitting down and being willing to have a conversation with that person and convert them and have a buyer rep agreement. So I know a lot of you are thinking, oh, I know I need to make the calls. Today's the day. Today is the day. This weekend is the weekend that you're going to make up on your calls because you're going to make a promise to me that over this weekend, you're going to spend as much time as you possibly can going through your phone and making sure that you call everyone that you know and let them know that you're a real estate agent and ask them for referrals. And next week, you guys are going to start coming in our department and making the calls. And in February, you're going to come in, make as many calls as you can, figure out what your farm's going to be, and start focusing on income producing tasks. Okay, I have to throw that there because all the money in this business, all of it, the $1 million comes from relentless scheduled follow up, and that happens over the phone. And the key is follow up. That's where the millionaires, real estate agents make their money, is staying in contact and front and center of all of their people's minds. And all the rest of the stuff they do can be farmed out. It might be fun. You might like doing flyers, and you may love doing videos and love doing Instagram reels, and you love creating content. You love all of that. But it's the communication with the individual face to face, setting appointments and going out there is what's going to get you hired. Remember when I said your introductory call is not going to convert them. You're not going to convert them until you set an appointment and meet with them. And once they meet you in the real world, that's when they hire you. Before that, they don't hire you in their mind. You have to set an appointment. And appointment setting is a really big deal. So you have to figure out, how are you setting appointments with people? The goal isn't online to try to sell them a home when you're on the phone in the first phone call. It's, let's set an appointment. That is what is going to get you the millions, setting the appointments. And really, truly, you get everything that you want out of this profession and out of life, helping other people get what they want. It is, the more you put out there and you give, the more you get in return. What days is it really good to make a call? Well, we know that Wednesday's a really good day, but I always say Wednesday and Thursday are your two best days. So maybe you don't want to take Wednesdays off because that's your best day for conversion, but there's no such thing as a bad day. There are better days than others. Friday is a day that maybe you use that for a lot of your work. But guess what happens on Fridays, guys? That's not the day for you to be planning your open houses. No, 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 no. What day do we plan our open houses?
Mondays.
Mondays, 5 days in advance. Build the momentum coming into the weekend. So, Friday, maybe that's a good day to go to do yoga and work on your mind, body, spirit so that you can hit the weekend strong and refreshed. You build your calendar. That's what's great about being in this profession. Most of you, when I said, why did you get your real estate license? Well, the freedom to be able to pick my own schedule. Okay, well, make sure that you are being a good boss to yourself and holding yourself accountable to putting something on your calendar. I hope that your calendar coming out of Mega is going to be filled with income producing tasks and have hard coded where you're going to be doing your power hours. And remember, when leads come in, we can't just call them once and think, oh, I guess they're not interested. We have to keep calling them, second time, and a third time, and a fourth time, and a fifth time. We actually call them 9 times. And after the ninth call, they fall into our last chance pipeline and they end up in the opportunity vault. And usually there's a higher propensity of us getting in touch with them on the sixth and seventh and eighth call. And a lot of times they're on the very last call of last chance and we finally get a hold of them. And Amy's like, always comes to me, she's like, I can't believe how many of our leads we actually do get a hold of on the last call. If we didn't have that last call in our system, we would have never gotten in touch with them. And so you want to convert more. You want to convert more with the leads that you already have. We're going to call them more. Don't try to go get more leads and call them less. Fewer leads and call them more. There's more success in that for you because we know that unless you call them within the first 20 seconds of them inquiring, you're going to be on a journey of probably 9 phone calls to get in touch with them. So that means that we have to make room for that, understand that, not get frustrated with them for that. And every time we have leave a voicemail, leave a very positive voicemail. Lisa Ormsby, would you like to share with the class? We're going to do points. It's 9:57, so we're going to do our points. And then we are going to go directly into our first break.
Okay.
Our leaderboard for our last check-in was Phyllis was in 5th place. Alexa was in 4th place. Juru was in 3rd. Akita was in 2nd. And Cindy Bell was our first place points on our leaderboard. So who's in our 5th place?
Okay, so we've had a little bit of a change. We did have quite a few people come forward and do their 1 to 4 and also Code of Ethics yesterday and Mega Mini as well. So in 5th place, it with 12,525 points is Alexa Moyer.
Nice. Good job, Alexa. You're keeping your top 5 placement, so that's a good job.
In fourth place, just barely above with 12,650 points, is Jiru Ren.
Nice. Congratulations, Shiru. You've been very consistent on our list.
In third place, so here's where the upset just happened, with 13,900 points, is Cindy Bell.
So Cindy is now a third, so we have a new leaderboard.
Mhm.
We're going to see a lot of change between next week. And so you guys are going to be all over the map. So this is anyone's game at this point. Who's in our second place?
In second place with 15,500 points is Akila Wright.
Good job, Akila. That's amazing.
Now in first place with 17,225 points, who did some of those memorizations yesterday from our sound booth, our very own Phyllis Force.
Good job, Phyllis. Look at you taking the number 1 spot.
Wow. Thanks.
You are 3,000 points away from graduation. That's amazing. That is super awesome. Congratulations, Phillips, Akita, Cindy Bell, Juru, Alexa. You guys are putting in a lot of work, and I'm very proud of all of our mega for all of the hard work that you guys have put in. I know that this is a lot. It's a lot by design, but I know that it's a lot. All right. Thank you, Lisa, also for all of your amazing support and love in our mega minis and keeping track of the points. We all appreciate all that you do. It is 10 o'clock. I will see you all back at 10:10. We're going to have a quick conversation about what we learned yesterday and bring it back home for a moment. You will see that we have these signs: open Sunday, open Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4, from whatever it is. My recommendation to you is that you have custom sign writers made for your signs. Your sign in the street is your avatar. The neighbors are looking at it. It is your communication to the sign. Let's talk about sign. Let's talk about your for sale sign for a moment. When you put a sign in the yard, who should be the target audience of that sign, really?
The neighbors.
That is right. 1,000,000% yes. That sign is your business card that's floating in the driveway or floating in the yard of that house. Think of that as your business card. Now, all the neighbors now know that the property's for sale because guess what? That sign is not going to sell the house. That sign is not going to be visible by the entire world. It's only going to be visible by the people driving down that street who A, notice the sign, and B, the neighbors who are really going to take notice because it affects them the most. So when we put a sign in the yard, the purpose of that sign really is to help the agents who are showing the property find it easier when they're driving down the street, and B, to let the neighbors know that the property and you're showcasing your services to the neighbors. That's a really big deal. So, what do you think I mean by showcasing your services to the neighbors? I want to break this down and I want to hear from you guys on this one. Who's willing to work with me on this?
You mean like showcasing how you work, right? Like showing what you provide if you are the listing agent.
To
For
who? And Candy, I'm gonna have the both of you work. Candy and Kamei are gonna talk this out.
Okay, I was thinking showing that you're committed to your listing, to your client by showing up to show the house.
I was also thinking showing the quality of your services just based off of fresh lawn cut or new painting or stuff like that. Like that's what I was thinking.
Okay. When you think showcasing your services, what does that sound like to you?
Advertisement.
That can go good and bad, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So when we think about showcasing our services, we are not looking for a bad showcase. All right, Andrew has his hand up.
I was gonna say, Jack, the sign, the way the sign is, it's clear to read. It's got your contact information, your phone number. Sometimes we have a QR code there, an advertisement, which should be on the top rider sign of what activity is happening next. In this case, an open house between 2 and 4. A brochure stand with some current brochures in it that are not wet from the weather and that have your brochure description about the property. So the neighbors are coming by looking to see you as a realtor and how you advertise the property for sale, because they're probably thinking, if I hire this person or call this person, I would like him or her to do the same thing for my house. So I'm thinking that's probably our best business card, is how we come across to the neighbors that are in the area based on our signage and our brochures that are in the property and our lockbox and anything we might have on front of the house.
Okay, so we know that studies have shown from NAR that across the street, 6 houses, and left and right uh, of the subject property, those 12 houses, one of them is going to list in the next 30 days, statistically. You have a 90% chance of one of those homes listing and a 75% chance of at least 2 other homes on that street listing within the next 30 days. So you're talking about huge amounts of opportunity here. So to me, it means that I am showing them how I provide services by doing it, because I know that they're watching me, because they're probably going to be listing their home. That means if they're watching me, I want them to be impressed by me. I want to do extra things that nobody else is doing so that they take notice and say, well, okay, I want that done for me too. Because they're probably sold a home before and they will see you do things that no other agent has ever done for them. And now they're going to think, okay. They're also probably going to talk to their neighbor. So I got your home listed. How's your agent? What do you want them to say about you? If you have had a conversation with your seller about referrals and how important that is to you, and you do a good job, they're going to have a, a much more meaningful conversation that's going to help you. If they know that you want referrals, they're going to, oh, actually, you should call them. They're amazing. Versus the stress of them selling their home, it's going to be more a conversation about where they're moving and what's going on in their life and all of that, right? It's going to be less about you referring them. So we want to make sure that we talk to our sellers about referrals as soon as we possibly can. And we're going to knock on all of those doors. And we're going to let the homeowners know that the home's coming on the market. They're probably going to see some passerbys and some traffic in the neighborhood. So that's what's going on. But we're not going to do that until we have our listing agreement signed and we have permission from the seller. But once the sign's in the yard, then it's no longer a secret. You don't need permission. But if don't door knock before the sign's in the yard, because we don't want the secret out. We want to let them break that ice. But in any event, everything from how many of you have driven through a neighborhood and you see a sign that is missing a rider? The flyer box is empty. The sign is at a 45-degree angle. and there's grass all around it where they mowed around it, and birds have sat up there and pooped all over the sign, and the sign is dirty, that's your avatar. How often do you as an agent go out and check your avatar? How often do you go and make sure that that's representing you and the company well? So in the back of your car, do you have CLR or Windex and paper towels so that you can wipe down your sign, make sure your flyer box is filled, and update your writers as soon as possible? Most of the agents think, oh, we've went pending and I know my open house Saturday and Sunday sign is still up, and they just left it there and it's Thursday and they went under contract on Monday. Why do you think that might be a mistake? Kame?
I mean, it's not necessarily for sale anymore, right? Since it's under contract.
Don't you, I mean, if you hit a home run for your client and get them under contract in a couple of days, don't you think you want the neighbors to know that?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
They're not going to know it. How in the world would they know that you're under contract? And so you let Monday go by and Tuesday go by and Wednesday go by and Thursday go by, and you had an offer back then. Hello, at the point where you go under contract, you update your sign immediately, letting all the neighbors know, hey, I was successful. Because the longer that you leave it there, they assume, oh, I guess they didn't get it sold. They're just still sitting there because they don't know. And they're going to drive out of their garage every morning to go to work. And they're going to look at that sign to see if it changed. And if it didn't change, do you think they're thinking, oh, it went under contract, but the agent didn't change their sign? Or do they think, oh, I guess they didn't sell it yet? Because obviously the agent would want to let everybody know that their property's under contract. So, but no, that's not the case. And sometimes the agents never update their signs. This is why you should be using a company like Sign Otter, or having an assistant or a spouse or a kid or someone who's helping you with this. Because if you have 10 signs on 10 corners of the marketplace, you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to take a property in Dripping Springs. What's the worst that could go wrong? Filling your flyer box and updating your writers. You're going to really drive an hour in the traffic to go update a writer? Because you're probably not going to do it and leave it there. Is that really the best thing for you? You're like, I don't really want another listing, so I don't care. It's your reputation and the firm's reputation. So we need to take this stuff seriously because it is a big deal. It's not something that's small. So we need to be thinking about the repercussions and what the sign means to the firm, and what the sign means to the neighbors, and what the sign means to the seller as well. Maybe they don't want that sign right, or maybe they're thinking, God, does this agent even care? We've been under contract now for 2 weeks and it still says for sale. All right. Anybody want to have a comment on this? Lewis, someone? No? All right. Indu.
Good morning, Jack. Yes, I wanted to tell you about my listing. As soon as it was out on ABOR, it was already under contract. So I basically did the the coming soon campaign, and then I did just listed, and then I went ahead and said, pending under contract, and so I already got investors saying, hey, your listing was just up. We wanted to see it. You already had an offer. I said, yes. So I'm already working with him. So yeah, it does work. It really does work. Changing your signs and riders right away as soon as it comes in the market. So they also see, oh my God, it just came and it was in the market and it's just gone. So it really makes a difference.
It does make a difference because we're showcasing our services to the neighbors. And if we're going to do that, then we really need to be realizing the importance of everything we do. Mario? Andrew?
Yes, hello. I have noticed a lot of signs in my neighborhood
they always update it. Like they always update the status of the house. And I always find it interesting because it actually piques my curiosity. But what I also noticed is that when I drive by a lot of these like open houses that are happening in my neighborhood or leasings, it's just a phone number. And the person driving by probably won't take that number down. But if it has a QR code, it might entice people to just stop and take a picture. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And how many of you have seen the Realty Texas for sale signs that have the QR codes embedded on them for you that go directly to your website? Thank you, Jessica and Deandra, for those signs because they're amazing, and thank you, Mario, for that. And Andrew has a writer that he has, and we've printed those writers, so the QR code is on the writer, but we also have them on the signs as well. So, guys, we're going to talk about today about digging into the details because the details here is where the success is going to come from. And it's interesting because if we don't have a process, the details will get missed. So we need to have checklists and we need to have a very well thought out listing process to make sure that we have it in our business processes to do these things. Now, today is going to be about the open house, which means we've got the sign in the yard. The moment on Monday, the moment we go live, we need to drive out to the property in that moment and put up the sign, put up the sign writer on that sign that says open Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4, and then door knock and let everybody know and bring a flyer with you. So you give them to the neighbors and said, we're going to be doing an open house this weekend, Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. Help me pick your neighbor. If you know someone looking, stop by the open house. I don't talk to them about selling because I don't want to make their shields go up and feel like, now if they come to the open house that I'm going to be praying victim to them. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to, because I know that if they sell their home, if I list with them and my conversation with all the neighbors about trying to get them to list and become competition, that they're not going to like that. Because people want you to focus on the task at hand, not try to get hired by other people. Like, well, how about you sell this house first and then talk about getting another listing? And so if you're truly showcasing your services to them and they come to the door, knock on the door, my conversation is never about trying to convert them into a seller. My conversation with them is they retained me to be their real estate agent, and I'm doing a grand open house this weekend on Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. Help me pick your neighbor. If you know someone that's looking to buy, you have a friend or family that wants to live closer, please let me know. And I would love to see you stop by the open house on Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4 either day. And I give them a flyer and I've given them a personal introduction. They walk away from that and they're thinking, wow, that's cool. I've never seen that before. I've never seen an agent care that much before. They're really trying to find a buyer for them. Now, that's going to be impressive for them. They're going to think, well, I definitely want an agent who's going to do that for me. But the moment you say and turn around on you, oh, and by the way, if you're looking to sell, I'd love, because they're like, the motive, the reason they knocked on my door was to try to get me to sell my house. That's not what we should be doing, and that's not what we want them to hear. So when you door knock, stay away from that conversation. The morning of the open house, you're going to get there an hour early and you're going to knock on the doors again, and you're going to bring them a hot cookie right out of the oven, and you're going to invite them again. Today we're doing the open house. Just want to make sure you guys stop on by because not everyone will have answered the door when you went out there that day anyway. And this is why we have our our door hangers, a really good use for the door hangers. All right, so let's move on. We know that in our grand open house procedure, when we're thinking about the open house and how we're going to get as many people to show up as possible, when does our planning begin? How far back does it go? And it goes all the way back to the beginning. The person that I imagine in my head when I'm doing my open house planning is the people online who saw it. That is what I'm looking for. That's who I'm concentrating on. How can I give them the very best experience? How can I get my listing in front of them, get noticed by them, get the information that they need for them to come out and check out this house? Because that's my audience. I know the real estate agents are going to bring their people out. That's going to happen. So I'm going to make sure in the MLS that I fill out all the fields, especially the home, which way the home is facing, which a lot of agents miss. And people who follow the Vasu tradition, that's the one thing that's important to them, and it's not a required field in the MLS. So we're going to fill out the MLS, and we're not going to just click the button to see where the red fields go away. We're actually going to look at every single field and we're going to fill it out. And if you need help with that, you should make an appointment with my mom, who will walk you through filling out all the fields. Because there's a right way and a wrong way to do an MLS listing. You shouldn't try to figure out the least number of fields that you can fill out to make it go active. You should spend the time to make sure that you fill out all the fields and that you have all of the answers, including your offer instructions, and have the seller has already completed their seller shield, and they already have given you the T47 and the survey and all their information that you need, so that when you're going live, you have everything. Security codes and pets, and whether or not it's going to be vacant or occupied, and had all these conversations, all of them. But my audience, so that I've got the home properly prepared for market already. They did everything I asked. I got the very best photos and videos, so now I've got that collateral in my arsenal, and I'm going to put them in the MLS, and it's going to look amazing. And then I'm going to look to figure out which one of these photos is actually going to help my listing. Because sometimes you have so many photos that it's actually not doing you any good. And I'll see agents, they'll have 8 pictures of the front of the house right after another. Is the front of the house going to sell the property? It's not. Don't put 8, I'm going to look at the left side of the house, and now I'm going to look at the front of the house, and now I'm going to look at the right side of the house, and now I'm going to look directly at the house. Now I'm going to have an aerial shot that looks down at the front of the house, and then I'm going to have a picture of the front door. So by the time they've hit the 6th number, it's like, okay, they're already getting tired. Don't do that. Picture the front of the house, and then if you want to have a vanity shot of the door, that's okay, but that's 2. Your third one is going to be of the entryway, and then you're going to have the kitchen. Kitchen, 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 then the living room, then the primary, then the primary bath, then the other baths, secondary living areas, and then the backyard. And I have a fewer number of photos. If I have a 5 different pictures of the primary bedroom, I'm not going to upload all of those from every different angle imaginable, because there's no value in doing it. I want to tell a story in the photos without making it mundane. Now, if they want more photos, I can put all of the photos in my virtual tour. I'm going to show you a little bit more about that later. But sometimes I notice that the photos and how they put them in order doesn't tell a very good story, and is a little monotonous. So your story, well, every time they click next, you're building on the last photo, and you're telling a story by that clicking next button. So I'm gonna get all my photos in the MLS, and once they're in the MLS, these people who my target is. So on Monday, I'm going to put it active for open house on Saturday and Sunday. The moment that it goes active, then I'm going to drive out to the property and I'm going to slip the sign in the yard. I'm going to have my flyers already done. They're already in my car. I'm going to fill the flyer box, because the moment you click save on the MLS, it immediately, within minutes, ingests into our system, which means all of the photos are now in our system. You add that property to your room and you can print a flyer in literally 1 minute. We have a system called 1 minute property flyers, and you have an entire library to choose from. And so the administrative tasks of creating a property flyer is pretty much done with our Cesium system. Literally takes seconds. You click live, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Our system has already imported that listing from the MLS. Once it's imported from the MLS, boom, you go to Cesium and all the photos are there. All the information's there. You click one button and you have a gorgeous flyer. Now I'm going to print those flyers, and I'm going to figure out, what am I going to put on the back of my flyer? What are some ideas you might want to put on the back of your flyers?
Something that Alyssa St. John did, she has like a newsletter. She put like a recipes for something like non-real estate related, I guess.
Okay. You guys have a lot of choices here. You can reach out to a lender and you can have a bunch of loan scenarios of what a payment might look like. You have a one-page agent flyer that's in your .me that's all information about you and a bio and all the rest of that's also there. You also can have a separate set of flyers that on the back of it has the information about brokerage services. There's a lot that you can do with your flyer. What I typically do is um, I will have on the back of it additional photos of the property. And we have a MLS sheet that has 8 photos, and you also have a report that will print that will have 8 photos so that you can have your flyer in the front and flip it over and have more photos on the back. So you have options. Phyllis.
What are your thoughts on, now I'm obviously speaking to Sun City in particular, or a community in exclusively where you're holding your listing open. What are your thoughts about on the back, furnishing all the other listings in that community of Realty, Texas? So if that house is not a fit for whatever reasons, we can say, hey, here's other listings that we have in the community. I don't know. I mean, I know some agents give the entire list of everything, not just our own brokerage listings. So I wanted to know your thoughts on that.
I think that you can have a QR code that will take them to a page, or um, I just wonder what the seller thinks about that. You know,
Right.
I don't know that the seller's going to say, why are they showing these other homes? I want these people to buy mine. I don't want them talking about other properties. I want my house to be sold.
Yeah.
So I think my thought is that you could even give, the seller choice. We've got 3 backs to the flyers. You have a preference on the back. Here's photos of your home. Here's a list of other properties in the neighborhood. And here's a lender that talks about loan scenarios. Which one do you think they're going to pick?
Yeah. That's right. That's right.
Every aspect of the grand open house has been thought out. Every one of these little details. Quality of our photos, the staging, the collateral, the vanity description, which is um, our sales description of the property. That should take you 30 minutes. How many of you spend time about your public comments or your public description of the property, which we call the vanity description? So give me some tips that you think that you can do to get a really good vanity description for your property.
Use AI.
I like that a lot. You also can do a quick search in the neighborhood for and go through all the other agents and look to see what they did, because like, oh wow, I didn't even think that um the new HEB down the street. I didn't even think to write that. So sometimes it'll give you an epiphany, like, oh yeah, of course I should put that. So then you can go through all of them. Whenever I have a listing, I will go through all of the active and pending properties and I will look to see what's there, and then I will rip off and duplicate and I will add it to make sure, but make sure that you don't grab inaccurate information, but then you can throw it into AI and AI will do a great job. But if you're going to use an AI prompt, make sure that you add in your AI prompt, do not violate fair housing, and tell AI that, because they don't know otherwise. And then AI will help you with that. Then there's also a feature in the MLS called Listing Data Checker. And you can click the check it button, and it's going to read your entire listing for problematic language, and it's going to let you know whether or not it's problematic language so you can deal with it before it goes active, not get the nasty gram from the MLS that gets emailed to me that I have to give to Andrew and then Andrew call you. Lisa.
I was going to add, when I sit with my clients and we're filling out the listing appointment, or listing agreement, I always ask them, I would love for you to, in your own writing, tell me or we can record it or whatever, what you love about this house in this neighborhood. And they love that because I take their very own words and put it into my description. And they're going to get a copy of this as soon as it hits the MLS, and they really appreciate that because they love their home. So I want to hear it from them what they love.
One of the things that my mom recommends and that we do on every single one of our listings, to Lisa's point, is we send them an email with the incomplete MLS. So once you have the MLS sheet completed and saved, before you go live, it's saved in an incomplete status. We PDF it and we email it to the client and says, no one knows your property better than you. Please review this information before we put it live. And then we give them an opportunity, and then we actually take the text and we paste it into the body of the email so that they can wordsmith it, add, subtract, change things, and usually they'll add a couple of things. And so had they not gotten that, they wouldn't have been able to have that input. And so you'll be surprised if you follow that practice how many times they will give you some suggestions on some things that they would like to see. And after all, it is their house. So thank you, Lisa, for that. One of the tricks to selling a home we talked about is that it's got to offer the buyers much or more than the competition and priced right around that same bucket, and that will make all the buyers gravitate to that listing. There's always going to be that home in the neighborhood that all the buyers gravitate to because it's priced well and it offers everybody more, and then you get more buyers and then it ends up selling for more. So never recommend sellers spend $1 that they're not going to get $1. So make sure that, we are offering and recommending the right things to them. And you saw that in the video. So we're going to help them depersonalize. Your job, Mr. Seller, is to take a house and turn it into a home. Our job is to take a home and turn it back into a house. Remove all personal photos, especially that of the children. Why do we want to remove the photos of the kids? Mario?
Um, People are weird nowadays.
Well, I think they've always been weird, Mario. Candy.
Because it's not personal. You're trying to sell a house. You don't want that, you don't want them to imagine, you want them to be able to imagine themselves in the house, not.
I kind of like where Mario was going more than where you're going with that, Candy, but I agree. There's a more important reason.
Also, I would
Parents are
think that
To protect it
you
because of the
have
reason.
people coming into your house, and I wouldn't want people knowing who my kids are. I don't know.
So
Exactly.
Just protected.
let's not even be concerned about who's coming into the house right now. Let's think about something else.
To protect the kids, maybe?
How?
Somebody still live there.
Looking at their photos.
Who said photos? Akia, say that again.
They're minors and they didn't give consent to have other people looking at their photos.
Where are they looking at the photos?
That would be in the house.
No. Candy.
Online.
Yes. How are they going to get online?
The MLS pictures?
Exactly right. If we don't have them take the kids' photos down, they're going to show up in the MLS photos, and now you're going to plaster all over the world these kids, and you don't want that. So remove all the personal photos because they're very likely to show up in the advertising, especially when you have the seller who has the hallway of history and it is full of photos. Look, what do you mean I gotta take down all my kids' photos? And say, look, the photographer, your job was to take a house and turn it into a home. Our job is to take your home and convert it back into a house, to depersonalize it. When buyers come in, they can imagine themselves in the home. I can tell you, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, from a massive amount of experience, that when I bring a buyer into a home that has a lot of photos, the first thing you get this kind of weird feeling like you're inside someone's home when they're not home. And it gives you kind of this creeped out feeling like, oh, should we even be here right now? And we don't want that feeling to come over them, number one. And number two, the photographer is going to take an entire photo shoot of this home and they're going to put the entire photo, all the photos online. And the net effect of that is that this is going to be syndicated on thousands and thousands of websites. And we have to make sure that we protect the safety of your kids and family so that none of them become a target. So our recommendation is we take down all of the photos. That is 101. So a lot of you said, well, because people who come in, they're going to see the photos. No, you need to step back and realize, okay, syndication, photos, online, that is going to be where your really concern is. Rugs don't go on carpet. Did you know that? That's a safety hazard. It's also telltale sign that there's a stain on the carpet that they're hiding from you. So Pam, Dr. Pam, very amazing client of mine. I sold a house for her in Georgetown Village and help her go under contract in a cute little single-story home that was in Terra Vista. And we did an inspection, and inspection had a couple of issues, but we came back through on our final walkthrough, and the HVAC had frozen up and was dripping, and there was a pail of water dripping onto the sheetrock in the attic when we did our final walkthrough. But more than that, they had a rug in the closet, a rug on the carpet in the closet, and they had a rug, a large rug that was in the living room. And under that rug was a huge red stain in the living room. It looked like someone died there. And in the closet, I kid you not, there was a 3 foot by 3 foot square of carpet missing where they had a safe. And we knew that under that safe there wasn't going to be carpet. We suspected, and boom, lo and behold, there was no carpet there. So, based on a couple of other things, she refused to close on that home. I took her to Lennar, and she purchased a home on Caldwell Palm inside Terra Vista and closed on a brand new home because we didn't accept the property condition. So my recommendation is get rid of all the rugs so that they can understand what it is they're buying, so you don't have a situation like that. And rugs are the number one way buyers trip and get hurt in properties, and you don't want that either. When you're doing an open house or when you're taking photos, take the back of the toilet seat and set it down. Close it. You don't want to be looking at toilet water when you're showing the house. Believe me, that's a thing. So deal with that as well. Declutter counters, no toothbrushes and toothpaste on the counter. All of that stuff needs to be removed, especially for the open houses. So help them understand what it is and how they need to prepare their home. That's why I love my stager, because she has those conversations and takes them through each room and gives them a list of exactly what they need to do, because they need to know, because they don't know. They don't know that they need to take their toothbrushes off the sink. They just don't know that. They don't know that they need to scour their sink out before showings. This is something that the stager will help them with, which takes a home and puts it in a completely different light. Because remember, the buyers are going to have a mini master's degree by the time they're done with their home search. They're going to look at every single home. They're going to be looking at all of this stuff. And all these little things add to a home that allows people to have a more emotional attachment. Now, if the home is perfect and there's one toothbrush sitting on a rack in the secondary bathroom, is that going to matter? No. But what are we looking to do? We're looking to give them the advice that they need to properly prepare their home for market. It's all these little things that do matter. And so it's the sum of all of it. And so if they haven't done all of these things, then it's going to tell a story and it's not going to look as good. Homes should be absent of scent unless you've purposely created a scent. People are really sensitive to smell, especially too much of a spray or too much of a Glade plug-in or too much of an apple scent, and they walk in. Especially real estate agents are very discerning. They walk inside and they're like freaked out. Oh my gosh, I can't even go in this house. It smells like cinnamon so bad, I'm allergic. I mean, they just lose their minds. And the agents seem to be the ones that cause the big issue. Clean linen is the one that seems to be what most stagers recommend. And you're going to put one in the laundry room, one in the primary bedroom, and maybe one in the living room. Don't have more than two in the house. And if you're going to do a candle, just leaving the candle top off without burning the candle is probably good. But what you don't want to have is making bacon and eggs at 8:30 and having a showing at 9. Don't be doing that. You don't want the house to smell like breakfast when people come in either. So absent of scent. So when people list a home that they live in, they're going to live in that home and it's going to cause them an impact because they're going to be doing things differently than they normally would. Walls should be neutral and clean and mark free. So if there's a lot of marks and there's a lot of scuffs on the walls, we're thinking about can we match that paint and can we, from corner to corner, can we paint this wall and clean it up and make it look a little bit more presentable, especially in kids' rooms where they don't have a headboard or they've had their feet in the wall and you've just got a really dirty wall. You can do a lot and just sometimes all you have to do is paint one wall. You don't have to paint the entire house. So sometimes we're going to spot paint. But if you're going to paint a wall, you can't paint part of the wall. You have to paint from corner to corner, from floor to ceiling. You can't just go around with your paintbrush and be dabbing. You're going to end up with a polka dot house and you're going to end up having to paint the entire house because the paint is going to fade. It's going to turn into a nightmare. So corner to corner, floor to ceiling. You can do just one wall, but I don't recommend doing a part of one wall all the way to the corners. Remove everything from the refrigerator front. We don't want all of those pictures of all the family vacations and all of that. We want to just take that stuff down. We're going to depersonalize. So the photos, the refrigerator magnets, and all of that stuff, we want to pull that stuff down. Counters should be clear as possible. If you've got a cookbook and a bowl of lemons and it's properly staged, that's great. But we don't want to have what typically would be on all of the counters. So a stager will also help recommend what should be done in the kitchen. The house and its baseboards and its floors and the blinds and the fan blades and the vent covers for the HVAC and all the sinks and counters should be CLEAN, spotlessly clean. And if they're not willing to do that, you need to have a make ready person that can come and do that for them. But if the fan blades are dirty and the baseboards are dirty and you walk in and that house has that musty, dusty smell, that's not going to work out well for you. It needs to be clean. And so part of the make ready and just downsizing and moving things around is going to expose areas that might not have been cleaned recently anyway. So before the photographer comes, the home should have been professionally cleaned by someone, and that someone needs to know how to do a proper make ready, and that's going to cost $400. It's not going to be a $30 clean. That's not going to be a thing, but it needs to be properly cleaned. These are the small things that you can do that has a big impact. That $400 that they're going to spend on properly cleaning the house, that's going to pay back dividends more than $400. And so, uh, painting a dirty wall, replacing a stained carpet, depersonalizing the home and properly staging it, and cleaning the home. These are the things that's going to bring you back 10 times the revenue for those things, not dollar for dollar. Outside, we talked a little bit about this on Wednesday. Paint the front door and garage door if necessary. Replace hardware if necessary. Replace the welcome mat. Replace light fixtures. Clean the globes. Replace with appropriate light bulbs. Remove screens. Clean the windows so they sparkle. Power wash the cement outside on the walkways and the stained brick and the limestone. Trim the trees. Raise the canopy. Trim and edge the front lawn. Mulch flower beds and around the trees. Plant flowers if necessary. Remove the no soliciting and no trespassing signs. Professional photo shoot. We talked about the Matterports. After the home has been properly prepared for market, the next step is the photo shoot. It is never appropriate to take the listing photos with anything other than some type of digital single lens reflex camera, not your iPhone. It needs to be a professional DSLR or a professional photographer. And even when you have a professional photographer, they're still going to use a third party program to take and post process those photos to ensure that the lighting is right. Because they're going to take multiple photos in a room. They're going to take a photo with different f-stops so that you get one photo of the room, correct lighting, And in so you're gonna see, you know, the Jesus halo of light coming through the window, and then they're gonna take another photo so you can see through the window and put those two things together. So in the photo, you can see out the windows and you can see the room, because you can't match that color in one digital photo. A photographer who is a good real estate photographer knows real estate photography, and they know that particular profession well, and they're worth the money in doing it. They know the right angles because they've gone to school for this. I can tell you that there are certifications specifically for real estate photographer. Your typical photographer that does headshots are not going to have the training that they're going to need to be able to get the right photos for you, the right time of day to get the right shots outside the home so that you don't have the shadowing going on. They're going to pay attention to what direction the house is facing so that they can get there at the right time of day to take the right photos so they have the best outcome. And then, like I said, they're going to take multiple photos and then they're going to do the post processing. And the quality of the photo has a lot more to do with the post processing than does the actual photo itself. But the angles are critical. And I've seen a lot of photographers out there that give really good C plus work. We're not looking for C plus work. We're looking for A plus work. So we need a photographer who knows the business, who's extremely good at it, and that comes highly recommended. So, muy importante, the photos, we're not going to just trust to anyone. For traditional photo photographer, 136 bucks. Matterport twist tours with the floor plan, 445 bucks. With the floor plan, an extra 245 bucks. Do not skimp on getting good photos. Now, if you've got a relationship with a really good photographer and they're giving you a good deal and they have excellent work, great, awesome. Let's share their information with us. But remember, the photography is the most important thing in your arsenal for your marketing and your advertising. And those photos are 10 times, 50 times more valuable than spending that same amount of money on buyer leads on Zillow and Realtor.com, because those photos are going to generate buyer leads. They're going to show up at your open house. You should get 2 buyers from every listing, and you should get another listing in the neighborhood from that listing. So this transaction should turn into 3 more, a total of 4 if it was done right. But if we take photos with our iPhone, we don't have the right angles, we don't have the right lighting, we don't get the same response. Now you're going to have one listing, you're going to sell it, you're going to have nothing after that. You're not going to have anything in your pipelines from that. And then you're going to be making phone calls and you're going to be buying Zillow leads and Realtor.com leads, and you're going to be pouring money into it. It's not the same thing. One $200,000 listing is a $6,000 paycheck. Two $200,000 buyers is $12,000. So spending 150 bucks on photos earns $6,000. Spending $690 on photos might have earned you $18,000. The net difference is $17,000. I just want to put that out there. It is a huge return on investment, and I'm telling you, the photos and the quality of the photos is going to be in direct proportion to how many of the 70% actually show up on your open house day. It is that important. I have felt it in my own marketing and advertising. It is worth it. And you see how I have that in red? I'm not going to mince words on that. Okay. Our role here is going to be to secure a listing appointment, research the property tax records. We're going to go through this one more time. Research prior MLS listings, research the RPR report for the subject property, establish the most probable sales price, preview the comps, drive the community, visit the amenity center, leave a pre-listing packet at the front door of the subject property, get our professional photo shoot, advertise 5 days in advance. Our open house signage means the world to us, and day of open house door knocking, and then client portal for that seller. Now we are going to go through and we're going to start talking about our open house advertising of the day of. But we need to go through the rules here to make sure that we're not violating the rules. We're also going to look at our listing agreement and see what our listing agreement says to make sure that we're not also violating track rules. Number 1, MLS Policy Statement 8.0, called Clear Cooperation Policy, or CPP, says, within 1 business day of marketing a property to the public, The listing broker must submit the listing to the MLS for cooperation with other MLS participants. Public marketing includes, but not limited to, flyers displayed in windows, yard signs, digital marketing on public facing websites, brokerage website displays, including IDX and VOW, digital communications, marketing, email blast, multi brokerage listing sharing networks, and applications available to the general public. Someone tell me what in the world I just read. What does this mean?
If you begin to advertise, it must be active within 24 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Exactly right, Phyllis. So you very much need to keep this listing a secret. Because the moment that you make it no longer a secret, now it's not a secret internally. The reason it's not a secret internally, and internally I mean to the brokerage, because the brokerage has the listing. So we can share it internally to the brokerage and let all of our agents know about it and send out a blast into the company 5 days, a week, 2 weeks before the listing's coming, because it's our listing. So we have that right. But we can't share information about a listing to the general public. You can't have a sign in the window. You can't have a coming soon sign in the yard. You can't do an email blast. You can't post on a private Facebook network. You can't post it or do an Instagram reel 2 weeks before you go live. No, no, and no. You can't do any public marketing at all, because the moment you do any public marketing, it has to be in the MLS within 24 hours. That is a rule that was adopted 2019. And if you subscribe to Inman, you're going to see all the drama that's going on about that rule. But Zillow says CPP is creates a fair marketplace for all. NAR, it's a fair marketplace for all. And everyone's sort of subscribing to this idea that the clear cooperation policy creates a fair marketplace. They're trying to stop agents from hiding it from the MLS and hiding it from the other agents to advertise it to people in the public to try to double it in for their brokerage. They're trying to stop that process. This is what was that put in place to stop that from happening. But are we doing any public marketing before it was put in the MLS and any of our coming soon? Belladonna is shaking her head in the wrong direction. Are we doing any public marketing before it's in the MLS? No.
I'm sorry, I
Are,
thought you meant the CTX. I'm sorry.
Understood. But guess what? Are we leveraging multiple MLSs? We are. CTX MLS doesn't have any buyers in it. It's really good at one thing, listing syndication. So again, we're going to take the listing and we're going to put it in CTX MLS Monday morning. Immediately put it active. Immediately add the open house records so that it starts advertising on Realtor.com, Zillow, and all the brokerage websites that there's an open house Saturday and Sunday. We're going to block out showings for the entire week. Boom, blocked out. Their first showing is going to be at 1:45. We're going to block out all the way to 1:45 on Friday, which means the first showing will be available at 2 o'clock. And then once that entire framework is there, then we go put the sign in the yard. Then we can knock on doors, hand out flyers, and we're going to do the whole bit. So this is the rule for MLS. You cannot advertise a listing more than 24 hours before it was in the MLS. Now, could you have gone out and put a sign in the yard on Sunday night or Sunday afternoon? Maybe it's a bad idea. Why would it be a bad idea to put your sign out Sunday? I'm going to tell you the 3 reasons. Number 1, if you're going to use our listing syndication engine, it's easier to put it live on Monday and then have the flyers be inserted so you can print the flyers and take the flyers out there with you. And if you're going to be advertising on your writer, on the sign writer, open house Saturday and Sunday, you might confuse people driving by thinking, oh, there's an open house today, or there was already an open house today and I missed it. So we don't want that. So Monday, we're going to put out the sign, put out the open Saturday and Sunday, 2 to 4, and then on the flyers, you're going to put the open house dates. So when people are driving by and they grab a flyer, like, was this yesterday? No, this is this coming weekend. Cool, I'm going to go. And um, using the power of our syndication, our listing ingesting engine that pulls the listing in so that the photos are in our system so that all you have to do is click a button and have flyers done. Here is our normal timeline. Photo shoot by Sunday, No, we got to get the photos back by Sunday night or Monday morning. Photos back by Monday, as early on Monday as possible. Go live in CTX MLS as early as you possibly can on Monday. Live in Actress 2 o'clock on Friday. The grand open house is Saturday and Sunday. You can do it from 12 to 4 or 2 to 4, whatever it is, but I recommend you get custom writers. You can buy the writers in our store or you can buy them online, but put them on both the top and the bottom of the sign, making a screaming statement that there's an open house coming Saturday and Sunday because you want as many people to come to the open house as possible. So that is our listing timeline. The term of the listing. This is very important that you get this right because if you set this incorrectly, not only can you possibly lose your listing, but you can be violation of the rules. Oftentimes what an agent will do is they're going to set the term and the start date of the MLS listing, the date they're going live in the MLS. If you have a listing agreement signed and somebody else signs an agreement with them to start before yours, yours is truncated and gone. Did you know that? So if you go out, your listing agreement says that, oh, well, if you've got a listing agreement for 3.5 weeks from now and yours starts 3.5 weeks and someone else signs a listing agreement that starts tomorrow, their listing is valid because they're not under contract for that amount of time. So they can't overlap with yours. So they got 3 weeks to try to sell that home before your listing. And people think, oh, I didn't know that. Someone reiterate what I just said because this has happened to 2 of our agents and I want to make sure this doesn't happen to any of you. Someone tell the class what I just said.
So from my understanding, you're saying that if I go and I meet with someone and I say, okay, this listing begins 3 weeks, because that's when we're going to put it out. And someone else comes along, little poacher, and says, oh, well, let me see if I can't do something before those 3 weeks and puts a listing date before yours, then as you mentioned, it's truncated. Too bad. And they could
Yep,
sell it. The
that's
first 10
exactly
days are so important.
That's exactly right. So when I get my listing agreement signed, my listing begins today because I'm already representing them. I'm already giving them advice. I'm already helping them. Now I'm going to put in the MLS, I'm going to put in the listing agreement, I need this many days for my coming soon to properly prepare the home and saturate the market and prepare the property for market. So my listing agreement started here when I met with them on my listing appointment. So my listing appointment started on the 1st, and I'm going to withhold it from the MLS for 8 days. So have your listing agreement begin the date that you have your listing appointment because that is the day that you start representing them. You're helping them with staging stuff. You're helping them with preparing the home for the market and talking with trades and all of that. So that representation starts immediately. They think in their mind somehow that this term has something to do with the MLS, and it doesn't. The term has to do with when you start providing them services, which is the day that you had your listing appointment. That's the day they're going to hire you. That's the day that the term begins. The day we're going to put it in the MLS is a different field in the MLS, and we're going to set that up. So everyone got that clear? We're good? No issues there. Good. IDX, yes, in the MLS. Yes, please. Display on the internet, yes. Showing instructions, we're going to set up showing time. So if you have questions about how to set up showing time, my recommendation is sitting with Chris, and she can show you how to merge the 2 MLSs because you're going to have a showing time crisis. You're also probably going to get calls from agents who don't have CTX MLS. That maybe the 30%, there will be some overlap with the 30%. Remember, the 30% are, and we're about to go on break, the 30% are agents. 30% are also looking online too. Some of them are, right? So hopefully they're staying with the agent portal, but they'll go around the agent and they'll also go to Realtor.com and Zillow and they'll check it as well. So we've got this 70% that doesn't have any agents there, but also some of the 30% is also going there. And I'm telling you that because when you go live on Monday, you will have some of the buyers who have an agent call their agent and say, hey, I see a property on Zillow, but I don't see it in your system. I want to go see it. And then the agent says, oh, well, that's not possible, and goes into Actress and looking for the listing, can't find it. And then they call you and they're going to think that you've done something wrong. They found it on Zillow, but you're not in the MLS. And isn't there a rule about this? We are in an MLS. And we're going to be in the MLS until Friday. We're going to start showings 2 o'clock on Friday. But my people want to see it tomorrow. I understand that. I just want to let you know that we're not having any showings until Friday at 2 o'clock. I've gotten calls from other people as well. We're not going to let anybody else in, so don't have any concerns that we're going to show the property and go pending over this time, because that's not going to happen. Clients really want to get to the open house on Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4. And so feel free to come and set an appointment in CTX MLS and set an appointment for a private showing anytime after 2 o'clock, or come to the open house on Saturday and Sunday. It's your choice, either one. And just leave it at that. If you need help with this stuff, Chris will help you with the CTX MLS. Do you remember when I said, I'm going to get through the slide and send you on a break. Remember when I said that CTX MLS is built for syndication? We built it that way. Does anybody see the publisher networks for CTX MLS versus the List Hub syndication and publisher networks for ABOR? ABOR sends to 8 places. And if you look at where they're sending it, it's a little embarrassing. Remax, because one of their board of directors at the time was on Remax. Coldwell Banker, Luxury Listing Network, thank you, Cord. And that's it. These 8. These are the 8 that Actress syndicates to. CTX MLS, 81. And it has all of the Zillow and the Trulia and the HomePads and all the others. So CTX MLS has a very, very powerful syndication engine that goes to over 400 websites. ABOR and others do not. So this is why we use CTX MLS first, because it has a much more powerful syndication engine built into it, and there's no buyer agents, and it's not going to go to the 30%, meaning that all of the portals that other agents have created where their buyers are inside of ABOR's system. So when it goes live, it goes out to all of the client portals that the agent set up. And a client portal is a preset search. So when something goes live, it sends the client a trigger. So all of the agents have set them up in here. No one has done that on CTX MLS. So CTX MLS goes live. It doesn't send it to the 30%. It just goes all over, plastered all over the internet. And now all the 70% is seeing it because they're the slowest to respond. They don't have someone to pick up the phone and tell them a new listing hit the market. They don't have a trigger set up by an agent that's going to notify them immediately of a new listing. And so I need to speed up the 70% and slow down the 30%. Because the 30%, as they're going to try to get an offer at me and they're going to be begging and pushing me hard, how fast can you get an offer? Because they don't want to be in a multiple offer situation and their client really likes it. They're trying to figure out, how can we stop this from happening? But the listing agent, we're trying to create this from happening. So I need to slow down the 30% and speed up the 70% so both of those groups can descend upon the property at the same time. That's what gets me the best propensity of going into a multiple offer situation. But if I get an offer on Monday, that offer is probably going to be furious by Thursday because we haven't responded to it. Monday goes by, Tuesday go by. When are you going to accept my offer? I told you that we presented it to the seller. They're doing the open house on Saturday and Sunday. Well, you guys are playing games. No, sir, we're not. We're having the open house on Saturday and Sunday. Sellers got your offer. They're going to respond to it on Monday morning. I don't want that offer on Monday. I want that offer on Friday afternoon. I want them all to come at the same time, because trying to string someone along for days is very stressful for an agent, because you might be sitting with an offer and you're thinking, this is a really good offer too. So you're trying to slow down the 30% and speed up the 70% so they can both descend upon the property, so that during the open house weekend on Saturday and Sunday, everyone saw it. So then the offers are coming in around the same time so that everyone has the same amount of time that they're dealing with, which is very helpful in building trust and having less stress during the multiple offer situation. Okay, it's 11:12. Lewis has a question. We're going to go on break, come back at 11:22. Lewis, take us into break.
So for the CTX, we would need to sign up for that, correct? Okay, I believe it was like $40 or something like that.
Yes, exactly right.
All right.
But
100%.
Lisa said that we didn't have to get it like for the entire time. Like if we know we're getting a listing, to go ahead and get it then. right? Or did I misunderstand?
When it is completely up to you guys how you guys are going to be a subscriber to the MLSs, but I recommend that you know how to use it so that you're not one day before and trying to learn how to use it because you never
Right,
used it, or
got you.
trying to get it active and it didn't go active for whatever reason. So,
Smart, okay,
yeah,
thanks.
yep,
That's $40. That's not that much.
it's a very good tool. Best write-off you're gonna have. Agreed.
And then Jack, is there somewhere that we can go to see where it syndicates to all 81, where it lists them out each one, or
Mm-hmm. Yep, the Realty Texas Seller Guide.
okay, all right. Yeah, because that's crucial. I think, when you look at A4, I mean, just 8 to 81. I mean, that's a major difference. So I think that's one of the benefits of paying that $40 to showcase this and say, hey, here are the numbers. Numbers don't lie. Exposures, what you're wanting. We're on the CTX MLS.
So not only does it work well, but most Austin agents have never been taught, don't understand, don't care. So you take this out to your listing presentation and you explain to them the power of CTX MLS and its syndication power, and that you're going to put their listing in both places. Then not only are you going to get them excited about your listing presentation, but they're going to understand the importance of listing in multiple MLSs. So if they do interview someone else, again, you'll have obliterated them. And they will never know why.
You said to get with Chris in regards to the CTX.
No, get in touch with Chris if for showing time and merging the dates, and if you want her to spend some time showing you how to do a listing input. When you have a listing, she will sit with you and help you with the listing input. Yes.
Chris's last name is
Stapleton, my mom.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep. So there was a relationship between the agents table and.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back from our break. We are continuing on with our quick review of our Wednesday so that we can get on the same page and refresh our memory. We need to hear it 3 times before we store it to long term. So we leverage the power of CTX MLS as a coming soon. Friday at 2 p.m., the day before the grand open house, we put the listing live in ABOR, or HAR if you're in HAR, or SABOR if you're SABOR. But make sure that you have IDX turned on. Don't ever turn IDX off. IDX is what stops it from going to the internet. You always want IDX to be turned on. We looked here and where it says internet display. Always make sure that display on internet is yes. The whole purpose of what you're trying to do is syndicate this listing to the internet. And then if you turn it off, it's not going to go to the internet, so you will have effectively done nothing. So make sure that that is turned on. It's turned on by default, but we've had agents call and say it's not on Zillow and it's not on the line, and our client's upset. And I find out that the agent had turned off syndication. I don't know why they choose that option and turn it off, but just don't do that. So just a pro tip. When you put up your sign, make sure that your sign is clean, free of dirt. Birds like to sit on our signs and do their business. Make sure it's upright and looks professional. Your for sale sign is your avatar. So that is your floating business card to the neighbors. And we have multiple different types of signs now. We have this sign. We also have the floating T sign on the luxury listings, and you can put them on any of your listings. I'll show you some examples of them later. But the coming soon sign comes first. The moment you put it live, in CTXMLS on Monday. You're going to go out, put the sign out, have the flyers, and you'll see this sign that I had made open Saturday and Sunday from 2 to 4 p.m. I make these in bulk, and I like the black and red because it sticks out. It's easy to see, and uh, after the open house, we need to come and change this. Now, if you get through the open house and you don't get any offers, you can leave this going for the next week and continue doing open houses every week, and I'll leave this going. That's okay. But you get offers and you start negotiating offers, and one of them, the property goes pending. The moment the property goes pending that same day, you should swap out the riders. I have had listings that were a far cry away, and there have been times where I give the under contract riders to the client and say, hey, I'm going to have these in the garage. So then when we go pending, I'm going to have you swap these out. I've done that before, and they're happy to do it. But the flyer box also has to come down. When I go pending, I take the flyer box off the property. You don't have to do that. You can continue putting flyers in there and advertising yourself. Just don't let yourself fall into a situation where you've run out of flyers and the flyer box is empty. So what I like to do is take a flyer and tape it to the inside of the glass and have a QR code on there, so that when you run out of flyers, there's still a flyer taped to the inside of the glass that has a QR code that they can scan to get more information about their listing. And it doesn't look like it's empty anymore when they're driving down the street. Another pro tip: as much as we like to believe that these are waterproof, they are not waterproof. So if you have a huge rain, they're going to get all gross and you're probably going to have to swap them out. So there's that. There's also other types of flyer boxes that we sell in our store that are more waterproof, and I recommend taking a look at those. They have a larger canopy over the top of them. But the flyer box that you're looking at in this photo is the normal flyer box that you will see. So also, when it comes to the flyer boxes, not everybody, not not everyone has the QR codes on them, and one of the questions I get all the time that I'm just going to throw out there is about price. Do we put the price on our flyer? Who thinks you should put the price on the flyer? Why do we not want to put the price on the flyer? There's
You want them to reach out. You want them to contact you.
That's right.
You're dangling
So
the carrot.
for three reasons. And so one of them is we want them to call us. Number two, we don't want to throw away our flyers if we do a price reduction. And number three, if you are an eco broker or a certified green real estate agent, you will have committed to that group that you won't put a price on it. You will sometimes get calls from people yelling you, why did you put the price on fire? It's like, oh, I apologize. I'm a certified eco broker, and we have a commitment that we make as with that holding that designation that we won't. And that organization is trying to save about 2.6 million pieces of paper going into trash bins a year from agents who do price reductions and throw away their flyers. And so it's environmental friendly. We have a lot of agents now that are moving away from flyer boxes at all. And they're just putting up a QR code so that people can scan the QR code and get the information on their phone. You guys have a really cool website that we built for you. Your digital business card has all of your listings on it. You know that digital business card that you have that we've given you? Not your Realty Texas website, but your digital business card. That is when you scroll to the bottom, it has all your listings on it. And then after that, it has all the Realty Texas listings on it. So all of those listings can be found there. So the QR code can simply take them to that website. And that website has a lead gen page where the very first thing it asks is their name, phone number, and email address to schedule a showing to see that property, and to put their information in your system so that you'll call them and register. So it's a very powerful thing. So be using that QR code. And for questions regarding the QR code and how to use it, where to find it in your realtytexas.me, there's a video that I'm showing at the end of the class today that you guys can watch, but also Katie is there to help you guys understand how to use that. Okay, I saw a couple hands on this, so what do you got?
I was thinking that even though it might be a good idea excuse me, as far as paper reduction, but that doesn't mean we still don't have to go out there, because saw on the news that there's like QR bandits, and they're going in there sticking some other thing over QR codes, hoping that people will be like, oh, let me check it. And then, so we want to make sure someone hasn't done that to our sign. People are desperate and they're doing bad things. So we still need to look out for our sign, even if we're not going to change out paper.
Well, yep, they can also just take out your flyers and put their phone number on it, and pretend to be you. So, if people are going to look for a way to try to hack us, there are a lot of ways to do that. The hacking, for most of the time, comes from lease listings. Most agents don't put up a flyer box for a lease listing. But the reason that they're trying to hack lease listings is because they're trying to meet a prospective tenant at the property and have the deposit handed to them in terms of a cashier's check or cash and walk away with their deposit. And so we do have that happening in Houston a lot right now. But again, I'm not sure that there's a lot of agents out there putting flyers for the lease listings in the first place. So it's a practice that is less done. But yes, we need to be very vigilant and be proactive about protecting our clients' interests. Okay, here's me geeking out. You're looking at USS Voyager here with their shields up and under attack. This is how we feel when we step foot on a car dealership, and this is how your buyer might be feeling when they get out of the car and walking up to your open house. Two things I want to bring to your attention. What do you think when you advertise an open house and put it in the MLS and it's syndicated and all these people saw it and then something happened, do you think you can effectively cancel an open house? Do you think if you cancel an open house, people are going to still show up at the front door?
Quite possibly.
Most likely, because they're not going to go back the day before and see, does it still say open house? They will have printed it out, circled it, put it in their phone, and they're going to show up Saturday and Sunday because we don't have their information to call them and say, sorry, it's canceled. So let me say this very loudly and clearly. You cannot cancel an open house. You need to tell the sellers too. We can't effectively cancel an open house because what's going to happen is they're going to show up at your door and be ringing your doorbell and knocking on it, yelling at you and us. So it's not a thing. We can't cancel an open house. Effectively doesn't work. So once it's advertised, people are going to show up. People who are 1 in 5 open houses are canceled. This means that people who have gone out to see open houses have had a bad experience where they've walked up to the front door, rang the doorbell, and the seller's like, hello? And they're like startled, like, oh. They might even walk up to the door and find it locked and then knock on the door, ring the doorbell, and the seller's like, hello? No, our property already sold. The agent canceled it. That happens a lot. And so now, because that happened, if the buyer pulls up to the property and there's a sign in the yard, and there's nothing going on extra, they might be tiptoeing up to that front door in the back of their mind thinking, I wonder if this is really going on and is something bad going to happen when I knock on this door. So remember when I said every detail of this is going to be well thought out so that we're going to keep the shields down the buyer so no little red flags go up so they're all of a sudden got their shields up when they come in the front door? We're going to make it look like there is a party going on in the front yard. So when they pull up to this property, there is zero question that there's an open house going on this day. So our goal is to never let the customer's shields go up in the first place, because once they go up, they're not going to go back down. You know, once your heart gets pumping, you don't just get to turn that off. It's going to take a while to get going back down again. Once their shields go up, they're in that state. Now we're going to walk in there and we will have orchestrated this entire thing. And they're not going to want to talk to us because now they're not in the same mood that they would have been had their shields not gone up. So we're going to be thinking about this. Now, studies show that every time you list a home, that one of the properties is going to list around it. So again, also watching what's going on. When we have all of this amazing advertising going on in the yard, we're showcasing our services to the neighborhood. And things like having flags, 8-foot, 10-foot flags in the yard, which is going to be in the video later this afternoon. Those things that can be purchased at the realtor store. How many of you know what I'm talking about for the real estate flags? All right, so a couple of you are looking like maybe a little bit confused. So I'm going to share my screen. We sell these in our store. These are 8-foot tall flags. It says welcome, agent inside. They're easy to set up. They're blowing in the wind. Makes it look like there's a party going on, and they're very easy to install. One and done. So you can get different quality signs. They come in different colors. They come in different heights, and they're just really cool. So my recommendation for you guys is that you have not just one but two of these, and you put them on both sides of the driveway. So when people pull up, the flags are flipping in the wind, and clearly that there is a party going on there. That's one. That's two of the signs I'm going to have in the yard. How many of you have ever seen the welcome, please come in sign? I'm going to share my screen again. I should have just kept Googling welcome, please come in. Real estate open house sign. Images. Voila. There it is. Share my screen. This sign. Welcome, please come in. Why do I want to put this next to the front door? Give me an idea of why you think this is important enough for me to bring it up in class and have a discussion about it.
They don't have to
Because,
knock.
yeah, people don't know if they should knock or just come in.
Mm-hmm. And why do we not want to have them knock on the door?
We want them to feel like it's their home walking inside.
Ooh, that's my emotional one. I love that. Thank you, Phyllis. That's the big answer. And there's a couple small ones too. So let's talk about those as well.
You want to make them feel welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Some people get scared of knocking on doors and might just leave.
We actually want to remove any hesitation.
Mm-hmm. All of these things are true, but let's think about ourselves for a moment. I know we're really good right now. We've put ourselves in empathy, and I love that. But what could we be doing at this moment?
Speaking with someone.
Yes. So we're in the middle of having a conversation with someone, and now we have to walk away from that person in the middle of a conversation to open the door, which is not what we want to be doing. That's not a good use of our time to interrupt a conversation to go open the door for someone at all. So not only are we going to have one open welcome, please come in sign, I recommend that we're going to have two of them. One that is on the door or a 3x5 card that you tape over the doorbell that says, please come in. Now, in California, different world, different weather, different environment, we left the door open and people could just come right in. It was wonderful. And I remember coming here and it felt so weird doing an open house with the door shut. I'm inside the house with the door shut. It's so weird. No one's going to come in because we literally left the door open. But in Texas, it's hot or it's cold and there are bugs and mosquitoes. So for all of those reasons, you leave the door open for the 4 hours you're doing an open house, seller's going to be mad and they're going to get eaten by mosquitoes all night. We can't leave the doors open in Texas. In California, the doors left open the entire open house of people just walking off the street. Completely different environment. So I had to figure out, how do I mitigate this hesitation, this kind of weird thing where people are showing up at the door and ringing the doorbell and knocking on the door. And I realized it's my fault. I haven't invited them to come in. Now let's think about our activity on a model home. Do we knock on or ring the doorbell on a model home when we walk up to the door, or we grab the doorknob and try to open it? Only time we knock on the door is if they happen to be at lunch and the door's locked. We're like, why is this locked? And now we're pounding on the door, right? Because the opposite is what we're thinking. But they did a really good job making sure that we know that we can get to that front door and just come right in. So we need to have that same feeling when they show up to this property. Your signage, what's going on in the yard, and you're giving them permission to come right in really matters. So think back on your open houses. Were people knocking on the door and ringing the doorbell? If they were, you weren't doing it right. So now we're going to have to just tweak that one little thing. It's going to have a really big impact for you on your new open houses as well. When on the open house morning, Who here actually has baked cookies? Now, we're not having a conversation about 2 cups of flour. We're talking about pre-created cookie dough on a baking sheet and throw it in the oven and hit 12 minutes start. Boom. Who's done that? Okay. I'm going to blow your mind by the time we're done with this conversation. Because some of you might be thinking, well, but I want to do the charcuterie board, or I want to have little hors d'oeuvres. Okay, that's great. If you want to do that, go for it, but don't substitute the cookies. I also get this question. Well, can I just have a cookie scented candle and some cookie scented spray? No, because you can't fool your brain that way. Because I know someone was already thinking that in their brain. And no, I'm going to talk about a major study that was done. Tell me, who is the last person that comes to mind that you can remember baking cookies? Go. Who is it?
My grandma.
Grandma. Who else?
My mom.
Mom. Who
Myself.
else?
My
Grandma.
mom.
Grandma.
Family
Uh-huh.
members.
Family members. Keep going. Who else?
Friends.
So no serial murderers here. We're talking about grandma, right? We're talking about my daughter, my son, my spouse, me. These are the most wholesome, warmest memories that you're going to have, period. So the smell of the cookie combined with the act of bringing utility to the kitchen. You're showcasing the most important room of the house in that moment. You're showing that you're bringing life to the kitchen. You're bringing warmth to the kitchen. The house smells like cookies. You're plating it and giving them a cookie. They walk in. Not only are they not going to know why they like you, but it's going to put you in the class of person of grandma and daughter. This is a very powerful thing. So, do I want to replace that with a charcuterie board that's going to make the place feel cold? No, I'm not. Now, I might want the charcuterie board because it's a high-end property. I'm not going to replace that with the cookies. I'm going to make the cookies because we have found that it is not cliche. It is actually a huge, impactful thing baking the cookies. Who knew? Kamei and then Mario.
So when it comes to baking cookies, you just need to ask the seller first if that's okay for the open houses or the listing agent.
1,000,000%. And that's a conversation you're going to have with them at the listing appointment. And as part of our seller guide, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I've got preset cookie dough. I would love to be able to bake cookies here. And then I always tell them, and by the way, I'll leave the extras for you guys. Mario.
Yeah, I had a quick question. I don't know if I'm overthinking it, but you said to display the kitchen. So would the
Showcase.
cookies be baked before the open house, or would you time
No.
it to the way where it's like
Mm-mm.
you pull it out in front of them,
I'm never going to stop
displaying it?
cooking. I'm going to continue cooking all the way through because I'm going to cook 3 cookies at a time. So that cookie smell continues happening because it takes 13 minutes to takes 13 minutes to cook a cookie. It takes 16 minutes to destroy and burn a cookie. Don't let that happen to you like it's happened to me because I forget and I get in conversations and next thing you know, the whole house smells like smoke and a burnt cookie. Yes, it's happened to me. Don't let it happen to you. Because be very cognizant about what's going on. So set the timer so you don't have to remember. So the thing goes off. Beep, 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 beep. Don't just like, okay, it's 12:22. It'll be done at 12:36. I'll remember. Don't do that. Set the timer. And it's exactly 13 minutes. So there's no issues there. And so, yes, I'm going to show up in the morning an hour early. We're going to get to that slide here in a moment. I'm going to get there an hour early. I'm going to set the lights. I'm going to set the HVAC so the temperature is where I need it to be when it's ready. I'm going to get everything ready inside, set the toilet seats down. I'm going to do any last kind of cleanup and finishing I need, get all the lights on, get everything set. And then I'm going to make an entire batch of cookies in that moment. The house is going to smell like cookies. I'm going to put those cookies on a cookie sheet. I'm going to take my plate with me and I'm going to go door knocking and I'm going to give every one of the neighbors one of those cookies, as well as a flyer that says, help me pick your neighbor. That is very effective. Knock on the door. Hey guys, doing an open house, made some cookies. Would you like one? We're doing it here. And they always take a cookie. It's hot, fresh out of the oven. They're like, oh my gosh, thank you. Because everybody wants cookies on Saturday and Sunday morning. So they're going to like you. then they're gonna be like, that was so cool. I mean, how many people knock on your door and offer you a hot, fresh cookie? You're not gonna be like, oh, you're a horrible person. And so that works really well. Okay, so yes, we are talking about a really impactful study that was done about cookies and what it does. I'm going to share more about that with you in the video. It makes the house smell good. It shows off the utility of the kitchen. It makes people happy. It surrounds people with some of the happiest memories they've ever had. And there's a lot of fun things you can do. There have been agents who, during COVID, created little cookie recipe cards and had them printed, put them in individual containers, and then cooked the cookies and put them in a plastic bag and then sealed them and gave everyone one of them. I like this for two reasons. One, you don't end up with cookie crumbs on the floor. And you don't end up with a mess. But I'll tell you, a plated cookie also has its own thing. So have a conversation with your seller about that. Okay, so again, they are not there to see you. They are there to see the house. It's a test question that you're going to continually be tested for the rest of your career. Don't hover. I don't, I'm okay with you having a sign up sheet. I've always been okay with that. But don't force people to sign in. Don't, when they come in, Kai, can you guys please sign in for me? It's the very last thing you want to do when they come in because boop, you just put their shields up. They're going to sign in. They're not going to talk to you and they're going to give you Fred at fredflintstone.com. They're not going to give you their actual information. So don't do that. We're going to do something completely different. It's going to be very warm and welcoming. They're going to come in. Hi, guys. Thanks for coming. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. I'm going to be putting you guys in a group after lunch, and I'm going to have you guys use my script. Now, if you want to say hi, y'all, I'm okay with that. You want to say hi, guys? I'm not saying that you have to use the script exactly as I do because um, some people don't want to have the fact they're from California called out on them. So some of you are going to want that y'all in there, and I'm fine with that. But you need to be yourself and use your own language. But you want to greet them, acknowledge them, and invite them to come in and invite them to look around, and then let them know that you're open to answering their questions without actually asking them any questions. That's going to be the beginning of the relationship that you're creating. We're not we're not ignoring them. We're being very calculated in our approach to them. How do you catch a cat? Well, again, we talked about that. Before we get into how we catch a cat, how we dress. Thank you for everyone, Ken and all of the agents who have been doing open houses in your suit and your ties. We need to dress to impress here. You represent the company, you represent that seller, you represent the realtor organization, and our entire profession. So you will find that when you are dressed to impress, especially guys in suits and ties, because we see that less and less these days, that when you're dressed that way in your open house, people are going to look at you as an expert. They're going to look at you as a professional, and the conversation that you have with them wearing your suit is a completely different thing than when you were wearing a polo and jeans or a button-up shirt and slacks. That extra tie and the jacket changes the scope of things. I understand it's hot. What about in the summer when it's 110? Yes, I'm wearing a suit and tie. I always have, always will. Super important. Don't go to an open house without it. Juru, I see your hand up.
Oh yes, Jack. I was just going to ask two of my concern. One is the cookie may mess around the house. So you show the picture, they can be sealed. But another concern is like, are we worried about the food safety issue? Like we may get sued if something happen.
So don't get the cookies with nuts. I'm going to show you exactly what to buy, and it's up to them if they would like to take one.
Okay, so like I mean the homemade thing always make me worry to give out like what if they like a diarrhea or food poison, even though it's not our issue, but it's still some risk, I feel like.
Okay, so we are buying cookie dough that was sold by the store that's not expired, and it's going to take 12 minutes to cook. So I recommend that you bake cookies for your open house. Studies have proven that this has a very profound effect. So that is my recommendation to everyone. And I'm not going to step down from that recommendation. Andrew.
I was going to say, bring a cookie sheet, bring that paper to put on the bottom of a cookie sheet, bring a spatula, and bring a mitt to take it out of the oven. I have done this before. It's really good. I would strongly recommend it. People really dig it, and you're like the hero all the time.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, like he's saying, I have one of those a bag that zips that is for a cookie sheet, and my cookie sheet and my spatula, which are all new. If my cookie sheet starts looking old, then it's my house cookie sheet. I always have a nice one of the dark ones that is non-stick, and I use that. And I always wash it before I use it and dry it off with my own paper towels. I bring with me my cookie sheet, my spatula, and my paper towels. And so I don't use the seller's anything ever. It's all of my own stuff that I bring out there with me as a side note. So, yep. Thank you, Andrew. Okay. So, behold the elusive buyer. This elusive buyer is wanting to sneak inside, take of the house, and get outside without ever being noticed. They're going to stick their head around the corner. They're going to try to hide from you. They're going to be very sneaky, these little guys. And they're going to pop in and try to sneak around. But if they have a question and you're not Johnny on the spot, they become an entirely different kind of cat, aren't they? So, behold, buyers don't want to be sold. They want someone to help them buy a house. They want someone to not ask them their DNA and push a bunch of stuff on them and ask them a bunch of questions. They do like to share with us, though. And they do like people to ask them, what do you think? Because they do want to share. That's something great. You ask them, are you pre-qualified and already working with a lender? Probably a question they're not going to like. But you ask them a question like, so what do you think? That's likely to not set up any red flags, and they're going to share with you all that they think. So when we're having a conversation with a buyer, we have to remember that we represent the seller first, that they're not there to see us, they're there to see the house, and that our first set of dialogue is to determine whether or not this buyer likes this home with our fiduciary duty to the seller. And everything we say, we are to assume that the seller is recording us and listening to every single word, every single sentence. We're going to make that assumption even if the home is vacant. We've had situations where agents were at a vacant home and above the kitchen cabinets was a Ring doorbell. And it was pointed down and it would catch people as they walked in, and it was recording everything that was going on. So every time someone new walked in, it was a whole conversation that was being recorded. Sellers want to know what's going on. We have to remember that we are representing them. So the very first question is going to be, what do you think? And we're going to find out what they think. And then we're going to determine if we can mitigate the things that they think or not. For instance, someone might come to you and say, you say, what do you think? Oh, I was really looking to see if it was possible to have a fourth bedroom, because I know that it was 3 bedrooms, and I wanted to see if it had an office because I was looking online and I really couldn't tell. But I really need a fourth bedroom, and it just doesn't look like that's going to happen here. And in a situation where it's, a dining room and 3 bedrooms, and there's no actually enclosed office anywhere, and that's a requirement for them, then you can't fix that for them, or not, so we can give them ideas, but at that point it's like, well, it looks like this one might work. So what are you looking for? And learn more about what they're looking for, and set them up on a home search and help them. But when it is a potential match, then we're going to keep that conversation about this property. But when we determine that this property is not going to work for them, then we can take the conversation to the next step, which is representing them as a buyer. But highest and best is that we represent them, intermediary, on purchasing that home. Or if you are the listing agent, you don't get to do intermediary, so you're going to have to refer them. If you're the listing agent and you're doing an open house and the buyer says, I would like to buy it, what are your options? in that moment? Is that intermediary? Can you be the buyer agent on that transaction when you already represent the seller?
No.
Of course not. The only thing that you can do is tell that buyer, well, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, if you like to be unrepresented, then you can bring forward this transaction and I can, because I represent the seller already, you can't help a buyer and help a seller and be the point person for both
No.
and be compliant with TREC. TREC says that that's a facilitation. It means that you can't do it because you can't give anybody comps and you can't give any advice, and you already gave someone comps and already advice, which is the seller. You can't do it. It's not possible. It is grounds for license revocation. Bye-bye license. So it means that now if the buyer says, well, I don't want a real estate agent, and then they sign our document that says we don't represent you, even though representation is available to you, you choose not to be represented, then we owe our fiduciary duty to the seller. And we have that document that they sign to make very clear that we don't get sued later because they thought that they were being represented by us and they sue us for failure for representation because they believe that they were being represented. Because we have a requirement under the law to tell them about agency, how agency works, and who we represent in the transaction. And so we have to tell them, I already represent the seller and I can't represent you. But if you need representation, we have over 300 agents at our firm that would love to assist you and that knows a lot about this property and can help you. So sometimes listing agents will not do their open houses and they'll give it to a buyer agent. So the buyer agent can have those conversations, but the listing agent will have already knocked on all the doors in all the neighborhoods. And they may tell you, if you want to do an open house with me, that's great, but I've already done the door knocking. In other words, stay away from my neighbors. And so that's a conversation between you and that agent. Okay, good stuff that we're covering. Some of it is just a remindery kind of thing. All right, so the open house script, the dialogue that we're going to have with them. We're going to acknowledge them, we're going to thank them for coming, and we're going to give them permission to look around. So imagine for a moment, they saw your ad on Zillow, probably looked at it, favorited it, decided they were going to come out to the property. They drove out to the subdivision, they pulled into the subdivision, and immediately as they pulled in, they saw your open house sign. Something that Lisa did that I had not ever done was have pinwheels on their signs. In California, we have balloons on all of our signs. And then I got my eco broker, and the eco broker made me also promise that I would never have balloons anymore because they're not eco friendly. So I went and I found Lisa had these really cool pinwheels that she put on her signs that you can buy at Hobby Lobby. And they spin and they're spinners, and she would put them on her open house signs and tape them there so that when you pull into the subdivision you see her sign and it's spinning. It gives it life, it gives it depth, it gives it energy, it makes it more noticeable. It's very cool. It's a very, very, very smart thing. So I recommend that you guys get the pinwheels. They're a couple bucks each, so get one for each sign. Get a pinwheel for each open house sign. I have an example of one. All right, so all right, this is what I'm talking about. See, kind of hard to miss. You get this pinwheel that's just kind of up there glittering. It's got the different colors, and you drove by, and you're not going to not see it. It's screaming, look at me, look at me. So you're going to get more notice out of it. And so again, I highly recommend that you guys do this with your signs. Okay, so they pulled into the neighborhood and they saw your sign, they saw your pinwheels, they get to the next street, and then they get to the next street, and now you're guiding them right to the house. They show up in front of the house. Now they've got these two huge flags that are flapping in the wind. Your sign says open house Saturday and Sunday on the top and the bottom of it. There's a big welcome, please come in sign right by the front door on the lawn as you get to the front door. And there's a 3x5 card over the top of the doorbell that says please come in. So now they just open the door. They open the door, they step inside, Smells like cookies. Boop. Not only did their shields not go up, but we kept them down, and now they're going to smile. Like, oh, it's cool. Cookies. Am I going to have one? Am I going to break my diet? That's probably what they're thinking, right? So now they step inside, and then this really friendly real estate agent greets them at the door. Hi, guys. Thanks for coming in. Take a look around and let me know if you have any questions. And they're like, okay, cookies and no DNA. Now they've acknowledged them. They've given you permission to look around, and you're going to look at the house. So far, the shields have not gone up. Let them walk around. They're usually going to go to the primary, and we're going to kind of keep an eye on them. But we're going to leave them to what they're there to see the house. The next thing what we're not going to do is we're not going to make an assumption that they like the property or not. We're going to ask a very open-ended question because eventually they're going to make it back to the kitchen and we're standing in the same room together. So I'm not going to say, do you love it? I'm not going to ask them a yes or no question. I'm going to ask them an open-ended question that is going to require them to share with me. And it's simply, what do you think? I'm not making an assumption that they like it, and I'm not making an assumption that they don't. There have been times I'm doing an open house, and I am not proud of the house I'm standing in. Especially in Southern California. There was $600,000 houses that were tear downs that had cockroaches in them, and there was cockroaches crawling across the Long Beach, California table because house built in 1954 and it should be on listed for 1.8 million, but it's $700,000 and needs a complete redo. And I'm sitting there, what do you think? Well, I think it needs work, because they're coming to Texas was a great thing because people could then afford a $200,000, a $300,000 home that was brand new. So don't make an assumption that they're going to love it, and don't make an assumption that they're not going to like it. 'Cause you don't know. They will almost tell you everything that didn't work about the house. I don't know. It seems to be human nature, but they came out there with good enough belief that it was going to work for them to come see it. And now they looked at it, and either it's going to be actually we love it, or it's going to be it's just we were hoping, but not quite right. Or there's a concern that they want to talk about. A power line in the backyard, or a bit backs up to a busy street, or it's facing a direction that they weren't realizing, or the primary bedroom is a little smaller than they thought, or they were trying to look at the square footage, but it just doesn't going to fit, or their piano is not going to fit in the front room, or one of the million things, right? But they're going to share that with you. It could just simply be that they were trying to figure out in this price range, in this house that they saw, that they really was hoping it was going to work and trying to make it work for their use, but they got there and it's not going to work. Okay, they're going to tell you what's not going to work. How'd you find the house? Is a really good next question, because how'd you find the house and what are you looking for? Those are two very powerful questions. Listen to everything they tell you. Okay, they need a fourth bedroom. So you're looking for a fourth bedroom, 3 bedroom with an office or a fourth bedroom, right? Okay, got it. How'd you find the house? We found it on Zillow. Got it. Got it. And so now you've learned a little bit more. So what are you looking for? And then now they'll usually fill in, well, blah, 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 fourth hardwood floors, looking for a single story. And if they don't ask those questions, does a two-story or matter? A one or two-story matter? We're going to ask them those questions because what we're trying to drill down right now is the information to create a portal in the MLS. And at some point, I need to know what their max price is because that's very important to me because I need to cap it in the MLS. Then we're going to ask them another important question about the price right as I'm putting it in the MLS. So, how'd you find the house? The reason you're asking them is because, again, if they found the home from Zillow or Realtor.com, it is a powerful reminder that most likely the price and the square footage and the area and number of stories, all of that was enough to get them out here. So, what do you think is going to tell you the things that I didn't like about the house? Because I need to know beds and baths, square footage, area, location, whether or not they need a single story or two, and if they care about the number of stories, do they care about whether their primary suite is down or up, and what's their max price? I need these 5 pieces of information. That's all I need to do a really good home search. And if I can get these pieces of information from them, I can set them up a gateway and start sending them listings. It's a very easy conversation. "Hi guys, thanks for coming in. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions." And then they find their way over to me. So, what do you think? How'd you find the house? What are you looking for? Then they at some point are going to say, as I'm typing in the gateway, like, "Oh, have you seen this one?" And they may say, "Oh, I think my agent already showed me that." Got it. Because what happens if I ask them if they have an agent up to this point? 90% of people are going to say what?
No.
Quite the opposite.
Oh,
They're
really?
going to say yes. Because they think, oh,
See.
actually, if I say yes right now, they're going to leave me alone. So they're going to lie and they don't have one. And then after you have a longer conversation with them, and then they're like, okay, look, I told you that I had an agent. I really don't. I do want you to help me. I don't want them to have to lie to me. So I'm not going to put them in the situation of giving them an opportunity to lie to me. So I'm going to let them tell me that they have an agent at the point where they already tell me they've been set up in the client portal and the client gateway. Because if they already have a gateway set up, they're going to tell me, oh, I already have this. And that's going to tell me, and I'm going to tell you this. If they have an agent and the agent didn't put them in a client gateway, they don't have a buyer rep agreement signed either. So I go about this a little bit differently. Okay. When we get back from break, we're going to play a little bit in a skit. I'm going to put you guys in groups and go through that dialogue. It's 12:07. Let's do a break. Come back 12:17. I'll see you back in 10. How's your room?
Hey Jack, for me, it's hard for me to catch up all the conversation. I may ask, but I may not remember. So especially with a couple customers there, is it okay to take a recording, something like that, so that I can go back to listen, like what exactly their requirement? They may talk about their family member, like what detailed requirements thing.
You can go back and take notes, but I'm going to tell you that I can pretty much remember every conversation I've ever had with a client in an open house and what they told me. You have to be very, very concentrated on the conversation because you're trying to answer questions and you're actively listening, trying to get information from them. And so this should be very important information to you. You're likely not going to forget this stuff and you shouldn't. But if you want to go in and add notes after the conversation, you can. But do I think you should record your open houses? No, I don't.
No, okay, okay. I see. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
This is Chris.
Hey, Chris.
Can you give me a call on next break?
Yeah, I'll call you.
It'll be a quick question. I got a response from a listing agent,
Uh-huh.
and they're gonna decline my applicants.
Okay.
So I was just trying to see if it's cool to ask, what was the specific credit score that they were looking for, and maybe some
Well,
stuff.
you definitely need to ask if you can give me a reason why my clients got denied.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I wanted.
That's a valid question to ask. And sometimes they won't tell you over the phone, they'll send it to you by email.
Yeah, they text me a real brief message, so
Or a text, yeah.
I just wanted to chat with you to make sure I wasn't gonna ask anything out of bounds.
Nope, that's fine.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, Andrew, I have a quick question off of that as well.
Well, and hold on, because I
Um,
want to add my 2 cents.
Ah!
Before you ever submit an application on a property, ask the listing agent for their rental criteria.
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask.
You have to get the rental criteria because they have to then conform to that rental criteria. And if they don't have any criteria, they can't decline you. So say, I would like to see a copy of your rental criteria. And I would also like to see the adverse action letter because they have to give you an adverse action letter.
Okay, because so they had a criteria page, but the criteria didn't say they were looking for a specific credit score. So in the message that they sent me denying it, they said that it fell under the required minimum. So I wanted to ask them what was that required minimum because they didn't specify.
Well, so then in situations like that, when they don't have a required minimum and they decline you on it and give you adverse action, it wasn't originally in your rental inquiry, they owe you their application fees back.
Okay. So that's why I kind of want to chat about it a little more, make sure I don't miss anything before I make that call.
Well, Andrew knows exactly how to handle it, but I just wanted
Right.
to pop that out there.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that we'd out here where we need you? Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Yep, and that music helps me when I have to cut the video recording up and remove the breaks and the lunches and upload it to YouTube. Takes me hours to do that. So,
I like it. It's a good song.
yeah, welcome back, Potter. All right. Our script. Hi, guys. Thanks for coming in. Take a look around. What do you think? What are you looking for? How'd you find the house? That is the only script that you need at the open house. The rest you'll work out on your own. How many of you were able to take the Ford script and it would give you just enough conversation to get a conversation off the ground and running? That's exactly what this is about. This is the Ford script for open houses. It is acknowledgement, letting them know that they can come in and walk around, ask them what they think, how they find the house, which fills your brain with all kinds of great information. And then what do you think? And you get a lot of great information from that. Okay. We're going to go to lunch at 1 o'clock. So we're going to come about 40 minutes. We will hit lunch. And then we're going to spend the second half of today in scripts. And we're going to spend about 40 minutes today making calls. CALLS on the phone. So be prepared for that. You know it's coming. All right, but we're going to have a little field trip because I'm not a huge proponent of using the MLS client gateway anymore. You know that we have the Realty Texas gateway, yes? And the MLS has a client gateway. Do you know what the big advantage is of our gateway? Does anyone know?
It shows you all the listings, not just like Austin or just like Abor, I believe, right?
That's exactly right, Kamei. So that's a really big deal. Let me explain more about this. It is embarrassing for us as a profession that we pay thousands of dollars for an MLS subscription and we get this little tiny area and the buyers and sellers get to go to Realtor.com and Zillow and get all of the data for free. They have access to more data than you do. And that's not a good thing. And now the entire compilation of MLS data is being syndicated online, so they have access to everything except for security codes and agent. Well, they actually even have the agent private comments as well. It's just not being displayed to them, but it is in our back office feed because we get into our system. So think about that for a moment. The consumer has access to Zillow, and Zillow has access to HAR and Four Rivers and Williamson County, and they're paying for all of those data feeds to give all those data feeds to the consumer for free. So Zillow is paying the MLS fees to get the data to give it to all the consumers for free, and you're paying for the MLS data, but you only get a very small piece of it. If you know RPR very well, you'll know that RPR is a pretty significant tool because it gives you all of the listing data across the entire nation. That's really cool. But it doesn't give you lockbox access and you don't get to go inside. There's no showing time. There's no tax records. There's none of that. In our system, we have the ability to, our MLS Plus does have showing time built into it. So you're able to schedule showings, you're able to see all the listings, and it has all of them in one place. So when you create a gateway portal for someone, wherever you are, they're going to have access to all the listings from all the different MLSs. Some MLSs have coming soon, some of them don't. The coming soon also doesn't make its way to Realtor.com and Zillow. They don't have that data because the coming soon rules say that it's coming soon in the MLS only. It's not an active status. And so the coming soon, because it's not active, it can't be syndicated. but it is on our systems in our client gateway. So as a brokerage, we have the ability to provide our clients with this data. So we do inside of our portal. So they get all the data in one place. So good job, Kame. That's exactly the right answer. So the reason we want to put them in our client gateway is because we're going to give them access to more information what the client gateway can give them in the MLS. But even still, if you are going to use your MLS because maybe there's a specific field in the MLS that we don't have access to, and one of those fields, Actress has created a few custom fields that they actually store locally within their database, and it's not part of CoreLogic, it's not part of Trestle or any of the backend engines, and it's sitting in their database only, and only they have access to it. And one of those fields happens to be vouchers, um, vouchers for housing vouchers. For many years, they were called Section 8, but they have been renamed to be called housing vouchers. And the housing voucher third parties are telling agents not to call them Section 8, to call them housing vouchers. So I wanted to let you know that what I'm talking about there. Those fields are not in the MLS. I mean, not in our system. So if someone's looking for vouchers, you're going to have to put them in a home search, or a lease search for a matrix. In any event, some of you will have never set up some of this information. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to go to matrix, and you guys can follow along because there are some settings that you're going to want to probably change in your MLS that are incorrect. So let me log into Actress. And this is going to be for the agents who are in the Houston market, who are in the Austin market, or for the CTX MLS market, one of those three. We know that San Antonio is kind of by themselves using a dinosaur product called Dyna Connections. That is a dying product, and they're the last board in the United States that's using Dyna Connections. Everyone else has abandoned them because it's a pretty old technology, but Sabor has been trying to buy it because they don't want to convert. They will be converting in the future. So, but for you, agents that are in San Antonio, just know that you don't have Matrix. All right. So we're going to go to our settings. So from the My Matrix tab, we're going to click the Settings tab. And then there is a My Information tab. This My Information tab has really important information about you and what displays on the client gateway portal that the clients see for you. We have the header and footer. Have you guys ever seen this header? This header is given to you. Yep, exactly. It is in your .me. So you go to your branded and you can download the Actress MLS header and upload it here, and it looks really, really nice on your portals. It's branded with your information. So if you go download that to your desktop and upload it here, it's a one-time thing and it will be done forever. Also, the email signature. I recommend that you go into here and update the email signature so that it matches the email signature that you have in your current .me's, the current Outlook, because if and synchronize them, because if you set up someone in CTX MLS gateway and then this gateway, and then you're sending them email from your realtytexas.com account, they're going to get emails from you from 3 different places that have 3 different signatures, and it's going to confuse them. And so I don't want you to confuse them. So set the email signature so it's exactly the same in all the places so that when they're getting emails from you, they're all synced up and it all makes sense. The agent website, most of you are not using, so that's okay. But what is very important is this portal profile. Very important. The portal is the MLS client gateway. I'm going to show you how to open up the client gateway so that you can link to it. You go back to your My Matrix, click on Auto Emails, and then you can click the portal settings by saying Open in Portal, and it's going to open up what the portal looks like. You see this portal? This is the MLS. You see this header up on the top? So that's where we created our header to exactly fit the MLS. So how you update this and create this header is right here in the MLS on the My Matrix, Settings, My Information, and then you have your header and footer, and you upload the header right here. And that's how you get your header here. Otherwise, the header that's up there is atrocious. You have 5 tabs here. You have Find a Home, My Searches, Saved. This is the hearts that they've saved. Messages. These are notes that your client added that sent you notes. We have the same thing in RC and in our MLS Plus. They have the ability to send you notes. And then My Agent. The My Agent tab allows you to have your listings, your photo, and your message. To configure these settings, and they keep changing them, when you go to your portal profile, you can click this to upload your photo so that the photo shows up on the profile. Portal greeting, what it's going to say when they get here. So the greeting here is the message that you're going to have to them. What inventory? My active listings, my office active listings, my firm active listings. You can choose what MLS listings that they're going to see when they go to the portal. You also have the ability to upload a video. So if you've done your website hello, you can upload it here. And then your contact information. And where the contact information here is, you have to play with this because each one of these fields shows up in a different place. And it's a little bit like whack-a-mole to figure out how to get it all configured. But after hours and hours of playing with it, this is where I was able to get everything and where I thought it looked good in the portal. So there's another section of the portal. So this is how you configure the portal. There's another section that's even more important, and this is a 911 game changer for a lot of you. When you go to the team settings, when you go to the settings here, you will see portal notification settings. Do you see this link right here? This is 911 kind of important stuff. This is what happens. This is how you're notified when someone clicks a favorite or a possibility in the MLS. If you haven't entered your carrier and your phone number, you're not getting SMS notifications when your client clicks a favorite. And if you haven't turned these radio buttons on, you're not getting an email at all. If you set up a client portal for your client and you don't set up notification settings, it's not going to email you, it's not going to notify you, it's going to be a big old secret inside the MLS, and the MLS is never going to tell you that your client favorited, did a possibility, or sent you a note. It's going to be a big secret. And if you haven't turned on timeline, it's not going to even show up on your homepage of the MLS. So you're going to have zero clue that your client did a search, responded to one of the listings, clicked a favorite, and added a note. You'll never see it. These are the recommended settings that I have, which is notify me via ASAP via email. I've turned on if the client adds a note or if they visit the portal for the first time. If they visit a portal for the first time or they add a note, I want an email immediately via email. Now over here is notify me ASAP via text message. If someone saves a favorite, I want that as a text message immediately. If they add a note, I want a text message immediately. Or if they visit a portal for the first time, I also want that set up here. And then a daily end of day summary. If they visit a portal, saves a favorite, saves a possibility, adds a note, I'm going to get a daily email of a roll up. And then on my timeline, I want all of this stuff. So you need to type in your cell phone number here and type in your carrier and set this information up and configure your portal so that when you set up a client in a portal on your MLS, you're notified regarding what's going on. 99.9999% of agents have never set this up, and all of they're not being notified from their portal in any which way. So Matrix in HAR is separate than Actress and separate than CTX MLS. So you need to set this up in all of the systems. Setting it up once is not going to make it set up for all the other ones. So when you're done with this, then you have to log into CTX MLS and do the same thing over there. click on the My Matrix and click on the settings and set up the portal notification settings and set up the My Information. Anybody have any questions regarding any of these things?
I do, Jack. Do you do this for each client or do you set it up one time?
One time.
Got it.
You set it up one time for each MLS. Yep. And that's it. And then you can, start playing around with some of these other things. You might have a person that's doing CTC work and you want them to have the ability to log in as you as a CTC. And so Ramina, Lauren have access to my systems. So you, on the broker level, you have the ability to add people to be able to be in your MLS, have access to it. So when you click on these settings, go ahead and look at all these tabs and look at what you have and play with this. There are some really great videos for the MLS that I'm going to recommend that you guys watch some setup videos. I just got some more questions, so let's keep them all coming. Who else has got questions? I saw 3 hands go up.
I'm gonna say, Jack, that I don't have this, but I did this. I guess it was in the MLS that the company offers. And when my buyer opened it, I got an email and a text that said, so and so buyer has opened the portal for the first time. So
That's correct. If you use our MLS Plus, I've already turned all of this on for you. There's no way to turn it off. But the MLS from the association does not have any of these things turned on. You have to turn them on yourself. Jessica.
Can you go back to the screen where you had your personal information and you had to toggle back and forth to see what fit properly? I would like to take a screenshot of that.
And I have that screenshot in our slides. But yes, I'll be happy to have you take a screenshot here.
Not that one. It was the one with information where you had to play with it.
So this is this is it, and there's
That's
two.
it.
There's this one and there's this one. Both of them are the same.
Okay.
Overriding and typing in the data.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So this one's on the information tab of the My Matrix settings. Actually, this is on the My Matrix settings. We're going to click on My Information, and then you have information here and portal profile here. Under portal profile at the bottom, there's contact information that shows up on this portal, but then in the MLS itself, you've got a bunch of contact information that's going out via email and other things that's here. So that's how I recommend setting up those 2 tabs. Akila.
Yes, on your header where it says your metro, all of mine are saying hashtag metro. Where do I change that? Because I went to edit my profile and that's not in there at all.
Okay, get with Deandra. She can fix that in a matter of 2 seconds. She can push a button and regenerate those. And
Thank you.
what it would mean is that when you were onboarded, a metro wasn't selected before you were onboarded. So when they pushed out your initial data set, that has happened. So that's a good question. Thank you. Andrew, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I was gonna let you know that when I put my phone number and cellular provider, there's a code that is requiring me to get. I guess I'll get it from the matrix once they receive it, correct?
No.
It'll send it to you via
It's gonna send it to your cell phone.
Send it to my cell phone? Okay.
Yep. So and then you'll get the code in your cell phone just to verify that that is you, and then you'll enter it in that spot. Exactly right.
Yeah, I just got my code.
Ooh, okay. Well,
But
now we
the
can all
phone
impersonate
number,
Andrew.
we can't use the office line that sends it to our cell.
1,000,000% yes. And I've done that for myself.
Awesome. Thanks.
Yep. Who else has questions regarding MLS configuration? All right. So again, remember you need to do this for all of the MLSs. So if you're a CTX MLS user, don't forget to go and set up your portal profile, your header, and set up your portal notification settings here so that you set up and make sure that you're getting the text messages. And you can configure this how it works best for you. But I like the SMS for the favorite and the adding a note and visiting the portal for the first time. Because when I'm in an open house, if I'm using this, I'm going to get a message via text message that, oh, that open house guest just clicked and opened my portal. They're actually searching. And so that's a really good piece of information for you to know. Okay, back to my slides if I don't have any other questions. So here is the screenshot that I promised on your header and footer. And here is the portal notifications on the slides here of how I set that up. And then here is the information and portal profile sections. Okay, so here is the subject and the body of the email of what I use as my email, my welcome message on the portal notification settings. So you can copy and paste that as well. And then remember, set up your email signature so that when they get an email, it looks the same from all the different emails so they're not confused. Why am I getting like 5 different emails from 5 different places from this agent? It just kind of makes us look disjointed. So having one email signature, then it's the same and it just makes more sense.
With our image in the email signature, Jack?
Yeah. Yep, you can go into your .me and you can copy the HTML for the email signature and paste that in that spot. Katie or Miguel can show you how to do that. It's actually cool, and you get the email signature. But
Yeah,
that's
I've got it in there. I just didn't see it on yours, so I didn't know if it needed to be on there or not. So
for everything to sync up, it's best to use the signature. That's there. Yes. Okay. Remember when we were talking about the Newsday report? How many of you had an opportunity to watch the rest of that video? That video about what happened in Long Island, where they had the uh, double blind secret shopper going into the real estate agencies, and our profession got an F minus, where 30 out of 36 tests failed for disseparate service. There is best practices for open houses because you can violate fair housing based on how you engage clients. And there have been a lot of HUD people coming into open houses and seeing how they're engaging with people. So if they send a blind person, if they do a blind study on you and they've got 2 different blind sets coming in, so one couple with one set of circumstances and another couple with another set of circumstances, and you've engaged one and offered your services to one and did not engage another one, you could very well have violated fair housing. So having a script for an open house really helps make sure that you're staying on track and giving all of the same information for everyone across the board so that we don't fall into a situation where, for whatever reason, we were uncomfortable, didn't know what to say, and let people come in and leave without saying anything to them. But then yet somebody else came in, and then we offer them all these services, a portal, and offering a buyer orientation, and offered to go show them all the homes that are on the market. And someone else comes in and they offered them nothing at all, didn't even speak to them. So they would come back and they would have a conversation with the broker about why that agent treated those particular home buyers differently. So this is why it's good to understand that we are under a microscope, and remember that we're under a microscope and that we're dealing with the general public and that we're licensed and that there is a code of conduct that's required of us to not have disseparate treatment, meaning not treating and offering one customer a set of services and not offering another customer those same services. This is why you can get in so much trouble as a real estate agent when you offer to discount your services to one person and not offer to discount your services to another. It's the same situation. This real estate agent discounted their commission for this person, but didn't discount the commission for this other person. And again, it's not if they got negotiated down, but it's did they out the gate offer one person something and not offer someone else something. So just remember, when we're doing our open houses, we have to use scripts so that we don't fall into a habit of treating different people differently. Okay, so what is our first script when someone comes in the door?
Hello, welcome in. Take a look around.
Okay. Hi guys, thanks for coming in. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. All right, so let's say that as a group. Let's everyone say that together. You can say y'all or guys. Hi guys.
Hey, guys.
Thanks for
Hey
coming.
guys,
Coming in.
thanks
Hi
for coming.
guys, thanks for coming in.
Around.
Take a look
Thank you
around.
for
Let me
coming.
You have
Look
any
around.
take a
If
look
you have
questions?
any
around.
question,
For
let me know.
coming.
Let me know if you have any questions. Exactly right. And then they're going to go somewhere and look around, garage, primary, somewhere, pop back around the kitchen, and we're going to say the next thing. And what is it?
What do you think?
What do you think?
What do you think?
think?
What do you think?
Oh,
What do you
and
think?
then that little inflection at the end that goes up, like Vanessa Van Edwards talks about, have a little inflection, a little bit of excitement, and what do you think? And then let them word vomit all over you and be listening to everything that they say. And then you can say, how'd you find the house? And then that's going to backfill. I was walking by. Got it. I wonder if they even know what it's listed at. I wonder because it's not on my flyer and I don't have it posted on the wall. So how does they know what it's listed at? So they don't even know right now. So I'm thinking to myself, this person was walking by likely doesn't know how much this house costs and they haven't asked me yet. And so my react when I tell them how much it costs, it's going to be interesting to see their reaction versus someone who came up from realtor.com. They already knew. So different buyer with a different understanding of the house that they're standing in. So we're qualifying them in a different way. So it's how'd you find the house? And then it's what are you looking for? So that we can find as much information as we can, the 5 things, so we can put a portal for them in the MLS. These 5 things. Latanya.
So, is it different when you're taking a client to look at a house versus doing an open house as far as like what you want them to share? Because I thought I remembered you saying or us discussing that you didn't want your client to say anything in the house, but I'm guessing it's different if it's an open house. Do you know what
So I do. I know exactly what you're saying. And yes, my job as an open house agent is to represent the seller and to learn as much as I possibly can about that client, no matter who's listening, because I have been represented to do a job and hired to do a job to represent the best interest of that seller. And every single person that walks in that door, I'm going to do my best to pre-qualify them, find out if they're interested in the house, what their level of interest is, get their questions answered, and at the point where they're not interested in this house anymore, I'm a free agent now and I can offer my services to them. So when they walk in the door, the person I represent in that moment is the seller. I'm going to ask them as much information as I can. When I'm showing a buyer a home, I can't be inside that home if I'm showing my buyer a property until I've signed a buyer rep agreement with them. So now I'm inside a home and I owe that buyer my fiduciary duty and I'm going to negotiate for them. And so I don't want them to say anything in that home that's going to undermine their ability to negotiate and tell the seller or the listing agent things that are recorded that could undermine our position. So or offend the seller and make the seller mad at them and the seller not want to work with them because they insulted their grandma's piano or whatever. So I have a conversation with them before we get to the property. Hey guys, just look, there's very well could be recorded from the Ring doorbell at the front door and being recorded on the inside. And so let's just make that assumption that we are. So if you have questions and we might want to have those questions outside the house, but just know that whatever we say could very well be recorded and they can use that for us in negotiations. And so some of them are not going to care. Some of them do care. Some of them want to talk outside. Some of them are going to still ask the questions anyway. So we just have to advise them of that. So that's a good question. I will have uh, met a prospective buyer on the property, and now you've already seen with the videos that we've created the dialogue that we're going to have with them. There have been some regulatory changes in 2024 regarding buyer agency. And in order for us to show you the home, we have to have an agreement signed in order to take you inside. And then we talk them about the information about brokerage services. We talk to them about minimum duties, types of licensees. If the broker represents the seller, broker represents the buyer, broker represents both parties in the same transaction with different agents assigned, sub-agency, and contact information of the property of the agent. So then we take them through the IABS and then take them through the rep agreement. So we've all done all of those things, and now we're hired, and have a conversation with them. Look, guys, again, before we go inside, just remember you might be recorded. Versus standing inside as an open house agent, we are already representing the seller and going to do whatever we can to pre-qualify that buyer to determine whether or not they're interested in that property. And once we find out it's not a match for them, then at some point we can then step out of our representation role with that seller and the requirements that we have for them and move to trying to convert that client to a buyer for Realty Texas. Agents have requirements on them. They have duties. Agents have duties to perform. You have duties to perform lots of different people. So let's just say that was a buyer rep agreement for a Realty Texas agent. And you know that that buyer has a representation agreement with one of our agents and they came to check out the property. So now you're in an intermediary scenario. And so we have to be very careful in what we can share and what we can't share. And we have to remember what the intermediary rules are. But you have now a contract that we have to respect, which is the listing agreement. We have a contract that we have to respect, which is the buyer representation agreement. And then the agent has also an independent contractor agreement with the company. And that contractor agreement in the state of Texas for all real estate agents says that agents are going to make best effort to bring new clients into the firm. And so when you're standing in an open house and someone comes in, your independent contractor agreement says that you're going to make best effort to convert that client into the firm. That's the requirement that you have in your independent contractor agreement. And then over here, you have a listing agreement that says you're going to make best effort to represent that seller and the seller of their home and put that seller ahead of everybody else, including yourself in the firm. So when that buyer comes in, that listing agreement takes precedence over the independent contractor agreement. It takes precedence over any other agreement. And now we're going to focus on our representation that we have in our listing agreement, which is to represent our seller. At the point where that's not a thing anymore, then we fall back onto the next agreement, which is our independent contractor agreement, trying to convert them into a buyer. Make sense? So we are always working under some type of an agreement with responsibilities. We just have to figure out in every moment which one it is. Very good. Very good question.
Thank you.
Yep. Who else has got questions? I think Eric has a question.
Actually, I was wondering with this script, for the open house, you said it's make it our own. So, and then you also said it's not about us. At what point, or is it just up to us when we figure out where we introduce ourselves? Is it at the very beginning? Hey, thanks for coming. My name's Eric. Or just when they come up to us and afterwards, because I don't want to do, like how you said, put the guard up, and kind of come off as I'm trying to sell you something.
Yeah, so the video that I filmed that you guys are going to watch, it's a 15-minute video when you get back from lunch, and you're going to break it down and you're going to go into groups and you're going to do a mock presentation. There's an introduction that's in that video where the agent asks them their name, and they exchange names. And then about 4 more minutes into the conversation, the buyer has found themselves impressed with the agent and asked the agent, "What's your name again?" And I did that to send the message home that initially when they were talking to him, it wasn't important enough for them to even know their name, but by the time they were done with the dialogue, it was important enough they asked. Now, I'm hoping that all of you are wearing your name badge at the open house, so they don't ever have to ask you that question. But I put that in the script for that exact question, so that to make that point clear. of all of the dialogue and how a natural dialogue is going to happen. Just like the Ford script, right? The Ford script, there's no introduction. There's no, what's your name in the Ford script? It's, we're going to talk about the family, the occupation, the recreation, the dreams, and then we're going to kind of work our way through that conversation. But when we get lost, we're going to know what next thing to jump onto. And so this is very much like the Ford script, that there's, basically 4 major things that we're going to talk about. How to make them feel welcome coming in. And then the other 2 questions is just simply, how'd you find the house? And um, what are you looking for? And what do you think? So those are the 4 things. And in those dialogues, we're trying to get these 5 questions answered. And if we don't have these 5 questions answered, we are going to straight out ask them the question if we don't have it. And in my dialogue, there is built into it what's called the assumptive close. The assumptive close is a very powerful closing technique that reiterates what people asked and states it back. So, someone says to me, they're looking for a single story home. And then I'm going to say, okay, so you're looking for a single story. Right after they just told me that they're looking for a single story. But I'm going to repeat that right back to them. So, so you're looking for a single story. And then they're going to say yes. If you can get someone to say yes 5 times in a row for you, psychologically they will have hired you. It is a salesman tactic that goes all the way back to what's his name? How to Win Friends. Dale Carnegie. How to Win Friends and Influence People. Goes back to him. He says, get people to say yes. He was a door-to-door salesman. He said, get people to say yes to you 5 times, and they will have hired you. And it has stayed true to life all the way to this day, 50 years later. So these 5 things I will continue reiterating as they tell me. Got it. So you're looking for a single story. Got it. And then I build on it. So a single story in Round Rock Ranch. Yeah, okay. And then they tell me a third thing. Okay, single story Round Rock Ranch that is under 400. And you keep asking them a question that they say yes to until you've got both 2 things have happened. One, you've said it enough where now you're going to never forget their home search. And number 2, they will have hired you, and now you have the information that you need to set up a gateway search, and they're liking you a lot and they don't know why. But we've talked about this a little bit earlier in mega modules where we bring the topic, how many times have you been on the phone with a company and you have a conversation with someone and you tell them the story, and then right after telling the story they ask you a question as if, and they didn't repeat it to you, and it asked you a very basic question, and you know that they did not, the entire story that you just told them, they did not grasp, hear, or have any awareness of. And it frustrates you, doesn't it? So those people who listen to us and remember and repeat back and like, oh, they listened to me. Wow. That is such a lost art today. And so buyers who are walking in off the street and you're practicing that you're going to listen and remember what they say and care enough to remember, you're going to impress them. And they very well may be lying to you and saying that they don't have an agent. Sometimes we're not going to ask them, but they may be looking for a way to fire their agent and come direct you. And we're never going to try to get an agent fired. If they say, I've got an agent and they're just awful, what do I do? Does anyone know how to handle that conversation live, real time?
Don't you suggest that they speak to their agent about mutually breaking the agreement, and then afterwards they can start working with you if they agree on that?
I don't make that particular recommendation. Very close, Kame. You're very close. You're just right there. But I don't, because if I tell them to go back to that agent, I know that the amount of conflict that's going to be there is probably never going to happen, and they're just going to ghost the person. I let them know, if the agreement that you have is not with that agent. The agreement that you have is with that agent's broker. And if you are looking to not be represented by that firm, my recommendation is that you reach out to their broker and have a conversation with them or the sales manager and stay out of it. We're not going to send them a termination and representation agreement so that they can sign it. We're not going to tell them how they can go to track and file we're just going to send them to their broker and let them have that conversation and say, at the point you find yourself where you're no longer represented, I would love to work with you. But anything that happens while you're represented is interference in your representation agreement, and that's not in your best interest. And that's how it goes. All right, it is 12:58. It's going to be lunchtime. So I'm going to send you all off to lunch. I will see you when you get back at 1 o'clock. I'm going to stick around for a few minutes, answer a couple questions that you may have offline before I go and take my lunch. But I will see you all back. Eric.
Also, I just kind of wanted to follow up with that is, I was doing an open house, and this would have been great to have prior. And I found myself kind of confused on the entry portion, right? And so I guess you cleared that up with having the signs for them to come in. But let's just say you still have that person that knocks or whatever. Should I be, meeting them at the door and doing that introduction, or is it just a case by case, or what do you recommend in that?
Yeah, if somebody knocks on the door anyway and they ring the doorbell and you have to open it, I'm going to open the door and I'm going to say, "Hi guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions." Open the door, let them in, shut the door, and they're going to walk around the house. I'm going to go back into the kitchen. If they walk by me, I'm going to say, "Hey, I just came out of the oven. You guys like a cookie?" And let them give a cookie. I'm going to give them space. And I'm going to say, "If you have any questions, let me know." I'm probably going to say that again. And I'm just going to be super friendly. I'm going to continue just, basic conversation that's under the table kind of conversation, not in your face conversation. And I'm going to let them come to me with questions. And after I feel like they've seen the house enough where I can ask them, "What do you think?" I'm going to ask them what they think, but I'm not going to ask that until they've seen enough of the house where they have made a, they can actually say, "Oh, this is what I don't like about it," or "This is what I do like about it."
Okay.
Jack, I like to put like a little sign in the front door where it says, welcome, come on in, or welcome home, come on in. And then I leave the door not open, quite open, but to where you can, not open, but like where they can just push it. Is that wrong? Okay.
That is wrong.
Okay.
The mosquitoes are going to find their way inside.
No, it's not open. Like, there's no gap anywhere. It's just to where you can see that they don't even have to push the knob, but there's like no gap. There's
So the
no
only
air
way that there's
space.
so Sunshine, let me be clear. Close the door and latch it. Just make sure it's not locked.
Okay. Okay.
I just wanted to say something real quick. I know that not everyone's going to use "Hey guys," but I took a business etiquette class a while back, and they actually preferred you not to say that, to make people feel like they're not excluded unless it is a group of all guys. So like, "Hey there," or "Hey folks," or "Hey y'all."
Just say howdy, y'all.
Howdy, y'all.
Use
More of a
guys. What
Texan,
about
it's
use
more of a
guys?
Texan thing.
Just say hello, welcome in.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about them, their,
Hello,
they,
welcome.
he,
Well,
any
if
I
we're
like it.
having a
guys.
conversation
Wanted
on
to make a
pronouns,
little
we can have
side
a
note.
conversation about pronouns in a while. But "Hey guys" has for the last 100 years been a catch-all for everyone standing in front of me.
But
So
they consider it more casual, not like
I do want to be casual. I want to be very friendly. I don't want to be super formal in my open house because I don't, that's exactly what I'm trying to do is make them feel comfortable and welcome. They're coming to my open house. I've got cookies. I've got my Mr. Cookie. I've got my suit on with my tie, so I'm very professional looking, and
right.
I want to be less formal, and I want to be.
Professional looking and then saying "Hey guys" is kind
That's
of
right.
like,
Well, I've done it over 1,000 times now, and I convert every single person that comes in my open house. So it's incredibly effective. So you guys get to do it how you want, but I'm not changing how I do it because it works incredibly well for me.
"Thanks, guy."
Michelle LaFortune. Welcome to my class.
Thank you very much.
What brings you in?
Oh, first of all, it's a reminder. That was like the main goal. But after a couple hours, I said, "Oh, it's more than a reminder." It's like, yeah. Hey, a quick comment. Were you aware that Unlock MLS is going through a major changes with, like, with their system? I just took a class 2 days ago, and it's going to be pretty good.
Yes, major changes are coming in all of the MLSs. They have AI coming. It's called At Home, and CTX MLS already rolled that product out. And so, yeah, it's pretty cool. They've got a lot of really cool tools coming in the different MLSs. My concern is that they are adding a lot of very expensive tools that agents aren't using, but they are going to be able to view the photos and fill out the descriptions of the photos and all that stuff, which is cool, but it is increasing the cost of the MLS to the end user. And so I see coming into 2025 and 6, I see the cost of MLS skyrocketing, yes.
Okay. What is, like, obviously, since I have you, what is the main difference for me when I put a new client in the portal using our system versus using MLS?
What do you mean? Oh, are you talking about putting a client in the MLS client gateway versus our client gateway?
Yes.
All right. Well, so Actress doesn't have Waco, Netras, HAR, or CTX MLS data in there. So when you put someone in the Actress portal, they're only getting Actress data. And I know they're sharing with HAR, so you're getting some of the HAR data because they're doing a data share, but they're not getting CTX MLS data. So the consumer has missing data in that home search. So when they use our MLS Plus, then it's all of the data from all the different MLSs. But more importantly, instead of sending that client to the MLS's website, it's sending them to your branded website where all your information is contained. So the MLS just has CoreLogic website. So every time they click a favorite, every time they click a listing, it's going to take them back to CoreLogic's website versus every time they click a link that emails out of the MLS Plus, it sends them back to your Realty Texas website and it brands you and it's got your information on that website, which helps your website rank more because you've got more clicks and more traffic going to that site. So, and a million other reasons why.
Okay.
Exactly, Jack. I wanted to ask as well about the MLS Plus. I put one of my client in the gateway and she opened it and now she says she can't find it. Who do I ask about questions about stuff like that? Is it Deandra or Katie?
No, it's Katie.
Katie, okay, cool. Thank
Yep, and you can you have the eyeball. So when you go into MLS Plus, there's an eyeball, which is the view link, and you can send her a text with the link back to her portal. But every time she gets a favorite after that, or she goes back to one of the emails and clicks it, she'll be able to find that portal will open. So you can go to the portal, click it, it will automatically copy it to your clipboard and then paste it to your client in a text message or in an email for her to open it back.
Got it. Thanks a lot, Jack. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. You too.
I didn't think
That's
I'd
when
be
I graduate.
yesterday when the what's the gentleman's name? He did them perfect, flawlessly.
Are you talking about Mohammed?
Yeah, Mohammed.
Yeah,
He did
backwards and
them
forward. Well, he's been in Mega for like 4 times and he comes every single time. So
that's amazing.
And he still remembers it.
He inspired me to do them backwards.
Excellent. Good job, Mohammed.
No, me too.
Thank
That's
you.
why I did it.
Me too.
Thank you.
Okay, I see our fearless leader.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Welcome back.
Welcome.
Who'd have thought that they'd out here where we
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. All right, so we are going to have a little bit of fun. Two different exercises we are going to do. I'm going to put you guys into groups. You guys are going to watch a video together in your groups, and then you're going to break it down to discuss the takeaways that you got from the setup to the whole process that's in the video, which is the start to beginning process, and at the end of the script. I just created a separate dialogue that I could see from all of the years doing this what a script would look like. So you can hear my 4 questions in there, and then you can see how that conversation takes a life of its own, and setting an appointment to come meet with the agent at the office, banter, a little bit of just regular B-roll conversation. I'm going to put you in 5 groups this time, 5 to 6. Yeah, I want to have 5 people in a group. Let's see who we got. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to put Ken and Andrew together. It's too much yellow for Andrew.
You put me, Andrew, and Phyllis and Jessica, then that would be a big, huge problem.
Yeah, that's probably a disaster.
What could possibly go wrong?
Try
If I put
it.
that group together, I got to put like 60 minutes in there so they can get through it. Don't we love to tease those people that we adore? All right, I am putting in our chat a YouTube video. Who, let me see. I'm going to pick the captains this time. Ken, I'm going to make you a captain, so grab the link out of the chat. Candy, I'm going to make you a captain. Grab the link out of the chat. Gavin, I'm going to make you a captain. Grab the link out of the chat. Let's see. Latanya, going to make you a captain. Grab the link. And Phyllis, I'm going to make you a captain. Grab the link. So all of the captains, I said captains, you all know how to share your screen, yes?
Maybe.
Okay, so you have Alfonso in your room, so I will let you two figure that out. 'Cause Alfonso, grab the link just in case.
Thank you.
Remember, when you share the screen, you should share the sound. And that way everyone can hear the sound of your video. This is a long video. Nobody's allowed to fall asleep. You got to watch it all the way through. I'm going to have Andrew going in and spying on all of you. It's 16 minutes long, so it's a longer video than we've watched before. But it's kind of a recap of the class today, but it's a video that I think is going to be helpful. All right, to have in our library of libraries. Mohammed Miguel, Phyllis Michelle. All right, these are good groups. I put you in here for a full 25 minutes, 16 minutes to watch the video. And then the rest is going to be the breakdown of it. So I'll see you back in 24 minutes. I'm going to pop in your groups to make sure that things are going well. All right, welcome back, everyone. Group 1, Andrew. What did you guys discuss?
Howdy. We discussed, well, our task was to set up the whole process in the script. And what we talked about in our group is that we liked the setup, you know, like preparing for the open house, how we remove the flyers from the flyer box, how we put all the flags up and all the directional signs to gain the interest of the neighborhood, and how we put the welcome sign above the door and also the yard so they can just walk on in. once we got everything, and then how we made cookies and we walked around and we talked to 6 people around our subject open house and gave them cookies and invited them to the house. And if they weren't there, we sent a flyer, of course. And then once somebody came in, we did the script. You know, the script is, hey guys, thanks for coming. Take a look around. Let me know if you have any questions. And then once they walk around, then we say, what do you think? And that's an open-ended question to get more information from them. And then how did you find the house, of course? And the last one is, what are you looking for? Once we got to the what are you looking for, it was easy to get the information and repeat it to them several times to get them to say yes. Once they say yes, then they're kind of assuming that you're going to be their realtor, as long as you don't mess it up. And then you enter the information into like you're going to do a search, a quick search, real quick. Like I think I might have seen that or whatever, and you just do a search, and then have them enter their email so you can capture their emails. You can put them on your database, but also they can email it to themselves right then and there. Okay, and then you offer an explanation about, hey, is this your first time to buy a house? How's your wife Beth? We all laughed about that because I got a sister named Beth. What a coincidence. Yeah. So anyway, so then we invite them to an orientation at the office. And if they are going to come to the office, oh man, what a great deal, because we have a Starbucks right next to us. We ask them what their favorite coffee is. Great. If they get their favorite coffee, then we can order their coffee and they'll feel like, wow, these guys, this girls really care about us, And so then we get going. But before they go, though, we ask for a referral if they will know of anybody. And then, but what we're doing is we're showcasing the neighborhood at the very end. But that's what we got out of it. It's a little detail, but the dudes all had a good conversation about that.
Well, group 1, thank you very much. Awesome job. So, do you think putting these extra things into practice is going to result in additional business? Leave no opportunity unturned. All right, great. Thank you, group 1. Group 2, Candy.
Hey, so we discussed the video and some of the things that Jessica had pointed out. Was she liked that they had a meeting point ready to go? I believe she was talking about afterwards where they were going to meet for the buyer consultation. Am I right, Jessica?
Yeah, I enjoyed I like the idea that they had already picked a spot close by to the neighborhood that they were looking in and already like created an organization spot and asked for their order as like an extra cherry on top and making sure that they were going to be prepared for that 45-minute meeting at Starbucks.
And then Jiru had mentioned that to have the MLS already pulled up on your computer. And then I also let them know that if they were going to go ahead and do cookies, that it's best to do it on an insulated cookie sheet instead of just the regular cookie sheet, because insulated cookie sheets give you softer cookies.
Okay. Thank you, Candy. All right. Good job. All right. Group 3 is Gavin.
Me. All right. So we talked a lot about letting the client come to you or letting the consumer come to you. You welcome them in and let them look around. Let them know if you have any questions. And you don't want to go chase after them. You want to just be there, have your hand out, let them know you're there. But and then once they come to you and they start asking you questions and you start asking them questions, you want to listen to them. You take in all their information, let them, as you said, word vomit on you. And you just start the process. You ask them the right questions. How do you find it? What are you looking for? Or first we ask, what do you think of the house? And then you kind of just get that assumptive close. They start answering your questions. You start setting up the portal for them, And then that's before they know it, they're already working with you, and they didn't even realize it. And you want to offer them value, and that's your value. You're setting up the portal, like Luis was saying, how someone he had at a open house, I believe, they were saying, I don't want to sign any documents or anything. I don't want to work with you. Or, and he said how he would just listen to what he said. Yeah, I understand. And still provided his value, still set him up a portal. And so he ended up working with this guy actually. And he said he was the only person who sent him all the right information and he wanted to work with him. So that was something Luis said. And I think that would be the main things we talked about.
Nice. I think in this particular incident, remember, we're not going to try, I don't recommend trying to get a buyer rep agreement signed at your open house, because you're trying to set an appointment. And if you can get an appointment set in either one of two places, either an orientation somewhere at a Starbucks or the office, or at a property that they want to see, which means that if they choose not to take you up on your buyer orientation, your buyer boot camp, that's okay. You'll meet him at the front of the property, and then you guys are going to be forced into explaining the information about brokerage services and the IABS in person when you get there. There's some regulatory changes in 2024, blah, blah, blah. Tell them the whole thing and get through that. But we're gonna separate the relationship building and setting the appointment of actually going and meeting them and getting hired at the appointment. So if we can always remember that if we cannot commingle those two things, you'll have a much better time of it. Thank you, group 2. Thank you, group 3. Thank you, Gavin. Group 4, Latanya, how did you guys do?
We did good. Cindy gave a lot of feedback in regards to her experience with conducting an open house. Some of the things that, I mean, basically the video was, pretty much what you had gone through, explaining, do's and don'ts. Make sure you get some flags up in the yard in the neighborhood. Make sure your signs, are up to par. They did suggest watching the 2 videos, the grand opening, seller presentation. Come in as people come in, make sure you have them to, well, of course, greet them, uh, allow them to go around, look, and, let them know if they have questions, come back, try to get them to sign in before they head out. Something I did pick up on was it said to, or it suggested that you may need at least 10 to 15 signs for each open house, which, I mean, I thought was a lot, but I guess that's probably not. Because it also had said at every entrance to the neighborhood, you want to have an open house sign at every entrance, and then you want the directional signs that will lead you directly to the house. So I thought that was good. They had mentioned, gave the option for possibly catering food. They did mention no matter what you did to make sure you bake those cookies. So I thought that was cool. Again, reiterating what it is that they're looking for. And in this one, 3 bedrooms with an office, or 4 bedrooms, 1 story. So just, reiterating, I did have a question in regards to whether if it's a house that someone actually lives in, and she had mentioned, you don't want to follow them around. And so my question was, what if a valuable or something came up missing? So she kind of talked, and explained like what she does when she gets there early, and she goes through and checks things out. If most people leave medicine or something out, she takes a picture of it out, and then she puts it away and sends that to the listing agent. So, I mean, she had a lot of good feedback for us. So that's how
Well, thank you for bringing that up, because I want to make sure that people didn't misunderstand what I said. I was very careful to say, I am going to keep my eye on them. I'm not going to hover. I'm not going to follow them around, but I'm going to keep my eye on them. I am going to watch what's going on. Two things I don't like to do in a house. I don't like to block a doorway when someone's in a bedroom. That makes them feel very uncomfortable. And especially if you're 6 foot 1.5, 240 pounds, standing in a doorway and someone is, in the primary bedroom towards the primary bathroom, they're going to feel like they're stuck in there. And so I won't stand in the doorway. I will stand adjacent to the doorway so that I can see in, but I will never block the door. Don't block the door so someone feels unsafe inside the house. Just keep those types of things. Um, Keep those type of things in your purview. And I'm going to tell you, uh, parents who have, sometimes having the little kiddos with you is not a bad thing, but sometimes it is. It just depends on if they're going to lose their mind and boredom. But sometimes that dichotomy actually helps. I do especially like to have my Mr. Cookie Monster uh, apron on. It just everyone always looks at me and smiles, and it's a great icebreaker itself. Um, Ken, you would look adorable with a big, huge blue smiley face, Realty Texas blue, Mr. Cookie Monster apron. It's just fun. All right, so you've got the professional look, but then and I'm trying to be relatable. I mean, I don't want to be stuffy and I don't want that. I want them to be able to relate with me and say, okay, this person's fun, but obviously they're smart. So I want to soften that up a little bit because remember, people like nice and people like warm. People, they're not hiring me for heart surgery. They're going to hire me to help them buy a home, and I'm going to make that process fun. I'm going to prove my ability, my commitment, and my ethics. I can be fun and relatable, but also be smart and have a huge commitment and have ethics that has second to none. All right, Alfonso, group 5.
I was not representing this
I'm sorry,
group.
that was me.
Oh,
I didn't turn my.
I forgot. Phyllis,
I'm
I'm sorry.
sorry.
I mentioned Alfonso at the
Okay.
end and then it got stuck in my head. You are the captain for sure.
Okay, no worries. So we talked about a few things, one of which the 5 days preparation to advertise to the potential buyers that are unrepresented on Monday. That's a big plus. There was some discussion about the time frames and when to hold the opens, 1 to 3, 2 to 4, just do 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. And the general consensus from that was the longer you hold it open, the more opportunity you're giving that buyer to fit it into their schedule since it is on the weekend. You're keeping that door open long enough so if they've got, football games with the kids or whatever, because sometimes if it's a 2 hour, they're limited and they'll say, well, we'll just go see it on our own. We'll make an appointment. But anyway, so that we talked about that. One of the main things is don't make your buyers feel uncomfortable. Don't put them in an uncomfortable position. But the takeaway, I suppose we could say, be consistent with your preparations, commit to your signage, follow the suggested scripts, protocol, consistency. And if you do that, it's going to be very helpful. So watching those modules on the listing module and the grand opening, I think we all agree that's probably the best thing to do. Consistency.
Consistency. And no matter how long your open house is, there will always be someone that shows up late after you've turned out the lights, locked the door, and putting your signs in the car and about to leave, someone will roll up and say, "Oh, can I see it?" That always seems to happen. I like the extending the amount of hours as well because it actually gives you another benefit. It means that there's less chance that you're going to have 3, 4, or 5 people in the house at the same time. I like to be able to engage with them. So if you lengthen it out a little bit, there's more chance you're going to spread them out as well. But that's not always the case. So I will tell you this. Saturday, I call the soft open. I call Saturday the soft open because I don't expect the same amount of traffic on Saturday as I do on Sunday. I have better luck on Friday. than I do on Saturday when it comes to open houses. So you can do the trifecta. You're going to go live at 2 o'clock on Friday anyway. You can do a 2 to 4 on Friday and say, you know, we're going to start doing showings at 2 o'clock, but you might impact people's ability to have a private showing. If I'm doing my open house and an agent shows up, then I will ask them to pull the key out of the lockbox and I will step outside and I will let them have their showing on their own without me bothering them. But I will ask them questions. And if someone shows up, I'll just say, yeah, there's a realtor showing it and talk to them when they're outside. I always do that as well because I want the agent and their client to have the ability to show the property. But again, I'm not going to do that unless they open the lockbox. That way I know that they're a real estate agent. Last thing I'm going to say is um, when they come back to see me in the kitchen, I have a cookie in my plate. And I think that there's a part of this that you guys might have missed. When I ask them, what do you think? When they're walking through the property, I hand them a plate. What do you think? And so I am offering them something in return for their words. And it starts a conversation. Not that I have to bribe them for their words, because when you ask someone what they think, it opens up a space for them to want to share because people like that. But more importantly, they have a cookie in their hand, and most people are going to want to eat the cookie and then give me back the plate so they can throw it away so they don't take it to their car. So if I give them a cookie, that's going to open up about a 3 or 4 minutes space for them to eat their cookie and share with me and not be running out the door. So it's another part of it that just sort of works for me. Welcome in the door, greet them, kind of keep an eye on them as they're walking the property, come back in the kitchen. So what do you think? And then have a conversation with them and keep reiterating back what they said. They like that. Then I ask for a little bit more and reiterate back. And I'm just continually letting the information flow between us until I feel like I have enough information. I can do a quick home search and say, by the way, did you see this one? This one? This one's really nice. What about that one? And then I click the save button and the mouse is literally clicking in the email field. And I say, so if you put your email address here and click save, all of these will be emailed to you. And sometimes people say, oh, I think I already have this. My agent set me up. I'm like, oh, you have an agent. Okay, that makes sense. But 90% of the time, no. Okay, so the big takeaway here is that we need to have a plan. You need to find what works for you, and you will plug yourself into an open house at some point and you're going to find success. But continue trying to find other things that work. If you have one of those situations where you've got a really hot price at a really hot neighborhood and you've talked to the neighbors and you know that there's going to be a multiple offer situation and you expect a lot of people, my recommendation is that you contact your favorite lender and invite them to come out.
Yeah.
Because we have had in the last 2 weeks situations of open houses with 10 and 20 and 30 people showing up. Phyllis, I don't remember how much you and Ken had. What was you?
Over 50.
Over 50
Probably it
people.
was probably closer to 60 if we were truthfully on. It was
Yeah.
just hard to count. At one point, we just literally, we would speak to them as a group. As soon as we felt it was a appropriate time to have kind of get their collective attention. So it was easier to do that because we had more of a captive audience.
And then from that point on, once you have a plan, you just kind of have to deal with what hits you and whatever hits you. You just got to work through it. But if you show up there prepared, you're going to feel more confident. And if you got the signage and you can prepare everything on the outside, so when they walk in, their shields are already down, and then you can keep their shields down and just keep asking them open-ended questions, you're going to walk away from that experience in a much better place than had you not done those things. You're going to have more people coming than you expected. You're going to have better conversations. You're going to convert more people. And remember, we're trying to get at least 3 people. We want 3 leads a week. That's what we need. And my expectation is that if you do an open house every Saturday and Sunday, that you should be getting that from each open house. And Michelle, I see your hand up.
Yes, I got a quick question. Please correct me, but during the script, I noticed a fair housing violation. And it was talking about the agent was telling like the client, like potential buyer was talking about the school, and she said, "Oh yeah, this is a great school." We legally can't advise on school rating. And just send them a link like, gradeschool.org or something like that. What do you think of that? Because it was very specific. She said, "Oh, I love this school." I don't remember exactly what the agent said during the script.
So I know what a fair housing violation is, and I know what a fair housing violation is not. And we're taking that one a little bit too far. If
Okay.
a client comes to you and says, "I want you to show me homes that are in only excellent schools," then I am going to have a difficult time because now I am going to be choosing for them what their home search is based on a filter that I believe is what a good school and a good school is not. But someone comes to me and says, "I am buying a home in this school district," and the agent says, "Oh, that's a good school district." There's no fair housing violation there because there's no steering and there's nothing else. And agents can certainly say things like that, and it is absolutely not a fair housing violation, nor would it be deceptive trade. But if someone comes to you and says, I want you to find me a good home in a good school district," you can't create that search. You can't create that search. That would be steering because now we're picking the area for them. Good question. I'm glad you brought it up.
Thank you for bringing that up because I had written it down as well. That gives some clarification.
Mhm. What other questions do we have? You guys feel pretty confident in going out there and attacking open houses? Who's got open houses scheduled this weekend? Did we all advertise them on Monday? Did we reach out? Are these for listings that are other agents? And we called the agent and asked them things like, is there anything I need to know? And can you please put this for open house today on Monday? And go to Deandra and talk to her about ads, all that. Good. Awesome. It's going to be a very good weekend. We had a very bad last week with the weather, the craziness of all the weather. So we're going to see a better effect of that because the weather this weekend is going to be markedly better than it was last week.
There is
So
rain on Sunday.
I looked at my app and it said, okay, I'll take a look at that. I saw a 0% chance of rain, so I guess that changed.
It is Texas. It could have changed too. It could have changed. Could have. I saw just a couple days ago that there was rain, but it sure enough could have changed to no rain.
Zero.
Hi Jack, is it a good idea to prepare the shoes mask, or it's kind of like creating the unwelcome signal?
Definitely chance of rain on Sunday. Juru, I couldn't understand what you were saying. And it's not because I was multitasking, it's because I couldn't understand. I'm sorry.
Oh, the shoes mask, like people, especially for people leaving the house, like it's very clean. So I'm not
Booties.
sure.
She's talking about booties.
Booty?
She is talking about the booties. Yes. So that's a conversation that we can have with the client. I'm going to tell you this, Juru. One of the conversations I have with my clients is I tell them, look, I need you guys to put yourself in buyer mode because at the point you list your home, I want you guys to think about this home as being sold. And so, because we're going to be doing things differently, we are going to try to make the buyers comfortable coming in the house, not make you comfortable with the buyers coming in. And so we want the buyers to be comfortable coming in the house. Now, it's going to be up to the seller of what they want. I will tell you this, that if the seller tells me that they want shoes off for the clients, I will tell them that that is a very bad idea. Because if there's a Lego on the floor, if there's a stick pin on the floor, and they put their foot through something on the floor, then there is massive liability there, and I'm not okay with that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the booties, I've also had 2 people slip. They don't have grips on the bottom. They're super slippery. and especially on hardwood floors and not the masonry tile, but the porcelain tile, it's very slippery. And so it's also, you have older people who are now going to have to figure out how they're going to bend over and get those things around their feet and then take them off before they leave. And when you're walking in, they're dealing with that. And most of the time they're thinking, why is this necessary? And they're just not liking that. I do like to have, though, for what we just spoke about a moment ago, which is rain. I always have towels in my trunk, 2 or 3 of them, so that if it rains, I have my own towels on the floor to make sure that people wipe their feet really, really good, because I do not want mud tracked into the home. But when it comes to those booties, I'm going to tell you that you want them to wipe their feet really good, and I'm going to leave it up to my clients. But I am trying to make the home inviting for the buyer so the buyer ends up buying this home.
I see.
And so I'm looking at it from, how do we make the buyers imagine themselves living in this home? And that's what I'm trying to create. So some of my sellers have required it, and I just told them it's okay. We're going to need to get a bench or a chair or something at the front entryway so people can sit down and put those on their feet. But I don't recommend them and I don't bring them up.
Then how about the carpet area? Like, do you ask the customer remove the shoes for the carpet, or
No.
they just step in? Oh, even carpet?
That's correct. I do not remove, there could be a Lego, there could be a stick pin, there could be something on the carpet that people put through their foot, and now not only are they bleeding on their carpet, but they've been injured in a situation where the seller required them to be in that situation. I had a situation where a client cut her foot on a carpet tack. Does anybody know what a carpet tack is? So she was walking and she put her toe through a carpet tack and she was bleeding and there was little blood specks and she was in pain, and she was still in pain in the next 2 houses that we showed. And so I took from that experience and I said, I wasn't comfortable with it in the first place. This thing happened and she put a tack through her foot, and I'm not letting this happen to my clients anymore. So you have
Okay.
an experience like that and you're going to walk away with it with a very different feeling. My job is
Good to know.
yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. What other questions we got? Okay, it is 3:03. We're going to go on break. We're going to come back. And when we get back from break, we're going to have the one, the only, the Amy McAllister. She's going to come back and she's going to visit us once again. And she's going to give you guys a little tour of CXM. And after that tour is done, she's going to give you a homework assignment that we're going to spend the next hour on. So have some coffee, get some breathing in, because when you come back, you're going to need to use your voice. See you back at 3:13. 3:14, actually.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought that they'd back here where we need you? Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, so we are going to spend the next probably 20 minutes with Amy McAllister walking you through some CXM stuff. She is actually going to share her screen and she is going to show you some things that you need to know how to use your CRM. Then we're going to jump into the opportunity vault and we're going to make 10 calls, one after the other after the other. She's going to talk with you also about some scripts and things that you can do to make yourself feel a bit more comfortable. I'm also going to have Cindy Bell share with you some things from the agent perspective, how you can make yourself feel a little bit comfortable in making those calls too after and McAllister has already shown you. My expectation is that you're going to be done somewhere near 4 o'clock to 4:15. Then we're going to dismiss and you're going to have 45 minutes that I would like you guys to be using to study your contract paragraphs, study your code of ethics, study for your UVP, because next Friday is graduation. So I'm going to give you guys 45 minutes to an hour in class today, outside of class, for getting caught up for some of you who are behind on some of this stuff. That's what we've done in every mega, and the class has always appreciated that time. Welcome to class, Amy McAllister. Phyllis.
Yes, I have one real quick question about Friday graduation. What is the dynamic of that day? Do we still have class all day? Do we show up at the office? What is the schedule?
So Thursday is the last Thursday, the day before our last class is where your UVPs are going to be done. And so the last class, so we're going to be doing UVPs on the 30th. So your UVPs will be done during Mega Mini on the 30th. On the 31st is going to be our financing and negotiation class. That takes pretty much most of the day. We will be getting out of class somewhere between 4:15 and 4:30, and we're going to graduation. And graduation is going to be over at Pint House in Main Street in Round Rock. And so we will also have an option for people who need to jump on Zoom. Lisa will be sharing more about graduation day with you on your Mega Minis on Tuesday. Good question, Phyllis.
Thank you.
Okay, McAllister, batter up.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you stop sharing? There you go. All right. Okay. So from your .me, you have a CXM tab up here for no one that has ever seen it before. Those of you that are doing your imports via your app, you should already have people in your park pipeline, as well as anyone that you're creating from a room. You do have a edit button up here in the black bar that will actually let you see the whole spreadsheet version. I can't open that because it's a little too much for mine to load all of our company leads. But that will give you a spreadsheet version where you can go in and see anyone that's missing any information and do more of a bulk edit. Whereas if you click on the person's name, it is the same thing as clicking the open button. Okay, so this is what we call the edit form. And you will be able to enter any of their information, change anything. You have all the different tabs, so your notes, as well as the AI button is down here. You have your reminders, communication history, action plans, gateways, rooms and parties, and logs. So I go over a lot of that more in detail in my CXM classes. When you are calling from a task, there are two different buttons on each of these pipelines. So the left side is everyone in that pipeline, and the right side is the tasks due in that pipeline. So we go over a little bit of what the pipelines mean. New attempt to reach and last chance, that's trying to reach them. Once they do answer, they move to incubate. If they don't answer, they move into the opportunity vault, or if they ask to not be called again, then they move into DNC. Whereas tier 2 pipelines on your CXM, you see on the bottom over here, these are the transaction room pipelines. So that's nurturing, rep agreement, under contract, closed, and canceled as you move through the different phases of each contract. When you want to turn on the action plans for your private leads, you're going to hit the gear icon on the
And by
top
the
right.
way, guys, if you look at your tier 2 clients, you will already see the system is all connected. So the rooms that you have created, you will already see them in your tier 2. So don't think that you have to create the tier 2 pipelines to put them in. It's already done. So if you go into your CXM right now, you'll already see stuff happening in here if you've not logged in before.
Absolutely. The tech team has been great about linking everything. So if they register on your subdomain, they'll show up in your new pipeline, as well as from the rooms. You can either select someone that's already in your CXM, create a new person for your CXM. Even if you just add them during eSign, they'll show up in your new, and the source will say eSign there as well.
Or
So no
add
matter
them
what.
to any room. So you have a room, you add a party to the room, and that room and party is going to show up here under tier 2s.
Mhm. And you can do the same thing from each edit form as well. There's an option on the top where you can create a room for that person or assign them to a room that you already have created. For turning on the action plans, there are quite a few activities for each one. You hit the little gear icon, and then you will see the action plans applied. Now, if you don't have them on, it will say be blue. I guess we changed that. It's install now. And then once you hit that, then you'll have the option to turn it active, yes or no here. If you want to view any of our action plans before you apply them, you hit the little magnifying glass. Each one is going to be separate based on their role and their language in addition to the pipeline that they're starting from. Okay, so we have buy, sell, lease, and unsure, and then we have English and Spanish. So you can go in and say, we clicked on new, so attempt to reach, or new for English for buy, and these are the four things that happen. They get an automatic text message, an automatic email, there's a call that task that is due, and then if you select the voicemail as the call result, then that actually sends an auto text as well. So the magnifying glass will let you look at those. And the edit button actually lets you edit them a little bit so that you can customize those. Although we've put a lot of hours into them, you shouldn't really need to customize those too much. So it's going to be the same thing for every single action plan. You have your nurturing, and you can go in and see what all of those are. As you're going through, each one is going to be a little bit different. When it comes to things like new attempt to reach and last chance, that's a lot of calls, text, and emails. But each one is different and they do go together. So what is mentioned in the daily email that they get first thing in the morning automatically, you also reference that in the call script that shows. And then if you select voicemail, then it also references the same thing in that auto text that follows it. So if you do start playing around with them a little bit, I recommend you at least read the other stuff that happens in that day as well. Okay. Once you do turn on your action plans, you'll see that you'll get your tasks due here, as well as these numbers will start populating as well. So the difference in calling a task is going to be whether you're using the open button or the call icon here. This little green icon actually brings up your task form. So it's got all the same information that I showed you on the edit form. It still has the AI generate down here. If this was someone that we'd spoken to before, you can see their import information. These are our Facebook leads that come in. And this is going to be the same task form that you see when you're calling the opportunity vault. If you're not using this screen when you call the vault, then that auto rotating we mentioned earlier, where it moves the person that you just called to the end of the list, that's actually not going to happen, okay? So if you go into the opportunity vault, you can see that it is the same thing. You have those green icons. For your call column. Okay, I recommend everyone start off with the filters on the bottom left. Pick your language, either English or Spanish, whichever you want to make calls from. And then you can go in and select a metro as well. Now remember, this is people that we have likely not gotten a lot of information from, or the original information from when they registered. So it may not always be accurate. And some of it is actually blank. So some of the ones you could see if I leave the metro off, it actually says none on a lot of those. So it's one of those things that if you over filter, you're actually missing a lot of people because the data is incomplete. So the more that we update the data as we're calling and reaching them, the better that it's going to get for everyone, okay? Does that make sense? I see a lot of blank stares.
So we've got 26,000 people that we're trying to get a hold of right now. So for you guys, when you click on your CXM in the top left corner, when you click the opportunities button, it's going to load this screen. And these are 26,000 phone calls we can make. So pick one, click the green button, and here's the information we have for this person. This person originally came from Realtor.com. You can click the single notes tab. here is no
There
notes.
weren't any. So
So
this one is old enough, it was in our chime. So this was its import information from realtor.com.
yep. So what we typically recommend is you open one of these leads, and then on the right hand side you click the generate button and click the generate. AI is going to read the client information and the notes, and it's going to give you in about 6 seconds a interview of what has happened and a recommended live call script of what to say to them if they answer the phone, and a recommended voicemail script if they don't answer the phone. And so put your eyes here because this is going to save you. You should take a moment to read this, and when you are ready, there is a green call button on the top. And you click that button and it's going to call them. Now, when you push the call button, it's going to call your cell phone. And as your cell phone is ringing, you're going to answer your cell phone. And when you answer your cell phone, you're going to hear it ringing because it's actually calling them. And then they're going to answer, hello, or you're going to hear nothing at all. One of the things that we don't have here yet is because this is our own phone system that we've created. If it's busy or if it's disconnected, we don't hear anything. It just drops off. So we'll just write notes and go to the next call. But for the most part, you're going to hear their voicemail or you're going to hear hello. And then you're going to say, hi, Maria, this is Jack Stapleton with Realty, Texas. And you're going to give them your script and you're going to have a conversation with them after you've read the recommended live script. And remember, we're not trying to hard sell them a home. That's not what we're trying to do here. They reached out to us a while back and we had been trying to get in touch with them about a home search, and we're trying to answer any questions that they may or may not have. This is not, hey, let's sell you a home. It's, hey, we're Realty Texas. You're in our database. You reached out to us on our website, and we've been trying to get a hold of you. And now, what are you gonna say next? Really, you need to look at the notes. You were interested in 123 Main Street at the time you reached out, and now just say, do you have any questions regarding real estate, or is there any questions I can answer for you? And then before you get off the phone, you're going to ask them for referrals. Most of the time, people are going to say, oh, yeah, no, I don't. That was a while back. I'm not exactly sure. So are you still in the market? Are you still looking for a home? Is anybody helping you right now? And just, try to be helpful. Don't sell them a house. Just figure out how it is that you can help them. And then when you're done with the call, muy importante, you need to add the notes because we need to know what happened next time. So go in here, write all your notes. But what's really great is the system is actually now listening to your entire voicemail, and it's going to digitize the notes and put it back in here. And so at this point, technically, you don't need to do any notes. What are you telling them right now in terms of notes now that it's doing it for them?
I am telling them that it is beta test right now because I've seen a couple weird things sometimes pop up that I still want them to make sure to put any important notes in the system. Master notes are always a good thing to put any specific contact information, call before this time, after this time, things like that, or a summary of their criteria because you can go in and edit it. But then, single notes in my department, I'm still making them do a single note for everyone.
Okay, Cindy Bell. Andy. Ding ding. Can you?
While we're waiting on her, the
She's
after
trying to
call okay.
Let me see if I can get her. I see her. Continue on.
The after call result is going to be very important. Make sure that you're calling with the top button. If they want to see how much I need to get pre-approved for, anyone can do the lender blast. That's going to send a text message out to all of our preferred lenders. You can do any of that you need to. But whenever you're done with that phone call, it's going to have you select a call result. I have a little thing here that kind of shows you what happens for each one. So if you select answered create room, we're asking for rooms to be leases under 2 months, buyers under 3 months, or anytime they're connected with a lender. So the lender gets a weekly report with all the people assigned to them. Answered do not create room, that moves them to incubate, and the next call task won't be for at least 30 days. No answer. It doesn't send auto text when you're in the opportunity vault. The new attempt to reach and last chance does if you selected this voicemail. We also lie to the system sometimes and say that we left a voicemail. If the voicemail's not set up, it's full. Or like Jack said, if it's a busy signal or one of those weird things where the call just drops, sometimes when we leave that auto text, we actually still get a response back from those numbers. So voicemail helps in some of those action plans. And then the bad number, wrong number, and request DNC, those are all things that you do need to let me know. Obviously, I don't want us to be wasting our time with bad numbers or people that don't want to be called or bugging the wrong person. So this request update button is always your direct link to me. So if you need any specific information changed or you're reporting something like that, it tells me exactly who this person is, gives me a direct link to it, and I can go in and do whatever I need to. If that's, forewarn it and try to find a better phone number. We've had a lot of success doing that as well. And then you'll hit save and next whenever you're done with the phone call. If for some reason you do want to skip this particular person, there is a skip button here as well, so you don't have to lose your spot in that line. Okay. Cami, I see your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to ask, the registration date is the very first time that we've gotten a hold of them or they contacted us?
Yes,
Or
that is their original registration date.
okay.
So some of these are as old as the company back in 2017.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Sunshine?
Do you still want us to put our name under the request update? Or does it
No.
show you?
If you're logged in as yourself, then your notes will have your own name. And any of your request updates, it tells me who it's coming from. In my department, we're all logged in as the relocation department. And so that's when I ask you to put your initials or your names or something like that, so I know who it was.
Okay.
And Cindy Bell has said that she would be more than happy to share her screen and do it live and show you guys what she does so you can see how
It's not hard.
not terrifying.
Um,
I see terror on the screen, so I asked Cindy to.
so let me get my CXM up real quick.
Phyllis, you came in for the first little pilot shift yesterday, and you were about that same look when you first started, and the relief came over you in what, three phone calls?
3 phone calls. Yeah, it's a very easy system. After 10 years, because I'm old, so I'm used to doing it a certain way, but this is the best way to do it. I will say, after an hour in that room, it's easy. Don't be intimidated by it. It'll help you get comfortable with your scripts as well. So thank you for that yesterday.
Absolutely.
Phyllis, I am thoroughly, thoroughly impressed.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. I'm jealous of all the new agents, I can tell you that, because if I had had all this 10 years ago, Lord only knows where I'd be today.
I know. I tell
I
agents
know.
I had to call the phone book, the literal phone book, and went down the line. And y'all have 26,000 people to call.
True.
Y'all should be ashamed of yourself if you don't call. That's just
It's really, it's
Sorry,
there
I got
for
my
the taking.
soapbox.
It's there for the taking. So
Literally, the phone book. I don't even know if you know what all that is, but I had one on my front porch and I needed to make calls. That's what I did.
There is a statistic that I like to throw out to give you guys an awareness of what we're dealing with. Currently, Realty Texas has $1,975,000 worth of raw cost of leads. We have invested $2 million in this 100,000 leads. $2 million for you guys to have access to these leads. That is a massive amount of money. That's what we've paid Realtor.com. That's what we've paid Zillow. That's what we've paid Facebook for all of these leads, and Homes.com. So there's a massive investment in this. This is not just, oh, there's just a couple of, junk things we've imported. We literally have millions of dollars worth of company dollars that have been used to bring these leads into the company. So big deal, not a small deal. All right, Cindy Bell, batter up.
All right.
Looks like Cindy Bell's getting two gift cards today.
So you click on this little green thing, the arrow, and it pulls up the next page. I'm sure Amy had know what it's called. And then I go generate. So when that's cooking, I go look at the notes. Looks last time I called in was on the 20th October. Hit the button. My phone rings.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 90627599949 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, everyone. This is Cindy with Realty Texas, and I hope you're doing well. I wanted to quickly touch base regarding your real estate interest, including the property at 2105 Village View Loop. I'm here to help with any questions you might have and to assist you with any of your housing needs. Please feel free to call me back at 512-866-0067 and look forward to speaking with you soon. That's it. Voicemail. Next. That's it. If I don't want to call the next person, I can hit that button and I'll skip it and it'll take me to the next person. On a scale of 1 to 10, how hard was that?
It wasn't hard, Cindy. You did a good job.
Flawless victory. Am I doing brain surgery here, guys? Not hard. My throat's going again.
We don't get to hear the fun music.
I'm not quite sure what that space and time is for, but sometimes it takes time for them to pick up.
Mm-hmm.
It usually was going to disconnect at 58 seconds if it's not going to go through. So I usually give it to at least 58 seconds. If it starts hanging on longer than that, like it's like it just DC'd. So DC at 1:04. That's it.
And it looks like they never answered. Go ahead and do a request update, and I'll look into that number too.
Okay, so
Mario, I agree with
request
you.
update. Please check number. That's it. Because Amy has her magic to check numbers. Does anybody have any questions about what I did? That was all of about 5 minutes and I've done 2. Do y'all want me to do another one or are y'all good?
I think what they're terrified of is what happens when someone actually answers. That's the part they're terrified. They're like, oh, please don't answer. Please don't answer. Damn it, someone answered. And then you're going to be so terrified. I want you guys to go back to Vanessa Van Edwards and I want you to think about what she said. People are
Well,
going to hear the inflection in your voice. They're going to hear your happy mood. And if you're sound terrified, you're going to sound mad, and sounding mad, they're going to hear that because all they can hear is your voice. The reason why I have this super crazy upbeat music is because it's going to help get you in that right mindset. Even if you've not yet made a call, you don't know what I'm talking about. There's 40 different songs, and all of those songs are get out of the desk and makes you want to move your body kind of music. So hear the music, close your eyes, picture their face, start with a warm hello. After, obviously you've read the notes, you know what's going on with them, and walk them through the conversation.
yeah, I noticed that with the generated AI, that's way easier than when I came in and admittedly, I didn't stay very long, but when I came in, that was not there. So you were thinking, oh, what am I going to say? And you were trying to read all the notes and then trying to think of what you would say. And now it's just there for you. I mean, that's way easier. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Cindy. I appreciate it. Mario, you have a question, and then we're going to actually be watching you guys make these calls because we can see the outbound calls happening. So we're going to ask that between 3:41 and about 4:15 that you guys have 10 outbound calls. Bring up the notes, click the button, or bring up your CXM, click the opportunities, wait for it to come on, click the green button. That's the call button that opens up the form. Click the generate button so you can read the notes. Click the call button, have an outbound call, answer your cell phone, have a conversation with them, hang up, light notes, change the status, click next, and call the next person.
Since
Mario,
I
do you have...
do see a couple people that I know are competitive in here and I forgot to show it, I do want to show them how to see how many calls they've made.
Oh, thank you. I would love for them to see our leaderboard. We built
So,
in right there.
so on your CXM page, you have this this little page button with the 3 lines next to your people icon. This will show you everyone in the company, including Ken's department. Sorry, Ken.
It's actually
For
an X, it's a X and Y coordinate. It's supposed to be a graph.
oh, it is a graph.
Mhm.
So for every single month, you have which agents, how many outbound calls they've had, and how many minutes that was on their office lines. So this goes on basically forever, I believe. So every single month, there's a little friendly competition. Most of the time in my department, we're seeing who can beat Ken's department since that's their job to make phone calls. So we'll look at how much the recruiting department's doing as well as my department, even though the relocation calls don't count on here.
So it looks like Aiden is the company winner right now, making 296 calls. Rosne's made 275. Mohammed's made 211. Carmela's made 112. And Cindy has made 103. Good job, Cindy. She's made over 100 calls. That is fantastic. All right, guys. Let's go make our first calls. And if you have any questions, let me know and I can put you in a one-on-one with Amy McAllister. Mario, you had a question too, and you had your hand up. Do you still have a question?
My only question was that what if I already I didn't contact them through through the CXM. I contact them on my personal social media because that's the only way for me to contact them because all of their numbers are disconnected. They're overseas, so their numbers they had to change them.
So the opportunity vault, you're calling Realty Texas customers, and there's 30,000 of them in there. So you're going to call these guys. So the people that you're going to call are these people.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So you've got 30,000 people. You've never spoken to them before. They can't wait to hear from you. So, all right, everyone hit the mute button, open up your CXM, and this is a requirement. So we can't chicken out of this. We have to do it. Ken, you look terrified.
Belladonna was your
Yeah,
hand up?
mine's showing that I have 26,000, but it's not letting me. It says 000 on all the tasks, what am I doing wrong?
Okay,
just looking
Belladonna,
up.
I'm gonna put you guys in a group.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Hey, Amy, do you mind adding the customer number to the Teams or to the chat? Make a chat.
When you're calling the opportunity vault, you're actually calling from your own office line, so you can leave that number. You don't have to use our number, the department number, like you do when you're making ISA calls.
Okay. And if they call the direct number, if we don't answer, then you guys are picking up, right?
If they're calling your office line and you don't answer, it forwards to the office.
Gotcha.
And then if you do get a call or text back or something and you need a room created for that person, you just let me know. Make sure you send me their phone number so that I can actually find who you're talking about as well. If you're not still on that screen to do the request update or the call result.
Okay, so we have two groups. Join the group because Amy is in her own group and she's in there by herself. You guys have the ability to go in there and hang out with her. But if you need her, I'm going to join the other group. So I need everyone to join your group. Basically, everyone is going to be in a main session and Amy's going to be in her own. So if you need her, I'm going to put you back in there and then pull you back out. So I will see you in in our new main session.
There should be a pop-up, maybe behind another screen or something that you hit join.
Sorry. I miss the glove.
Do you see it?
I miss the glove. I lost the glove.
Okay, I don't know. Let's see. I'm not sure I can move you. Breakout rooms. Kendra. So you're in room 3. Okay, let me see if I can move you there.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was fun. Who had fun with that? I kind of had fun. I mean,
Got hung up 3 times on me. That's fun.
from fear to fun, all in one day. That's whiplash, right?
No, hey, it didn't bother me one bit. I mean, I just kept on going.
I had somebody answer and, and then I heard Phyllis talking and I'm like, like, oh no.
If you'll see a message on the screen that they're already talking with someone, so then the call button should be disabled. Now, so look, it kind of works this way. Hi Gene, this is Jack Staple in Realty, Texas. You've been a client of ours for about 3.5 years now. We've been checking in every once in a while to see how things are going with you and to see if 2025 is going to be the year that you're going to buy a home. And we had a long conversation that lasted 14 minutes. How many of you were able to have a conversation with someone? Okay, how'd those conversations go? Phyllis, let's start with you, and then Gavin, and then Eric.
The first one was it was he said he was using it as it was a test. He was using it for a school project, I think.
Oh, cool.
But I said, well, that's great. I hope the school project worked out fine for you. But if you know of anybody that needs help with real estate, we would be your go-to. Can you refer us? We'd so appreciate it. So he said, yes, I will. And then the next one I got, I wasn't expecting it. And I did not go to my master. I need to remember that. The master notes. And but anyway, the gentleman answered and I could tell he was at work. And I said, if it's a bad, I basically said, if it's a bad time, can I call you later this afternoon? What's good for you? But he had inquired about a property I don't know, a while back. So I'm supposed to call him in 30 minutes.
Nice.
So
Good job. All right, Gavin.
So I got on the phone with one person, and then as soon as we started talking, you started talking and other people started talking, so I couldn't hear him, and after a few seconds he hung up, so that didn't really work out. So I kind of need to be on my own, I guess, as the Zoom was really messing me up with other people talking. But I did get on another phone call with one of our agents. Their number was in there. It was Scott. I don't remember his last name.
Yeah, Sweeney.
Yes, I called
Cool.
him. So we talked for a second. There was a different name. It was like Daryl or something. I don't know, but yeah. So that's who I talked to.
Nice. Eric, you said you had a conversation?
Yeah. So the first one, it was rather funny. There was an answer that said hello. And I was like, oh crap. And so it was like, hello? And I was like, oh yeah, this is Eric with Realty Texas. And then she's like, ha, just a voicemail. And I was like, oh my God. I was relieved and also like, I sound like such a dip right now. But I thought it was funny. So good icebreaker for, one of the first ones. And then the second person, they actually did answer. And I kind of paused for a second to make sure it wasn't a joke. She wasn't so excited. She said that they paused their search or whatnot. And so, nothing came out of it other than the fact that I broke the ice with making one of these phone calls, learning the system. Like Luis had said, what took me a while was like I was seeing that somebody had just made a phone call to that person and left a note. So I had to go like
Another one.
4 or 5 pages in before I found somebody that, because I didn't want to run into like Luis said, oh, you just called me yesterday. So it was just a good practice that I needed.
Yep. So when you open the system, it always changes the sort. So the only time someone is going to call is if you bring up your screen and someone else brought up that same list, then you're both hitting that list at the same time. But if you get to a record where somebody is already on the phone, it'll say Jack's on the phone with them or Andrew's on the phone with them. So you'll see that. So then you go on to the next one. But Eric, we're going to know that people are going to have objections. We know that they're going to have something in their way. So the idea is, I hear you. So you've paused your home search, and then try to dig in of what is the issue. Why are you paused your home search? And say, well, 2025, we're expecting the rates to go down, and I know a lot of my clients have paused their home search, but because of what's going on right now, they're jumping back into the market. Just, conversation, but your weekly sales meeting, when you go to it, all of a sudden you start realizing that there's a lot of value in going to those, because then it's going to start helping us with better scripts and better techniques to have a better phone call and be prepared to have a better phone call. So the more phone calls we make, the better prepared we are going to be able to take these phone calls and be able to convert them, because they have fear. And our job is to get them over their fear, not, underline their fear and say, "Oh, I understand. Yeah, you're home." And we need to dig deeper there and dig at it a little bit and find out what their issue is. But you're
I
right.
think
We
this
have
was
to break the ice and get
because
ourselves there.
yeah, because I didn't know, you know what I'm saying? I didn't know how to respond to that. And so like, hearing this and kind of going through that is a lot of experience. And I know I'm gonna need to make more phone calls to get there, but definitely great.
So everyone, please come to your Tuesday sales meeting so that you can hear the other people making calls and hearing their objection handling techniques. There is no better training than actually hearing our top recruiters and top converters on the phone and hearing their phone calls, and then taking that back to the phone so that you can have the experience from it. But we don't understand the value of that until you've got on the phone with someone and you had an objection that you didn't know how to go over. All of a sudden it's like, oh, well, I understand now the value of that room. I'm going to find myself in there and I'm going to plug into that, because it's not going to just help you with the phone calls. It's going to help you with that same objection at the open house. It's going to be that same objection for one of your past clients. And so it just gives you a better foundation. So thank you everyone for making these calls. I want to hear from a few more of you, Cindy, Andrew, and Jessica, before we pop off for the day. But what do you think? Was this time well spent?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And for the people that are new to this, I know it can be a little bit daunting. Trust me, I've been there. I've done that, had that kind of negative brain waves going through me. But when I switched to production, back to production, all I did was sit like one day, I don't even, not one day, maybe 3 hours, and just did the opportunity vault. By the time I did that, I was fully competent about how to do the calls with Amy. It's a little bit of a different process, but the gist is the same. Like 90% of what you're going to be doing in the reload department is going to be what you're doing in the opportunity call. So if you don't want that pressure of having people around you and Amy listening to you and like all that extra pressure, just go through the process of doing it here and get like the dust knocked off, so to speak, or the training wheels on. And then you're comfortable and confident, then jump into the reload department, set at a time to do 3 hours. It's over before you know it. And for every 10 people you dial, you should get somebody to pick up the phone.
And keep in mind that you guys just called the opportunity vault, and you guys have got in touch with people that we've been trying to get in touch with for many years, because these are the people who haven't answered the phone, and they're all answering the phone. Versus when you come in and you actually make calls in the ISA department, those are new leads that have come in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. And so we've got 4,000 calls behind. We had 700 leads come in this month alone. We're completely behind. And so the amount of opportunity you guys have in front of you is just a matter of showing up and converting the hell out of these buyers.
Yeah, I think I did 3 dials, 10 dials, maybe 15, like between now, yesterday and today. That's it. I talked to 4 people.
And
That's
I'm not going to
just
stop
crazy.
buying leads. I'm going to continue buying leads to continue raining this opportunity on you guys. So all we have to do is show up. Thank you, Cindy, for sharing, and good job. Andrew, Phyllis, and then Jessica.
I was going to say I got distracted. Somebody dropped off a first month's rent for a lease that they move in tomorrow, so that took me out of my chair just for a little bit. And then they came back in for a move-in and condition form, so that took me out another two minutes. I did make 6 calls. I left like 3 voicemails and 3 with no answers, but one of them did answer, and obviously he says, no, you got the wrong number. So I apologize, but then I also just talked to him about real estate. So, but then he hung up. So it wasn't that good, but I'll keep on trying.
Well, so you can say, oh, looks like I got the wrong name in the system. Can I update your name? Akila. All right, Phyllis, and then Jessica.
Yes, and I'm sorry, I was distracted when you said, are we to give a feedback of what we just did? Is that what
Yeah.
you're asking? I'm sorry. Yes, I guess I made maybe 10 calls and I had 2 pick up. One of the calls was a younger fella. I think he was doing a project for school. That's why he had originally reached out. So I did ask him, I said, well, I hope that turned out great. And if you know of anybody that needs real estate, you know, Realty Texas is where it's at. So give us a call. We'll be glad to help. Then the next one, and I need to ask Amy because I've got to call the gentleman back probably in about 15 minutes. I inadvertently, I got out of that screen and I neglected to look in the master note, but the gentleman, he had evidently reached out, inquired about a property, and he was obviously at work. It was very loud. So I said, you know, if it later is a better time, let me give you a call back. When would that time be? And he said, oh, about 30 or 40 minutes. So that's what I need to do. I've got his information, but I need to be able to get back into that screen and I can't pull him up. I've got his name, but I
Well,
don't.
the good news is you can see all the past people and you get back in that screen. So
Okay.
Amy can help you with that. Who else
Okay.
would like to share? Thank you, Phyllis. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, everyone. Jessica.
Yeah. So I had a person pick up. Her name was Kaylana. I started off with just how she was doing and asked her if she was still looking to purchase or find a new home. And she said no. And I said, okay, well, did you currently move? She said no. And then I was like, are you looking to move? Maybe lease? And she's like, no. And I was like, do you have any real estate questions? And she said, no. I was trying to push for a yes somewhere along the lines. And then I asked if she had any referrals. Who do you know that might need some assistance with any real estate questions or concerns? And she said, not at this time. And then she said, well, and then she asked, or I just sent her over a text message with my social with my social contact information page to my email or my website. And so I sent that over to her.
So I think one of the really good icebreakers is if they've been in our system since 2016, 2017, 2020, it's you've been a customer of ours for quite some time now. We've been calling every so on just to check up on you to see how everything's going with you, and to see if this is going to be the year that you're going to want to purchase a home. And just have that icebreaker. But when they hear that they're a customer of ours, then they kind of have a different attitude than when we just have a conversation with them and they don't know why we're calling or who we are. But Jack Stapleton Realty Texas, you registered on our website back in 2018. So you've been a customer of ours for quite some time. Thank you so much for that. As you know, we would just call every about 30, 45 days to check in with you to see how things are going with your home search and if there's anything we can do to help and do that icebreaker. And then pepper in relevant things that you saw from the AI search. Who else would like to share before we let you guys go and start memorization?
I would. I made 3 calls, and by the third call, someone answered. But then I guess I didn't mute it over here, and so somebody started talking. I don't remember who, and it threw me off. And then he said, "Well, I don't have any more realty needs." Click. So I was like, eh. But yeah. But I'm speaking to the fact that it only took me 3 calls to reach someone.
So hopefully you guys are making 25 calls in the morning and 25 calls in the afternoon. Those 50 calls are going to be super helpful because those are, imagine you guys have 50 calls in because you only made 3 or 4, maybe 5. You make those amount of calls and you have a completely different experience.
I did want to ask, I'm sorry. I did want to ask, I had issue with the generate, like it generated, but then I could only see like the very small portion of what it said, and I couldn't scroll it. And if I tried to use, because I have a touch screen, if I tried to scroll, it seemed like it would just pop me out. And so I didn't know what was going on with that. I don't know if it's just my computer or what.
That's likely your Zoom that you have on the screen. Some of the touch screens are like that. I was working with Mario, I think it was that I had him zoom out his screen using control and minus, and that actually helped him be able to scroll that script up and down for the AI recommendations.
And knowing is half the battle. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, guys.
Well, Jack's busy. Any questions for me?
Yes, ma'am. Are we allowed to be in here during the weekend on the opportunity vaults, or is it just Monday through Friday, or does that not matter?
It doesn't matter. I just wouldn't call anybody in the, middle of the night or before reasonable time.
I had one question, Amy. So, I know we hit the generate AI button, but if you're calling Spanish leads, it won't generate it in Spanish, right? It's only going to do it in English.
No, it does in Spanish.
I'm looking at it right now and it just is giving me, I'm in Spanish leads and it's doing it all in English.
So if the last conversations were in English, it's going to transcribe it in the conversation that was had. So they might have a preferred language that's Spanish, and then the prior notes were English, and so then it might give you it in English. But from the hundreds and hundreds that we've done so far, not almost all of them have come up in Spanish. So you might have an anomaly there, but 99% of the time it gives it to us in Spanish. Juliana. You've been very patient.
Yeah, no worries. So I called and I did have a lady pick up. She was very nice. She did say that she had just recently bought a house, so I told her congratulations.
Oh, dagger to the heart.
I know. I was like, oh. But I didn't know what to really say, so I just said congratulations. Well, if you need anything else, feel free to reach out to us and have a great rest of your day.
You're supposed to say traitor, traitor.
I should have. She was like, I already bought a house, and I was like, oh, okay. Like, congratulations. But no, she was very nice, and It was nerve-wracking at first, especially when she picked up. I was like, "Oh my God, she picked up." But no, it was fun. That was a fun experience. And we're all able to call these like as much as we want, or we limit it to 25 like twice a day.
Yep. So I think making calls about 7:45 is kind of the cap of where you want to make calls, but realize that some of these people are in California, so that's 5 o'clock their time. So it depends on where they are. We're going to make calls. Juliana, one of the things that you can always ask them is say, "Oh, well, congratulations! I'm so excited for you. Do you know anybody else that's looking to buy or sell a home that could benefit from our services?" Because as Cindy Bell and others have said, this was a fun case study that Cindy often comments about. She was on the phone with a lead many years ago, and he said this exact same thing. He just closed on a home, and she asked the question, and he gave her a referral because he didn't know someone, and it surprised her so much. She said, "Well, why didn't you give it to the agent that helped you?" And he said, "Because they didn't ask." And then that's where the big light bulb moment comes on. So when do we not ask for referrals? Never. We always ask for the referral, no matter what. And so that's why we have it written on the inside of we have tattooed on the inside of our eyelids that says, "Ask for referrals always."
Okay. Yeah, no, I just got a little bit nervous. I feel like I'll do a lot better the next time, but it was fun.
What's my motto? Do you know?
I forgot.
Better and better.
Oh,
That's
better and better.
right.
Yes, 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 yes,
That's
yes,
right.
yes. I
Because
will
every
continue to be
time,
better and better. Yes.
that's right. Exactly right. Good job. Juliana and then Amy McAllister. Oh, sorry, Juliana. Your hand's still up. You can go down. Amy McAllister.
I was just gonna say, out of all the comments I get when somebody's in my department, that oh my God, the last note says that they just bought. What am I gonna say when I talk to them? One of the last calls in the last week or so, it was, how is it? Do you need any contractors? Whatever. I'm walking them through all those different things. Said, remember, make sure you say congratulations. And as soon as the call started, they're like, okay, well, how are you liking it? How's everything going? And then I heard, oh no. Really? And the person was saying that they actually just did buy a house and they don't like it and they want to move and they already want to sell it and they need our help and they don't want to work that with that same agent. And so even if they had just purchased, there's still always needs. And like Jack says, even if they don't need anything, it's somebody they know does.
All right, guys. My homework assignment for you is to make as many calls as you can because you remember what I always say, prospecting first and then the administrative tasks. And I know that a lot of you have been doing a lot of administrative class work for this class. And so some of us are behind on making these calls. Some of you, this is the first calls that you've made through the Opportunity Vault. So I wanted to make sure that we had Amy and we had everybody in this cohesive group to kind of give you a feel for what it's like. And all of you said kind of the same thing. I liked making the calls. I had not a horrible experience from this, but I want to make them on my own without being on Zoom. And so I leave you to that. Hopefully you guys will make as many calls as you possibly can. Because my goal is that someday I open the Opportunity Vault and it says 0. So let's make that happen. Good job, everyone. We are officially class dismissed. It's 4:30. You get an extra half an hour to do some of that homework. I'm really super proud of all of you guys. Have a great open house this weekend. I can't wait to see you on Monday. Monday is working with builders. It's going to be a very fun class. You're going to really, really enjoy Monday's class. So you have something really good to look forward to, a really, really fun Monday. And I hope you guys really have some great successes this weekend and get some properties under contract. So you got some really big checks coming. I pray that happens to all of you. I'm going to stick around and answer questions as you guys have them. So again, officially class dismissed. For those of you who have questions for me, stick around and let's see what they are. Thank you,
I have a
everyone.
question. I have a question.
Sunshine, yes, let's go.
Okay, so I can actually keep calling people because I kind of got stuck with learning the
Do it,
screens.
call, hit the button.
I can't hit the button.
1000%.
Okay.
Please don't ever stop.
Okay, I'm gonna make calls.
Yes, I love that. Who else is going to make calls? Good job. Good job, Gavin. Good job, Candy. Good job, Chris. Let's do it. All right, I'm gonna stick around for a couple more minutes. Anybody else need me?
Thank you, Jack.
You're welcome, Belladonna. Thank
Have
you.
a great weekend.
Enjoy the weather in San Antonio.
I just wanted to say to Gavin, whenever you're in the ISA booth and you're trying to like leave a voicemail or something, you're gonna have other ISAs talking behind you, and it is very distracting. You just have to focus on what you're saying.
Well, but one of the good things about being in the ISA booth that's different than what he had is you do have noise canceling headphones, and the current consumer on the other side can't hear those noises. So although it's bothering us, the consumer doesn't hear it. But in a situation where he's on his cell phone, the consumer probably did. So that probably did throw him off. But you're right, there is going to be distractions, and that's part of the gig. Whether it's be kids, whether it be someone calling in your call waiting, whether it's who knows what, the house is on fire, we're going to continue making those calls. Thank you, Amy McAllister.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Jack.
We should do this every day.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good weekend.
I don't know. I did get like 50 request updates while they were doing that. So lots of work to catch up on.
It's good to see you, Mohammed. Have a good weekend. Bye, everyone.